You've got me saying words in my head, filling my mind with these images, yeah. And it's the way that you look at me, filling my mind with these images, yeah. You've got me saying words in my head, filling my mind with these images, yeah. And it's the way that you look at me, filling my mind with these images, yeah. You've got me saying words in my head, filling my mind with these images, yeah. When you're coming back around. You've got me saying words in my head, filling my mind with these images, yeah. And it's the way that you look at me, filling my mind with these images, yeah. You've got me saying words in my head, filling my mind with these images, yeah. And it's the way that you look at me, makes me feel like I can't breathe. It ain't right, right, right. It ain't right, right, right. It ain't right. Oh no, it ain't right, right, right. It ain't right, right, right. It ain't right. When you're coming back around.
Games of the future. Games of the future. future.
эфир әр қадамы жаңа жетістікке жетелейтін марафон. Біз осы жолды сіздермен бірге 10 жылдан бері жүріп келеміз. Тимур Құлыбаевтың халық қайырымдылық қоры.
Центр кредит банкімен сіз қарапайым және заманауи шешімдердің ортасындасыз. Нық сеніммен жаңа мүмкіндіктер ашып, тексерілген сапаға сеніңіз. BCC-KZ мүмкіндіктерді кеңейтіңіз.
Moba Mobile is an esports discipline based on Mobile Legends Bang Bang and consists of a digital stage only. 16 teams compete in 5v5 matches played in a best-of-3 format. Throughout the tournament, all matches are played as best-of-3 series, with the first team to win 2 games claiming the series. The first game begins with a physical coin toss. The winning team chooses either its side of the map or first pick in the hero draft. In the second game, the choice automatically passes to the opposing team. If a third and deciding game is required, the right to choose is once again determined by a physical coin toss. Teams earn tournament points for each series victory in accordance with the tournament bracket.
Games of the future.
And good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to the Mobile Moba division here at Final Games of the Future 2026. You've got me getting Q as one of your casters alongside with LaFell to take you through some of the games that we're going to be having here today. 4 best of 3s, of course, as per usual, to determine who's going to make it on to the next round and qualify for the potential playoffs. And of course, LaFell, you saw yesterday's games. I mean, you've got your impression on it. Do you think it's going to be any different today?
I honestly feel like it shouldn't be all that different because what happened yesterday, I would say the only surprising draft was really coming in from Rune Eaters. And I like that kind of innovation, but when it comes to other teams, I think it's going to be more or less the same. I would say the hot pick that maybe we have to look out for is that Selena, where a lot of mid laners have been really showing up with that pick. Other than that, I think it's all the same. A lot of Heraras, a lot of Valentinas, Atlas. And heck, even like stuff like the blue might show up a lot more now.
Of course. I mean, there's plenty of different picks that are currently in the metagame right now, and everybody has been trying to take advantage of that draft. And here you have the entire bracket that we have before you. We are going through round 2. We have 4 teams in the upper brackets and 4 teams in the lower brackets on each side to eventually fill up our 8 slots at the finals to see who's going to make it far. They're going to have to battle each other out. And, well, I think for the most part, most people aren't too upset with the majority of the results. I mean, some more than others, but I don't know about you, LaFell. Are there any particular matchups that you're looking forward to, maybe?
For me, definitely is going to be SRG going up against Rune Eaters, because SRG, it does look like they were able to recover from their loss in their previous tournament. And then Rune Eaters, they really showed a lot of creativity when it comes to the draft. We were just questioning whether they can really do it against stronger teams. So we'll see that today.
And hopefully we're going to see a little bit more of that this August 5th. We've got 4 games lined up for everybody here today. I mean, this is going to be played here. It's going to be played on Stream A itself. And don't forget that we are going to be playing another set of games for Stream B. So you got to make sure that if you're looking for your favorite teams, you got to split your attention a little bit to find out where exactly they're going to be playing. But for now, at the very least, we should get excited about the potential matchups that are going to happen. I mean, of course, on the opposite side, we've got Wolf alongside with Renmar casting those games. So if you want to go check them out, go hop over to the other stream. But like you mentioned, LaFell, a lot of these teams have been taking advantage of the draft. A lot of these teams, well, Rune Eaters in particular, have been trying to break out and innovate from the meta. Do you think there's anything left to innovate? I feel like we're starting to hit our ceiling here overall.
I feel like actually Selena makes it so that you can actually innovate, because playing position 1 in the jungle, some heroes just take way too long, but Selena can really accelerate that. So I feel like maybe somehow teams will find a way to make the lane work. We tried even using an Angela. It really didn't work out because her shield is just way too small. So I don't know, maybe adding a Selena just to make the farm much faster maybe could really help out. I feel like Selena is, I would say, the one that's really innovating the meta right now. Other than the Selena, I'm honestly not entirely sure. Maybe picks like the Rafa as well. You know what, not that I keep talking about, I feel like mid laners are that piece where you can kind of pivot your draft. It's just the question of what mid laners can really do that other than Selena and Rafa.
Selena and Rafa have been pretty devastating in the current metagame, and I think that some people have even understood, you know, the purpose of both. Selena, much higher skill cap ceiling, and not to mention the influence that she has on the game has been felt. You know, a lot of teams and mostly players have to continuously think about dodging these abyssal arrows and information being given away by these traps, and especially at the highest level, a lot of these teams end up being influenced by the trajectory of these arrows, forcing them to take bad paths on their way backwards. But speaking of the chase here, we've seen a couple of junglers, Yishin Shin in particular, alongside with Ling. I would say that at least for Yishin Shin, it feels pretty straightforward. But Ling, do you think that maybe it's just because of the emblem set that we don't see Ling as often in comparison to the Shen Shin?
I would say the biggest problem for Ling is survivability. Like once you go in, one stunning and then you're out. That's the big difference, where Yishin Shin, he can attack from afar. But now we're going to be looking at Team Spirit, the newly crowned champions of MSC, where I would say until M8, they are the best team in the world, going up against Entity 7, which even though they had a rough time going up against Jampong Yaguay, you know, some people don't like to hear this, but they were able to beat Team Liquid from Philippines. So, hey, maybe that's enough to let them know that we're actually good. We just got to, you know, get our stuff together.
They got to come together. They got to recalibrate here, especially from our MSC winners. Team Spirit are no pushovers and truly have earned the title of the best in the world for now. Hiko, Kid Bomba, Sawo, Sunset Lover, and Zara Egoist, their youngest player, now having an international championship underneath his belt, has really solidified this team as honestly just the favorites overall. And I don't think anybody can dispute that at this stage. But their opponents, on the other hand, they have a lot of information to work with. I mean, TS played a lot of games during EWCX MSC. I would imagine they've got something prepared.
My only problem is some people, they know what they're going up against, but they're trying to like outplay them. Like, what a lot of teams have been doing, like, oh, Team Spirit, Aurora, they like to play fast, so we'll draft a scaling composition and then beat them once the time has reached. But the problem is, these teams really know how to end the game before you really get your strike together. I hope they don't make that mistake. It kind of feels bad going up against Team Spirit. You kind of have to fight fire with fire. I mean, their fire is just way too much, especially against players like Bomba as well as Hiko. They just need small advantages to take over the game.
That's the thing. I think that Team Spirit is the most well-rounded team for the metagame right now, whether it's playing for the early stages, whether it plays for the late stages. It feels like this team has coordinated so well with each other to the point where it's really, really difficult to kind of find the hole. Are they playing Doodle Jump right now? Of course, the two youngest players are playing Doodle Jump on browser right now.
Dude, I gotta say, we also need to get these tennis balls because, hey, they're honestly, Sunset Lover, his reaction insane. So something about this tennis ball trick that they're doing, I feel like we gotta pick it up as well.
Yeah, I think maybe that's the one thing that we're lacking for becoming professional players. You know, it has nothing to do with our age. It is clearly just the right tools and the right ways to actually practice as a professional. God, yo, he's going for a while there. I wish I could see his high score at this point, but he's still ripping the Doodle Jump at this point, propeller as well.
Yeah. Dude, I gotta say, like, seeing some of these professional players, like, that doesn't matter, like, Malaysian major or whatever, right? Or, like, you know, you're good at ML, with that's it. But then, like, I had solos play like this, you know, like those music, what you call it, like Guitar Hero and stuff, like that kind of genre. Like, he's just like, oh, I have no idea. I'm just gonna, like, legit. They just download it on their PC, and then he just picked the hardest thing on the hardest difficulty first try. Pretty much got a perfect score. I'm like, what the hell? You guys have insane reactions. Speaking of, we got NT7 here. He didn't bush. I don't bush. Shin as well as Vanguin. I just want to have a proper front line for the team and not just hope for Vanguin, and then they should be good. Although we did see a draft where Rune Eaters using the C dominate against Mumu on that Barats, but I don't know, man. Going up against a player like Kit Bomba, I don't think you should take that chance.
Exactly. It kind of feels like, you know, as Team Spirit have kind of set the tone of how they like to answer a lot of the different questions that the metagame has offered them. They seem to be the most decisive team in the tournament as of right now. I would say that at least Entity 7, I agree with you that they probably should have it, you know, maybe a secondary frontliner on top of, you know, Vanguin, or just a secondary means of engage so that Vanguin just doesn't have to do it all by himself. Usually that falls into the category of whether or not you pick up Hirara, but I mean, nowadays, I think that teams are more than happy to ban it out, especially when they are on red side. It is a pretty difficult pick to deal with overall, but then that begs the question, what are they willing to give up? Because nobody wants to let go of the Fanny, nobody wants to let go of the Freya.
Yeah, I feel like if anyone will let the Fanny through, it might be Team Spirit. I feel like they're the kind of okay. Well, let's check. Okay, so that's the kind of thing that they do. All right.
They're just practicing.
Looks simple enough.
I mean, it's based on reaction time, right? Sao is basically making Zara guess, hey, left or right every single time, and he's got to put his hands on top of his so that there's a base starting point to train their reaction time. And honestly, it's not a bad exercise. To do. Arguably, he should get Sunset Lover to get another 2 tennis balls and then double up on the difficulty.
I legit want to try that now. If that improves my game, then hey, shots, you know, like they figure out ways to make professional players much better.
There's also like human benchmark. That's also a pretty good way of kind of dealing with it, you know. So if they just maintain and hold on to that level of, you know, degree, that level of standardality that the whole team can control and attest to, I think they absolutely have what it takes.
Yeah. Right now for NT7, I want the more from Shin, but at this point I feel like it's definitely not enough. It's definitely not enough. Doom had moments where he should have been able to carry. I remember him on the Harif, but yeah, I don't know. I feel like that's the big with NT7. They're still not super consistent just yet. Like, they have a pretty good baseline. It's just a little bit all over the place. I don't know whether it's conditioning coming in from their league in NA, where because they're going through the global ban system, it does make it so that it's less consistent in terms of the playstyle, because you have to constantly readjust the heroes, you know, power spike and all those kind of things. So yeah, I don't know. It's something that we really have to look out for, because The reason I brought it up because people are like not liking global ban, and I'm thinking the reason why it would be bad because of stuff like be very inconsistent.
No, I agree with you. I think that global ban is an unfortunate byproduct of not having enough relevant heroes in the current meta. So I think at the very least, it's something that we should be thinking about, but we need to also continuously innovate.
Oh, we're just waiting for the drafts. Looks like the drafts are ready, so we're just about to go in there. Yeah, looks like there's already a few bans. Okay, so the bans are going. I mean, I don't know. It could just be them testing the ping, but just assume that we have started here. Actually, because we can see that Hiko is still playing with a PC, and I'm pretty sure when you're in the game that you can't be using your PC like that. I mean, maybe again. I honestly think it will be pretty cool if the players can at least like open up the dick or something. But yeah, integrity, etc., people will be like, it's probably not. Anyways, ladies and gentlemen, welcome here. We are waiting for Team Spirit as well as Entity 7 just to get ready for their matchup here. I'll be looking at the other stream as well to see Vamos going up against the Bushido. Wow. Just to see how they really up. They also have Bigatron by Vitality going up against Food Esports. Pro Esports going up against Alpha. The final match in the other stream will be Onic going up against Geeky, where I gotta say Geeky was actually pretty impressive, able to take down Alpha 7. Sorry, having a lot of coughs because my water is a bit weird for today. Speaking of, for everyone watching, it will be interesting to see when it comes to the coming in. Team Spirit really shouldn't have to that much. It really is just all on Evan, where I feel like for Entity 7, they gotta ban out the Barats, willing to let the Barats go. They tried to counter with the CC yesterday. It was just not working out, and it felt pretty bad because the idea is pretty sound, right? Like have a shredder going up against a very heavy tank. You should be all, but it's just the thing. That's just the thing that it's just unfair that just some Barats players are just.
Yeah, some Barat players are just above and beyond, and really just making the game generally difficult from actually going through. But hopefully that's just going to be the way that the metagame is forced to play, and maybe we'll come up with some new tech to try and deal with the Barats overall, despite the wave clear and despite the way that it can influence waves. And of course, the Lord Dance is just it's frustrating to deal with for a lot of junglers and even mid laners at this stage, because nobody feels safe when you're dealing with the Barats. And I think the Purifies just have to come through. There's a certain degree of respect that needs to be had when you are dealing with this Barats, because not only is it good in lane, it's great in team fights, and if you don't respect it, you just might be the one who gets gobbled up and spat against the wall.
The unfortunate thing, Gideon, is that the supports in this game, it's very balanced, and I'm talking about support, not like roamer support. It's just support. I'm talking the Diggies, the the Matildas, and all those because I really feel like there is a lot of metas that Diggy could counter, but Diggy is just not good right now.
Whoa, I think we're getting a little too crazy there. We're gonna take a bit of a cool off time. Please enjoy the promo in the time being.
Hello everyone, and welcome to the Games of the Future 2026 here in Astana. For the next several days, Astana will host one of the most exciting sporting events of the year. But this isn't a regular sports tournament. The Games of the Future bring together the best of both worlds, traditional sports and cyber sports, in a unique format called Phygital, which combines physical and digital competition. In Phygital Sports, Athletes have to perform both on the screen and on the field. They need fast reactions, smart decision-making, teamwork, and physical fitness. Winning here takes much more than mastering just one side of the game. This year, the tournament welcomes more than 800 athletes from more than 50 countries, competing across 8 different disciplines. Players, coaches, fans, and technology brands have all come together in Astana to be part of this global event. The competition is fierce, with a prize pool of over $4 million. But the games of the future are about more than just winning. They show how sport is changing and how technology is creating new ways to compete. The event has already attracted a huge global audience. The tournaments are watched by hundreds of millions of people, most of them between the ages of 18 and 34, a younger generation who are invested in both sports and digital competitions. It's clear that phygital sports are becoming one of the fastest growing trends in the world of competition. Over the next few days, we'll take you behind the scenes, meet the athletes, hear their stories, and find out what it takes to succeed in this one-of-a-kind tournament. From quick interviews and fun challenges to exciting matches, we'll show you everything happening at the Games of the Future. So stay with us as we explore the future of sport, right here in Astana. Let's get started. Did you know that Games of the Future has symbols representing it? That's right. There are 4 characters, which are called Guardians, whose purpose is to represent the spirit of competition. iBoat, a robot made out of titanium and neon parts who believes in inner strength and power of friendship. iBot has a special ability too. The robot is able to cut off enemies' power supply and breathe life into inanimate objects. Arlon, a cyber wolf with a rich silver fur and holographic glow, a great mentor and a formidable warrior in the field. He is able to accelerate time and predict the movements of his foes. He is responsible for the territories of Battle Royale and Phygital Shooting. Eileen, she is truly fearless and wild. Her sporty outfit and gaming equipment are truly wonderful, along with her useful backpack that is there to help out in any situation. She keeps the areas of Dota and MLBB to herself. Finally, last but not least, Alum. This eagle is a fighter with golden feathers who likes to wrestle, play football, and basketball. Everywhere he flies, he leaves a trail of petroglyphs. His special ability allows him to analyze the situations at unimaginable speeds. He is a keeper of many areas, and we love him for it. Did you know that a fan-made map jump-started a whole genre in competitive sports and contributed to the development of one of the adored games of many, Mobile Legends Bang Bang? Multiplayer Online Battle Arena, abbreviated as Moba, is a subgenre of strategical games which started out just as a game called Aeon of Strife. Though it was far less developed than the typical games in the genre, since the characters didn't have any abilities. But the principle for the gameplay was established quite clearly. Players controlled a single hero unit fighting on 3 lanes, which were protected by defensive towers. Might be unusual to hear for us now, since the MOBA genre is so popular, but it was not true at all for the first 6 years of the genre's existence. Dota, League of Legends, Smite, Heroes of the Storm popularized the genre and eventually led to the creation of Mobile Legends. Released in 2016, Mobile Legends was designed to appeal to a broad audience, and appeal it did. The free-to-play business model, along with captivating heroes, were enough to win over the hearts of many gamers. Now, Mobile Legends Bang Bang has a rich international presence, attracting many players from Southeast Asia and South America.
Thank you so much, everybody, for waiting around for this game. TS and as well as E7 are finally prepared to start heading on into this game. And first of all, we got to be ready for the upcoming draft. We once again appreciate the patience being shown by all of our audience members because we're excited to see our current MSC champions face up against Entity 7. Now, unfortunately for Entity 7, I mean, they were part of the same tournament and they saw the big uprising of Team Spirits winning momentum all the way to the very end of the grand finals.
Yep, and now the draft has started. Looks like Team Spirit will be on the first pick here. And we were even talking just a little bit about Glue. The Glue has been banned out alongside with the Atlas. And now Entity 7 banning out the Herrera as well as the Freya. Seeing how Zara Eagle is this amazing assassin player, I feel like they should consider banning out the Fanny unless they have counters like how, you know, teams have shown us with both the Saber as well as the Kufra. The Kufra from Team was exceptionally impressive.
It was exceptionally impressive, but it doesn't convince me that he is going to be the go-to meta pick because how many teams can actually play at that high octane constantly, right? It's not like a one-time deal thing where it's a direct counter like Cho or something like that. It's one of those things that you have to be persistent throughout the matchup. And now that we're seeing that Jushin is also getting banned out too, we get the final ban from Entity 7's side. And honestly, I'm not even 100% sure whether they should go for the Paquito ban here, but I mean, there's Fanny available, and so they got to make do with what you have.
Yeah, I feel like the Paquito ban is... It's hard to say because Team Spirit, it does feel like they have quite a lot of good picks that you have to respect. So one way or the other, you kind of have to let it go. Personally, for me, I would not want to go up against the Fanny. So Team Spirit, they have a lot of first pick options here. Yep, they pick up the Barrage. It's like, hey, Kid Boma can carry, might as well give it to him.
Absolutely. I think without a doubt here, I want to see what exactly the answer is going to be from Entity 7's side, whether they're going to take it from the gold lane or whether or not they're going to take it from the mid lane. Either way, that answer is probably only going to show up either Red 3 or in the second half of the draft. First, we need to see what the first picks are going to be for the side of Entity 7. They start off with the Paquito on top of setting up for a Belleric. This should probably mean either Eudora or Valentina for the opposite.
Jushin as the first pick, especially as Bushido Wildcats take out the Atlas, but Vamos can also be dangerous with it and just rush the Belleric. But they said, nope, we want to go for the most busted hero right now, we get the Herrera.
Yeah. Belleric available, well, as the Paquito. And Bushido Wildcats, I think it just makes total sense to just secure the Belleric now. It's the strongest roamer that we have. It in the Atlas, definitely the top heroes when it comes to the roam selections. And if you don't get it now, it will mean that your opponent can easily just take it away from you. So I don't think that it's wise. Oh, of course, the Freya. How could I forget the Freya? Freya and Eudora, a strong answer by the Bushido Wildcats.
It's most likely going to be going to the gold lane already. Let's see if Vamos are going to go ahead and pick up the Phoveus. Or, interestingly enough, they find themselves in a pretty safe spot to consider even picking up something like the Eve if they want to just harken back to a little bit more control. But if they go ahead and pick that, Bushido can just quickly answer with rushing a lot of dive that doesn't really care about formations. But we mentioned it earlier, the Jushin potentially is the first pick. It still ends up with Vamos to help control the center, and it's going to be paired up with the Belleric. If Bushido Wildcats want for speed and pick off, they still have a lot of options at the roam. I'm looking towards Cho if they want something to help supplement the Freya and team fights, and a Minotaur would go along with it. They get the Harley in Red 3, the jungle pick that has risen up as a pretty much automatic response now to the Herrera and the jungle on the opposite side.
That's right. With the Jushin, I feel like this is a more of an adjustment by the teams more late into MSC, where every time the Eudora is getting picked up, it's either the Valentina that they answered it with it first. Sometimes they'll go for Eve and Lilia. Then eventually teams like Onyx, teams like Bigatron by Vitality, more so the Indonesian teams have decided, okay, let's pick up the Jushin once again. That's when everybody else picked up actually. That eventually what happened was they now prioritize the Zushin over the Eudora whenever the Zushin is open, and just mitigate their damage output from the jungle, just compensate with that from that lane. I think that it's a cool answer to the Jushin, after the Eudora, I mean. However, I think this is also another good adjustment from the Bushido Wildcats. What this actually achieves is a lot of movement coming up from their jungler. Yesterday, they were picking up a lot of Nolan, and they were failing in the early stages, which meant that they had a difficult time winning the game with that. So this is a different flavor for Bushido Wildcats. Okay versus the Hirara, but also very good against the Jushin. So already good answer here for Bushido Wildcats.
Yeah, to mitigate the movement of the jungle that you mentioned, Team Vamos would take away the Uranus. Besides the fact that they don't have heroes right now in their draft that could counter the rampaging early game Uranus, they also take away a great pickup that, especially since we saw it maybe a season ago, Uranus being utilized for handling macro on its side of the map. Multiple cuts, sometimes even turret 3, constant info. It could be quite nasty to deal with. But there's one hero we have to watch out for. Okay. So Vamos decides to change up the trade right away in the EXP. The Esmeralda and the Uranus were both banned out. So we might see a return to heroes such as the Arlot with all of the dive available for Bushido Wildcats. Team Vamos might be keen on picking that up. Plus, you can use a quick final slash to punish the entry of the Freya, the Harley. So a lot of options for them in the EXP lane. We could go back to Lapu-Lapu even, heroes like that.
Yeah. There's a lot of flexibility with the Freya, but also that also can be applied for the Belleric. Although I personally don't like the Belleric to be placed in a different role, but that is an option. Also, another idea from Onyx Indonesia we see. Oh, Alice. This makes it very interesting for me. A tanky hero in the latter portions. More of a ramp type of hero, which does not really coincide with what the Harley as well as the Eudora wants to do. At the same time, has good synergy with the Freya, hand in hand from both side lanes, where the Freya is really good in the early to the mid stages of the game. Alice is good in the mid to the late game stages, and combined together, they're just a really strong ramp type kind of team. So it's like Bushido Wildcats have mixed in a lot of DOT with their burst, and usually that is difficult to pull off.
Good balance, but very demanding. As expected, the Arlot comes through for Team Vamos, and they go ahead with the Claude. So this looks like a lineup that might take more time. Oh, chip pickup by Bushido into the Belleric, into the Juicin, the Arlot. This could be tough to pull off if you're just looking at it from a team fighting perspective. But if you look at the chip, the Freya, the Harley, the Alice, just look away from the door just a bit, you get 4 heroes that could make managing the map really messy for Vamos, Wolf.
Yes, that's what I would say. If they do pull it off, it will take a lot of time. But I think that, you know, there are some team compositions where you look at it and you say, okay, this is a late game type of team, and its early game is like just compromised so much. All things considered, I'm looking at Bushido Wildcats. I think they have a lot of openings in the early game. I'm not saying that they are that their early game is way better than their opponents. I think Vamos have just nailed it, but it's not impossible to win. This is not a late game composition where the early game is like totally just you farming. However, Bushido Wildcats has to play perfectly, is what I'm saying. There is a lot of opening for them to utilize with the Freya as well as early, and then you put in the Eudora with the chip. That means that you have a lot of angles to look at. However, Team Vamos, just look at their composition. This is Hirara with in as well as the Belleric, strong mid trio. And then if you factor in Arlot with the Jushin in the early stages, you see a lot of turtle fights that can easily be won by Team Vamos.
mechanically demanding is the draft of Bushido Wildcats, with Vamos having seemingly the right answers for it in the early game. We're already neck deep into game number 1. This Alice is going to get caught out in a surprise rotation through the mid. The Roman trio that you were pointing towards to Wolf gets to catch the Alice. Kuntepper goes down. And it seems like the theme from him yesterday, the overcompensation continues, and so it does as well for Nam. Siska is here. They have to be careful with the entry of the Arlot. Bushido Wildcats might get punished. They back off, and Vamos decide to not overcompensate like what their opponents are doing so far at the start. This will make pulling off the game plan of Bushido Wildcats all the more difficult.
Yeah. Chip has to back up for now, and of course the Eudora is forced to just fend for his own in the middle up against this Jushin as well as this Beric. That might mean that he will miss a lot of minions out there. So Nixus tries to pull it just to kind of scatter the members of Team Vamos. But that means that Team Vamos now know exactly where Bushido Wildcats will be coming from. Turtle take is going to be difficult for the Wildcats to even get Nexus taken out. And now Siska once forced, Siska with the flash, a level 3 tank cannot survive up against the 4 members of Team Vamos.
You talked about the Roman trio, and again, just adding more evidence to the argument. Vamos have cut out Nexus and have over-rotated, or excuse me, better rotated against trio Bushido Wildcats, who are now scrambling to get some semblance of control in the center of the map and through their own jungle. Nexus, after getting taken down, is now finally being able to get some farm, but the lead has ballooned, getting to 2,000. Meanwhile, up top, it looks like Kuntepper's in trouble. It is an Alice after all. He'll be able to get away. But if you look at the entire heat map, it's been all Vamos in the center. The chip has been relegated to just protect the jungle, not actually being able to be proactive, get information. This is going to be a really tough comeback for Bushido Wildcats if ever.
That's the best way to describe it. It's going to be a difficult comeback. Like, all things considered now, Team Vamos are going to be... They're just going to be controlling the mid now. They're giving even a lot of gold for this Claude for the double lane. And that means typical Freya versus Claude matchup where the Freya easily winning in the lanes now is not going to be the case. Natko has a level ahead of Sunshine in that lane. With the 3-0 start coming at Vamos and the way that they're moving, they have already a straight up way to win this game. It's 11,000 to 9.2k at just 4 minutes. And we talk about how snowbally this metagame could be.
Remember, if you're only catching the broadcast today, the items aren't appearing seemingly as intended. Not always the most accurate. So if you're wondering, oh, how come a golden staff was picked up by the chip? Nope, that's actually picked up by the Freya. How come Claude built up a Sky Piercer? No, that's built up by most likely the Hirara. There you go.
Yeah.
So far,
yep. And Stakeif have a Demon Hunter sword. Don't worry about it.
No, he doesn't. Yeah, that's 100% of the hands of Natko. Like, everything is still fine. There is no Demon Hunter sword build up for the Belleric. We're not in that level of craziness for the metagame. And as expected, Bushido Wildcats really are just... Even if it felt like 2 minutes into the game, they're already telling each other, hey guys, farm up first. Oh, Siska! From out of nowhere with a final slash to catch out Kirai. Finally able to get away, but gets chased down by Natko. Brings down the ultimate. Didnam on the chip, but it's not helping them out as Bushido, even behind their first tower, under their second, are just getting decimated by Vamos. A double kill for Error. And everything we've said about the lineup, about the possibilities have come true. That's a triple for Error and total domination for Vamos.
Oh man, and the way that they are using this Claude being activated very early into this game, it seems like they are the team that's how active Team Vamos has been. Everybody from their lineup, including their side lane into the middle, clearing that wave as fast as possible as well, controlling the river, then getting the pickups that they needed. 7-1. Team Amos is leading by 3,000. And we haven't gotten into the third turtle yet. Now, Bushido Wildcats, when we said that the early game is not impossible for them to pull off, they still have to look at the way to activate this Rhea as well as this Harley. But now things will be very difficult because of the defensive items that Team Vamos accumulated along the way. And I think Siska wants to go for the damage with the War Axe.
Topside. Conceal plus the ultimate from the chip. Bushido Wildcats are trying desperately to get something, but the perfect ultimate from Zeke messes up the attempt. Wrath of Dryad on point has led to a double kill error. A kill for Siska, make that two double kills make 4 basic mans. Team Vamos are excelling.
Unbelievable. Zakif reminded everyone should not pick the chip if the Beleric is around. A 5-man Wrath of the Dryad. Now Nexus wants to kill Natko. Natko with the lifesteal. Natko will fall. Finally, something good for Bushido Wildcat. At Natko, the first target of the shortcut up top, coming out from Numb. That actually spelled the doom for Bushido Wildcats as they received that 5-man Wrath of the Dryad coming out from the Beleric. And now taken out, finally, something good for Bushido Wildcats. Nevertheless, you should still respect Zakif in this match. Bushido Wildcats, you have to think about every time that you pop the chip ult.
It's crazy to think that. I mean, we did point out the difficulty of playing the chip in this scenario. They're going to try to go again. They send out the cavalry against the Arlot. A big play, finally getting something, but here comes Vamos trying to make sure that they can catch the members of Bushido Wildcats. The entry from Glockun with the Crimson Beacon stops Karai from being able to teleport away, and he becomes the trade. 1-for-1, and Bushido, at least he got something. It's a good latch on to.
Yeah. A big not goes left, but it's not the case. Not goes pretty healthy. In fact, they will be trying to push the top lane right now with just the Freya to defend. This will be difficult. Sunshine feels a little bit comfortable, especially with Conde want to catch 3, pops the ultimate, but far too late. Get out of there with the Throne of Ruin. And the CC mutate comes Natko for the extra Siska to close that one off. Now they want to go under the turret and they have taken out the Eudora. Now there's the chopping block. That's going to be the Freya. They do have the damage. This spicy immunity error for a 4 just steals so much under the turret. Gets out and a 4-man wipe for Team Vamos. Guess what? Error for a 4. He's not done yet. Not going to catch the chip, but they take the turret, 4 kills and maybe the middle as well.
That execution by Team Vamos, and of course the execution from Bushido Wildcats in an attempt to get something to start things off for them. It's a perfect summary of the game. Numb decides to go in with a flicker and says the entire team they're trying to get Natko, but with all of the AoE that Vamos has, they get stopped in their tracks. I felt like that was a Hail Mary at this point. A maniac. Will he get the savage? And he does. Error 404. It has gone all wrong for Bushido Wildcats.
Oh my goodness. Team Vamos. They were so ahead of this game. Bushido Wildcats went in for the 5-man play. Not did they play perfectly. Not only did they play well with Siska, with Zakif on the Wrath of the Dryad, and also punishing that ambition coming up from the Bushido Wildcats, able to take them down. 5 of them, wiping them out. Team Vamos, head of the curve time against the Bushido Wildcats.
It's these moments wherein if we were playing our own ranked games, we'd be telling Numb, yo, bro, you can ease up on the ultimate just a little bit, like it's fine. We're gonna back you up. But time we go in, we just keep falling to something, man. We were supposed to play this chip to control the map, not for like hardcore team fighting, because if we do that, we're just gonna be at the mercy of Final Slash, Wrath of the Dryad, everything that Vamos has can mess our team fight up. And it's a slow dissection of the towers, of the control of Bushido Wild. We're heading close to the 12-13 minute mark, and this should be over with this push. If not this one, then the next. The comeback for Bushido. Too tall a task, too difficult in order to follow. But Vamos are still respecting. They're being disciplined with it. Watch Ziki. He pops the conceal and goes in with a flicker. Wrath of Dryad. It's perfect in the engage. Bushido are knocked out of it. Vamos took control early with how they started, and they'll be able to win this game with nary a scratch. 23-4, domination by Vamos.
First 3 picks coming out from Bushido Wildcats was interesting, but the last pick that they did, the chip, I think that they might have just overthought them. There was a way for them to win with the Harley and the Freya for sure, but in the end they chose this Alice to go with the chip, and what happened afterwards was just disastrous. They tried to go for. I think that there was a time that yesterday when they were quote unquote overcompensating. This time I think that's also happening right now. They were so desperate onto getting a pick off that the targets that they select with the chip ultimate will always have some sort of defense out there. It's either the Wrath of the Dryad that Zakif sneakily does whenever there's a chip, and then Sizga, of course, with the amount of reach that he has, and of course Error 404. The met Bushido was on the Claude. It means that there is a launch pad, a runway for Error for tie away and just deal with the entire opponent's J2E. It's a difficult game to play if you're Bushido Wildcats. There was a lot of demands that we suggested for them to be able to win, and they couldn't achieve anything out of that because of their overcompensation once again.
It also has to be pointed out that as we've discussed the importance of like snowball, winning early, and all of that in this current metagame, even more so simplicity is a very important factor. The simpler your lineup is in terms of the idea that it wants to pull off, the much better it is for your entire team. With how the draft for Bushido Wildcats went, as we've been discussing, they needed a steady climb to level 4 for the Harley, a steady level climb to level 4 for the Alice, but then suddenly you see Contemporary going in like that very early on. You see Nom and Kirai not taking care of the vision in that middle bush, overcompensating again in presence for the Alice in the turtle, leaving Nexus to just get spotted out there. And then it started this. Like once it got to this point where Vamos can do this 5 minutes in behind the first turret, that was pretty much the dagger in this game. It was over from the first kill on the Nexus, and then the first kill onto Contemporary leading into the first kill onto Nexus, and then the play behind the tower, that was the dagger. This at this point is just rubbing it in the faces of Bushido Wildcats from Vamos. It's like, let me just show you how over this game really is.
Yeah. You can see when they try to go for a cheeky play, they just get punished over and over again. I think that they will eventually take out, get one kill afterwards. But this time, Team Vamos decides, okay, it's time in the game. They initiate with the Wrath of the Dryad catching 2. They have so much gold advantage that they can just use it as a battering ram against Bushido Wildcats under their own base. It's such a one-sided game, and I think the Bushido Wildcats, that should be a rude awakening for them. Stop with this kind of play style where you desperately want to win. You can naturally win. They are drafting well. Their first 3 picks, they were able to snag Harley with the first pick Freya as well as the Eudora, and I think those first 3 picks alone is enough for defeating Team Vamos. You just have to be more stable with your last 2 picks. When they decided to go for this chip, well, this Alice, it's almost like a death sentence to themselves. Although I could say that there is a window, there's definitely a window for them to win in this game, but unfortunately they played their hand too much.
It's interesting to see that the theme still continues. It's like overcoming, and it's difficult to pinpoint on exactly what. When you've already had a fantastic draft, the first 3 picks, you just need to round it out with some stability. Whereas it seems like they overcompensated with trying to find balance when they didn't need the balance. In this metagame, the clearer your identity, the clearer what you want to do, it's so much better. We're past the time where, you need to make sure there's a checklist of this. Dude, just pack damage or pack hella crowd control and roll from that.
That I completely agree with. Yeah, you don't have to overthink. Simplicity is important in this metagame because you have to really narrow down your win conditions. Of course, it doesn't mean that you will have to just pick all of the meta heroes. Although I would say there was a time, there was a game yesterday. It was Onyx. Really good players in the lineup, and what the coaches did was to draft every single meta hero. I think they were able to get Eudora, Barats, then eventually Guinevere Paquito or something like that. But we're going to be hopping into a quick break, everyone. When we come back, it's going to be game number 2. Let's see if Bushido Wildcats can wake up. But for now, we're going to be hopping into a break.
sometimes you gotta admit when the broadcast track is just pretty much of a vibe. And I've been vibing here.
Yes.
Good thing y'all don't see me dancing. But it's not a vibe at all for Bushido Wildcats. It's definitely a vibe for Vamos, who are continuing their clear identity of how they want to play. Again, Renmore and Wolf still here. You don't see us, but you can hear us. We speak into your ears. We speak into your soul. Is there anything that you want to say, Wolf? Like, I'm not even going to give you a prompt. Just like anything you want to say.
Don't play chip if if you don't have enough sleep. That's what I would say.
If you don't have enough sleep?
Yes.
Is that our working theory now, that our brother Num from Bushido Wildcats has not had enough sleep to play the chip?
No, this is not related to the game that we saw earlier. Although we can say that the decision making coming out from the Bushido Wildcats weren't as pristine as their drafting pattern was yesterday. Because remember, yesterday we were commending the way that they drafted. In fact, there's a lot of promise when it comes to the hero composition that they were able to do. And even in this game number 1, I still see hints of good drafting coming out from them. But I feel like their decision making is not as good as yesterday. And now that you're looking at how they played that game with the chip, it kind of reminded me of when I played with other people who just played so much and grinded so much when it comes to MLBB. The next day they didn't have enough sleep and they end up losing more stars than they've gained because of, lack of sleep. So yeah, don't play chip if you don't have enough sleep.
Yep. It's really good advice, pretty much, to... Yeah, I know it looks so fun, folks. We're in, oh, look, I'm a chip. I can bump into someone. Here's my ultimate. Whoopee! Here's the entire party. But there's a level of nuance to it, which I will also admit, sometimes I do mess up. I apologize to all of the randoms in RG that I have sent to their impending doom because I mistimed my chip ult. But that just adds even more to the case of it, alright? We've already seen the bans. We're not going to forget Freya this time around because Vamos decided to ban that out. Marcel's gone too. Belric, Valentina active. Heraura's gone. So we're going to be seeing some different priorities this time around.
Games of the future.
And that priority should be on the Belric or the Eudora, I feel like, for Bushido Wildcats. No Freya. So instead it will be the Selena. To be fair, there was a time where Kirai started the game with a really good ability to stun his opponents with the arrows. But I feel like this is a hero that they feel is their last resort. It's like a break glass in case of emergency kind of hero here for Bushido Wildcats. And I don't blame them. They could be eliminated from games of the future. And if they lose another game, Team Vamos, however, with a really good answer, the clue, a way to tank the arrow as well as step on the traps of the Selena in case they need to.
I feel like even though we know that this is a comfort, it's, as you mentioned, hey, that's so funny. You straight up mentioned Guinevere and Paquito earlier, and then here comes Bushido Wildcats just prioritizing it right out of the gate.
Yeah.
After seeing the glue in the Harley, though, how do you feel about this?
How do I feel about this? I like it. I like it. There's a lot of skill shots that they may have to land. And the reason why I like it is that whenever I see the Selena and there's other supplementary stuns, there's just so many ways to engage with it. You can start with a stun from both Sunshine as well as Nexus. You can start with a knock-up coming out from the Guinevere into the arrow. It could be arrow into a stun follow-up afterwards. There's a lot of chain stuns that you can do. So 3 heroes with a lot of good sources of crowd control that's gonna be good up against the Harley, but is it good up against the Melissa? That is the bigger question in here. I feel like the Violent Requiem, if you nail it properly, you probably can threaten Natco, but otherwise, it's difficult to play dive against the Melissa.
We saw this a lot as a major component to picking up the Melissa. If you know there's so much dive and not any clear idea of reach to be able to poke the Melissa down, then it's so difficult. But at least the comforting thought is you put in the condition, Wolf, of get the Violet Requiem onto the Melissa. You know it's not going to have Purify. It will always have Inspire. So at least that if you do get that catch, it's gonna be a great catch. But it's, again, gonna be very difficult to execute and really pull off the catch this Melissa out, because hypothetically, even if you get to catch her, there are other problems to deal with. So Bushido need to find a way to level this out with some form of reach or really good dive that once they decide to go in, there's no room for Natco on this Melissa to thrive.
Yeah. And this means that for Team Vamos going to be looking at taking away more damage heroes like Arlet. Think about it, there's a good synergy for Bushido Wildcats with the Arlet, but Guinevere plus the Paquito plus the Arlet, I doubt Bushido Wildcats will actually pick that kind of composition, because that would mean that their Gwyn is your jungle and you have the Paquito in the gold lane up against the Melissa, and I think that is not a good lane to play at for Bushido Wildcats. So I think that they probably would have been better if they banned out the Brody, because I feel like Bushido Wildcats will with that one out. But we'll see. Maybe Bushido Wildcats themselves will just not pick up the Brody, put this Paquito in the gold, put themselves in a very tight spot actually.
Yeah, especially since if Vamos decides to round out with like a Farso or a Vexana as their mid laner, then that's pretty much GG for a all dive composition, and you're playing a new game plus hard mode, hardcore mode, one death, and your entire save run is just gone. So they're saving that pick for later. They get the Uranus, and with all of this dive and burst, it's whoa, oh man, this is not gonna be a fun time for Bushido, but hell, if they pull this off, then they pull this off, but it's too demanding.
Yep. You put your Paquito in a lineup against the Melissa. You put your Benedetta against the Uranus. There is a lot that they have to do. I have to say though, their river fights are really good. They have the damage, they have all of the stunts in the world, have good neutral objective team fighting, but their laning stage, that's what they will have to fix right now. And Team Vamos, what they only have to do right now is to pick a mid laner that will defeat the Selena. Maybe, okay, this is not a hero that I thought about, but it's another anti-dive hero. And this is also a hero that I have seen so many times played against the Guinevere, because what you do is to pop your ultimate when the Guinevere jumps. It will not stop the Violet Requiem, but it will stop any follow-up. And you also deal the damage. So I like the idea here coming out from Team Vamos, ready to close it out. Bushido Wildcats, I hope they're ready. I hope this is like a comfort thing for them, because otherwise their laning stage is gonna be disastrous.
Again, that's why we put that asterisk of if they pull this off, then hey man, Bushido Wildcats can just look at all their previous losses and forget about it. You know, it's just, hey, we were able to do it with this lineup against this composite, against Team Vamos. Let's pat ourselves in the back for that. We're now about to head into game number 2. Looks great for Vamos, especially since they rounded it out with a Zetian. Of course, a hero notorious for, as Wolf mentioned, it being anti-dive. If you cannot time your entries, if you overcommit too early, one Fury of the Phoenix can mess up your entire team. And not just that, even just one well-timed pop from the passive of the Zetian when you think you're about to get her, then it's pretty much over.
Absolutely. Tricky scenario, but if there's anything that esports have told us is that everything can happen. Anything can happen. This is how competition can be. And who knows, maybe Bushido Wildcats, when backed in the corner, will actually show their wild spirit, their animal instincts. That they will be more dangerous if they're in a corner. Just like this one. Look at that. The chain stunts will be good. Zaykeef survives, gets to level 2 just in time so that he will be able to split. And I think that was just perfect timing coming up from Zaykeef.
Yeah, saved by the bell, but you could see it. You mentioned it. The river skirmishes, Wolf, those layers of crowd control that they can chain together, they can build through this, giving Zaykeef difficulty in rotating.
Maybe just skip the lanes, just fast clear the lanes, get out of there as soon as possible, and then team fight afterwards. That also is true for the Guinevere.
At least Numb gets away. Arrow 4-4 had to use deadly magic. Meanwhile, the EXP lane Contepper desperate and getting that this could be bad for him. He's just gonna... Oh! No, that's a pause suddenly, but it looks like the animation already played and the Benedetta did get taken out by the Uranus.
Oh, that's right. I am looking at the minimap and there's no icon already for the Benedetta. And if we're seeing this properly, I think that the Petrify is still available for Kuntapur, but I doubt that he will use it because he knows that the Purify is also available for the Uranus as well. So it will be a wasted Petrify if in case he uses that just to try and survive. That still is the same idea here for Bushido Wildcats. They're going to be just fast clearing the way because we mentioned it's a Paquito going up against the Melissa. Not a good lane for the Paquito. It's the Benedetta up against the Uranus. Not a good sign for the Uranus as well. So tricky scenario again for Bushido Wildcats. However, losing the Benedetta very early into this game is not gonna help their case for sure.
And this is something that you don't want to experience, especially an EXP laner with a lot of eyes watching you. Honestly, Siska was just standing around minion waves and spamming the first kill. I'm pretty sure that's how it went for him. It's like, all right, keep dashing in. Like, it's like Benedetta's doing aerobics in a powerlifting competition. It's like, you're doing a lot, but it's the wrong setting for this man. And now it leads to him just getting taken out by this Uranus, and he made it look easy. Of course, we're going to be starting the game in just a bit. Thank you again for your patience, but if you just missed it, it's been a good start for Bushido up until this moment where Kuntepper in the EXP lane just got taken out by Siska, and it pushes the narrative even further of it feels like Kuntepper just wants to do a lot, but not exactly at the right time for it.
Really scary situation now for the Wildcats. At the same time, there is a big part of me that kind of wants them to at least even win in the early stages. I feel like so that this game will be much more interesting and much more, and obviously not one-sided. Because I feel like whenever I see a composition with a lot of stunts, I do want it to be successful because I feel like that is a good way to approach Moba matches. But I feel like if this kind of momentum continues for Team Vamos, well, Team Vamos are just gonna be having a great time. A Uranus that will get the first blood, and then you have the glue that will survive every single attack that is going to be thrown at him, and then Arrow 404 running around the map comfortably. That's not a good sign for Wildcats for sure.
Especially the start that they had gave them a lot of optimism, really. But maybe if they start layering really good crowd control for Kirai, Nexus, and Numb, leave Kuntepper to just do his own thing as the Benedetta, get the Selena, Guinevere, and Cho together to just chain things up, use Nexus's Violet Requiem and entry as some means to help sweep things up after Numb and Kirai have forced out Purifies from especially the Melissa. It sounds demanding, yes, but it should be good. Oh!
Survive.
Right on the money, Contemporary still actually survives. We thought he'd get taken out, but I think he already used the eye for an eye, but he did use the Petrify, and Sizka chose not to purify it. So that's what happened. But Sunshine up top needs to be careful. Error 404 is there nearby. He tosses out the Deadly Magics, messes up Sunshine's flow of team fighting as he baited Sunshine to get a little bit closer to him. He's still trying to go after Natko! A two-man outplay towards the Paquito. And because of the fury of the Phoenix from Klokun, they were able to spot out Nub, who tried to back him up and tried to follow up with a kill onto the Melissa. But in the Turtle Pit, Bushido Wildcats will be able to get their first of the series.
All things considered, the Bushido Wildcats almost won that fight up top. They forced the rotation coming out from the Harley, and they adjusted focusing on the turtle, so they get something out of nothing. But of course, losing the gold lane, Paquito in the early stages is not a good sign. Natko almost died in there up top. The moment that Sunshine gets or he will have the distinct advantage over the Melissa, but only now the movement coming from Team Vamos, the way that they approach this is just to try and go for a 2v1. But now, try to go for a kill onto Num will just get away in there. And with all due fairness, Bushido Wildcats, they have the lead.
Yeah, you could see the hesitation also from Vamos in the sense that even though they were able to get the Cho onto the grab, not of course the best target for everyone to just jump on. You saw that Vamos is really respecting that crowd control surprise burst capability if they decide to go in. You do still have the passive on the Zetian. You still have space escapes and everything. Contemporary is going to get dove on this time by two members of Team Vamos. He tries to use the Electro final blow to survive for as long as he could. Maybe popped it a little bit too early, but at that point, Vamos just forced it out of him. They get a kill. Up top, Bushido trying to make a rotation towards the Melissa. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, they get the arrow off onto the glue and the perfect kick. There's a counter dive with the fury of the Phoenix, but it's not going to amount to anything as Bushido have finally been able to show off what they can do, not just in the series, but here in GOTF with a good start in game number 2.
Ooh, finally, we've seen. It's just a sight to see that they are utilizing their lineup in a way that they have the advantage. When we talked about their lineup, it's really good in river fights. Not in the laning stages, in the 1v1s, but in river skirmishes. Are going to see them flourish. And the fact that they are now ahead by 1,000 gold means that they can fight again. Neutral objectives are key for them. They will have 5 people in here. And there's no chance that Team Vamos is loot. What a kick onto the Uranus though. Not the best one. And off to the backside. Sunshine already forces out the Harley. The Guinevere will take the turtle. And now they will be able to punish Sizka, who in front of 4 members of Bushido Wildcats. Now the Melissa wants to go for a poke in here. But that means that Bushido Wildcats will just collect some of the jungle creeps. They still want to look for the Harley, but they will not find him.
This is what we're looking for from Bushido, and finally they get to show it off. They know exactly what they need to do, but an outplay, the go away is perfect, and there is no burn to finish off Natko. It ends just in time. They're able to recover somewhat. Bushido are still controlling the map. They are still controlling the sides and the river, and despite that small win, they still have to climb back.
This is look now for Bushido Wildcats, now alive in the division, alive in Games of the Future. They also took out 2 turrets. When we said that this lineup is good when it comes to river skirmishes, we saw that once again, but this time I like what Sunshine did. It was the one that forced out Error 404 out of position. And now they want to go for this orange invasion. Will not be in time for that one. They just took away the jungle camp, the Rock Ursa. So that's my another kick show followed up with the stun. They do have the damage this time, and the Purify was not enough. Imagine a 3-man unit that can take out the Uranus. This is looking real good for the Wildcats.
Finally get to see them, and they're doing really well. No hesitation. I feel like the coach, that little talk that he gave his team really worked out too. Here comes the Fury of the Phoenix. It stuns a lot of members of Bushido. It means that Nom won't be able to get the opening that he wants with the kick. While Vamos, safely behind their first turret and in between their first and second, are not going to lose any members heading into turtle number 3. Though Bushido still have the control in the map, this is the time for Vamos to find the turnaround in this major third turtle. While members of Bushido are managing the map, they can turn it around here.
Oh, looking. Definitely can turn this around. They're gonna be looking for the right angle and approach his team fight. They will be focusing on the turtle right now, and this means that they can group around and find another team fight in the orange buff, which will spawn in 12 seconds. I think that's about the kick. The arrow into the kick, into the Valor Requiem. No waking up for Siska. That's death number 3 for the Uranus. And onto the backside, they want to go for a kill the Melissa, forcing out the go away. The glue will be able to ult onto the Benedetta. The Benedetta will likely fall. It will be the case, but in exchange, they will now have momentum. Arrow flies, does not hit. They will go for the orange buff, and they stole it away. Bushido Wildcats, the aggression is real.
And Vamos look overwhelmed with all the crowd control, with everything flying towards them at any given moment. Gotf didn't need to go down there, but he was able to do the job of taking Nako out of the fight. Meanwhile, up top, Siska gets dove upon again by the Roam and the jungle of Bushido alongside the Paquito. They're not going to be able to take down the Uranus, but they did take down the tower. Bushido, they are still within tempo. They are still at their pace. But it might get to the point where if this Melissa is online and just one wrong move by Bushido, Vamos can turn it around. But so far, it's looking like Bushido know exactly what they need to do and exactly when to do it. Bottom side rotation now for members of Vamos here. How aggressive will Bushido Wildcats be in this attempt? They go ahead and kick the glue. Gotf with the Electro final blow, but now they get countered by the Fury of the Phoenix. This is exactly what we were just talking about. Gotf gets taken out. The glue is riding here onto the Joe, and Team Vamos are looking to get even more kills. Arrow 404 chasing after Nexus alongside Siska. Vamos cannot find any more bodies. That is just one, but Bushido Wildcats got nothing out of that.
Real estate controlled. I think that is what they were able to achieve in there. Team Vamos will have to correct the lanes for now. 9 seconds before the Lord. The position will be better from the Bushido Wildcats. However, gotta be careful. Team Vamos will now want to group up together. But still waiting for the third item onto Natco, which means that the Trinity is not available yet on this Melissa. That means that their 5v5 is not as strong as the Wildcats when it comes to head-on collision, especially when Nom gets a pick-off. Will they go for the Uranus once again as a target of the kick? This is very exciting. Arrow flies, Red Mar, it seems like the Lord that is about to commence.
And it's going really well right now for Bushido Wildcats. Clockman does not have the Fury of the Phoenix, just has Ziki for the conceal. Finds a little bit of a better angle, gets information on Nom, Nexus, and Kirai. They know that the Benedetta is up top too. There's a slow minion wave, a big one, pushing in the bottom lane of Team Vamos, and they need to go faster. It looks like they will. They're going to go ahead and try to force a reaction out of Bushido Wildcats. Sunshine coming in from the wings. So is the Benedetta. Nom trying to bait out abilities from Vamos. Do they know the Petrify? Electro Final Blow combo gets stopped a little bit from the passive, but Arrow 404 is down. Kirai gets taken out, but Natko somehow gets the last hit, and it all looked too good. Maybe it was too good to be true. Vamos wins it.
Unbelievable coming out from Vamos. Bushido Wildcats already initiated well with Gotf. However, there wasn't any follow-up. That's the problem. They have a lot of stunts, but they weren't able to chain it together. And the reason why that is because the positioning coming up from Team Vamos and the fact that the Fury of the Phoenix is the perfect way to counter the dive comp. After the jump coming up from the Benedetta, the Fury of the Phoenix information as well as the extra stun allowed for Natko as well as the other members of Team Vamos to collect themselves, utilize this Melissa in a very offensive manner while the glue as well as the units are protecting them. And of course, Error 404 and just dealt enough damage and enough disruption that the Wildcats' formation was crumbling. Natko, the MVP, For some reason, those needles was enough to take out the Lord. And now Team Vamos are back in the game.
Nub trying to find a conceal angle, but isn't going to be committing it. Vamos know that they have the lead. This is the moment that they were waiting for. Bushido handled this as well as they could with the lineup that they had. They get an arrow, but the Phoenix gets brought out again. We talked about the impact of this Zetian, and it's been felt over and over with every team fight. But in these past two major moments, it's the sad reality that Bushido now has to deal with. They did everything they could, but this was inevitable for the lineup that they were up against. Despite them getting a kick onto Ziki, he just gets to split away. And Siska can just now do this. Body the members of Bushido in their own base.
Push commences. A lot of problems. Now Bushido Wildcats have to correct now. Damage coming out from Natko is just immense. We talked about how the treaty is not available yet for the Melissa, but this time it is now available. Just one team fight win was all it took. And now even Siska is not the target anymore for Bushido Wildcats. He's not an easy target anymore with the Purify being available. And of course, the Melissa that can turn things around in case. Zetian Ultimate is almost available as well, coming out from Klokun. 2-0-5 on the Zetian, the mid laner for Team Vamos. They can engage once again. It's 30 seconds before the Lord. And it might well be the last team fight for both of these teams if Vamos takes it.
It's Bushido who decides to take it. They decide to jump onto the Uranus, but now they're getting sandwiched here by the members of Vamos. Fearing the Phoenix is not going to land, but that does provide all the information. Not with the kick defensively. The Violet Requiem to try and stop the members of Team Vamos from jumping onto them, but it seems like it was inevitable after all. They try to go in with the Electro final blow, but Natko is down. Natko is down. The game isn't over yet. Whip us back into the portal. I'm trying to hear if we can get information. It's not over yet. Bushido is still alive, and they've taken out 4 members of Vamos.
I would say something really smart, Renmar, but I did not see what exactly happened in there. What we do know is that the Wildcats are not out just yet, and there is the Lord. Potential kick. No. That's gonna be the passive. No, not even the passive to Zetian actually. That was just a flicker. They tried to go in. However, it's gonna be enough for them to take this Lord. There's a minion wave up top that has to be handled by Vamos as well. Sunshine takes it. It's not over, Redmar. It's not over yet. Hang on, everyone. We might see something historic coming soon. This is the best game that Bushido Wildcats have played so far. They are up against Team Vamos. Arrow 404 checks out that bush, checks where Numb is. Team Vamos are feeling that they have to gather themselves together. They have to move as 5, which I think is the right decision here.
Vamos are probably just as surprised as we are. Maybe even they themselves were feeling that they were getting whipped into the portal. But Bushido had other plans. The best they looked, as you mentioned, tournament life is what they're fighting for. With a lineup that at this point should be struggling, just pulled off the defense of a lifetime. They layered their crowd control perfectly. Heroics from Kuntepper and everyone else to make sure that they can find the Melissa. Bushido, can they do it? But it's still a tall mountain to climb with all of the minions and towers that they need to break.
Okay. Team Vamos are perfect. Are playing the defense perfectly. Now they want to go for a pick of it. I don't know how that happened, but Kuntepper actually was taken out a pivotal piece of the Bushido Wildcats composition. Fortunately, it's just 15 minutes into this game, and there is no real estate lead for Team Vamos when it comes to the minion wave right now. So they can wait for 25 more seconds, clear out their own jungle camps, but Team Vamos wants to take advantage of this. They're pressing the attack in the middle, positioning themselves. Lord is still 70 seconds away. Wildcats will not be punished from that pickoff.
Room to build, exactly, is what the death of the Benedetta has now given for Vamos. Minion waves up top will be pushing. A slow push down bottom. an even slower push through the mid. It's going to be a lot of minion waves for Vamos to deal with. Kunteper has returned. So Bushido has 40 plus seconds to work with in terms of getting some semblance of map control, but Vamos doesn't want to give it. Conceal play to break this tower up top. To make the base go bald. No more towers here. The Abyssal Arrow lands onto the Zetian. They pop Clockon. They force the Fury of the Phoenix and they find Error 404 in the center. Nub, Sunshine, and Nexus have done it. No jungler for Vamos, and now Bushido is going for the chase. It's their turn for advantage. It's their turn for a clearer shot at this next Lord.
What a roller coaster of a game. I can't believe that this is what we're witnessing. Team Vamos looks like they had it in them already, but now they have lost their jungler. They have to somehow delay this Lord take long enough for the Harley to be alive in 10 seconds. Bushido Wildcats, they want to burst. Red Mar seems like they want to kill Numb now.
Can they get him? Knock up onto the Melissa, forces out the Purify. He didn't need that Inspire after all. Natko is double killing everyone. A shutdown of the Makino. Natko, but Kirai somehow miraculously gets the last hit on the Lord. But it's just the Selena remaining. He gets an arrow and a combo off onto the glue. But try as he did, it was inevitable after all. Clockon is deathless. Natko with the heroics. Bushido, thank you for your efforts, but Vamos will qualify for the playoffs.
Hats off, the Bushido Wildcats have shown that when they're backed in a corner, their animalistic instincts will reign through. They tried their best. They were winning team fights back and forth. It was chaotic. It was messy. But they had to do it. Unfortunately, that will be the last game that they play for Games of the Future. Team Vamos were more calm in that last moment. Although they've lost Error 404, they had a straight up idea to delay the Lord, force some movements coming out from the Benedetta as well as the Cho. And when Numb overextended, when the Benedetta overextended, that's how they were able to just pick them apart one after the other. It also helped that the Melissa has a lot of is a multi-targeted hero if you nail the cuddles correctly, and Natko just played it well. He played the Melissa really well yesterday and he picked up where he left off. This time it wasn't an easy early game for him, but when he got the items and when he got the opening, it's as if he showed us how the Melissa should be played once again. Vamos will move through. Still a big challenge ahead of them in case, but unfortunately for the Wildcats, it's the end of the line.
Fortunately, they did not go out with a whimper. They definitely went out with a bang. In their final game here, in Games of the Future, we thought that Vamos could just coast to it, but Bushido were able to make the lineup work until eventually the reality of playing up against the Melissa, and a Melissa with a Purify at that, just hit them hard. But I'm pretty sure Vamos didn't expect that game to go as it did, with Bushido, as you so eloquently put it together, just brought out their animalistic side. And when it seems like when they can just free flow and play without thinking too much about a lot of what they want to do, and they kept it simple. Simple in the sense that, yes, mechanically, they still needed to layer crowd control, but it was simple in the idea that whoever gets hit by the arrow, just go ahead and jump on them. Yeah. Play around the Guinevere, the Cho, and the Selena hit squad.
Yeah. And we can see it through the replay how good it was for the Wildcats at the start, but this was the turnaround the Team Vamos were looking for. You can see how separated the members of the Wildcats are. And that Zetian ultimate just is really good against the dive composition. Oh, this is the part that we didn't really see. I think this was the defense, right?
Yes.
So it was a 3-man Petrify stun that led into Sunshine just decimating them, and of course Kirai landing the nice stuns afterwards. It's just Team Vamos were clumped up together and there was that to punish. For some reason they took out Air 404. We're gonna see the Lord fight afterwards. And yep, Numb was just too low. The Petrify, the Guinevere jumped into Natko, but Natko was able to purify out of there. And the go away that will be a problem after the fact that the Viral Requiem was over. That were one of the many reasons why Team Vamos were able to win in that specific game.
Yeah, imagine being able to take out the Purify of that Melissa, but I feel like at that point the team fight was just so messy. Even Cisco was doing a great job of playing around the other members of Bushido Wildcats, who I'm pretty sure really wanted to follow up for Nexus. And I think that's where their discussion was, because I believe I saw Nexus and it was Numb having a conversation. And at one point, Numb did a hand sign where he crisscrossed. And then looking back at that last fight, I think that's exactly what they were talking about. Nexus probably going, yo, I got that Melissa, I popped this Purify. And then Numb was like, no, they had to split up because the Uranus was here. Let's just go with that. Yeah. I like that theory. And I like it when I sound smart. So let's just accept that as fact. But the fact is, Clocken is the MVP on this Zetian Wolf.
Yeah. The Fury of the Phoenix and the last pick is Zetian as well. That tells you that there's a lot of mastery that is around this Zetian tournament from Clocken. And most importantly, Team Vamos knew exactly what they wanted to do to go up against this dive comp that they've seen. And of course, Clocken played it perfectly. 0 deaths, 81% kill participation, and a lot of damage dealt along the way. It was sad to see Bushido Wildcats go after finally waking up in this tournament. They played 4 games in total. The first 3 games that they played, it seems that they just couldn't really unleash their potential. This game, they were almost there. It's just that they ran out of gas up against Team Vamos, and with that, they bow out of the tournament.
Still a tremendous showing, but Vamos does continue their road. Just a quick update for you from the other stream. Currently, it looks like Team Spirit was able to qualify for the playoffs. They had to forfeit their match against Falcons, but the champions of MSC easily swept through Entity 7 to make it into the playoffs. So Vamos and Spirit are in, and doesn't that sound familiar? Coming up next, the final Group B match to determine better placements. Bigatron by Vitality, Foot Esports. When we get back, we're gonna go on a break now. Renmar and Wolf come back later for the next match of Group B.
Үкіместер әр қадамы жаңа жетістікке жетелейтін марафон. Біз осы жолды сіздермен бірге 10 жылдан бері жүріп келеміз. Тимур Құлыбаевтың қайырымдылық қоры.
Центр кредит банкымен сіз қарапайым және заманауи шешімдердің ортасындасыз. Нық сеніммен жан сапаға BCC KZ мүмкіндіктерді кеңейтіңіз.
Games, games, games.
The playoffs qualification matches here at Games of the Future. Day 2 for Groups B and D continues. However, since Bigatron by Vitality and Foot Esports are both in the upper bracket, they are already locked in for their playoff slots. But what they're going to be fighting for here is advancement. If whoever wins this will be launched straight into the second round of playoffs, whoever loses this still has to go through the first round. Renmar and versus Foot.
Well, we saw a lot of good stuff coming out from Foot Esports, but they eventually managed to show us that they are way better than I think Eman was the story of their first series was
to win, similar to what they got against Bushido Wildcats, to really increase a lot of good stuff, then I like their chances against Bigatron by Vitality. But BTR by Vitality, I remember our discussions yesterday. Number one, they gave Vamos a taste of their own medicine that's heading into this game.
yeah. I feel like that's a very safe, a very safe prediction if in case. And the reason why I say that is BTR have performed well in the most recent international tournament, MSC, up until the point that they lost against a Filipino team, Falcons. I think that there was a little bit of a change up when it comes to the priorities of the teams. Like, for example, when they first played with the Melissa in the group stages, they looked unbeatable. And then in the playoffs, it seems like there was a tech that Falcons were able to invent up against the Melissa. Apart from banning it, they also picked the Clint against it. And then we eventually saw that Eman could not play as aggressively anymore. But now, with the mixture of Clint, Melissa, and Brody as tech gold lane marksman picks, it allowed Nael to just focus on one specific hero, which is the Hirara. So, BTR, I think they're the favorites in this scenario because of the amount of hero pool that they have up against Foot Esports. And we haven't even talked about the guy who actually has a lot of heroes under his belt, Maestro Moreno.
Oh, the Maestro. He really continued his string of really stellar games, and games that just continued to push his own moniker. He really was a Maestro for Bigatron by Vitality yesterday against Team Vamos. And I think that's going to be a good starting point here for Foot Esports in the center of the map through Psyche and Blotsfet. By the way, I want to say congratulations to Psyche. He is going to be playing at the Nations Cup representing Germany alongside Kid Bomba. So that's going to be his first international call-up, if I'm not mistaken. So congratulations to him and, of course, the entirety of Team Germany. So for Foot Esports, I remember we were talking about it with Monsieur Sultan de Guzman. And we asked him, it's like, hey, what's it like in Turkey? Do you guys think it's just an easy lock-in for you guys to MSC? And he admitted to us, no, there's a lot of really good teams. And Foot Esports is one of those really good teams that he admittedly see as a team that other teams around the world need to respect.
Yeah, but to be fair, they were battling it out back and forth in the Turkey region, MTC. That's right? It's not MCT, right? It's MTC.
Yes. MTC is for Turkey. MCT is the Champions Tour.
That's right. There you go. You're right. All right. So in that region, we saw that there was almost a rivalry, a little Classico in that region. But of course, Aurora Gaming have won consistently up against Foot Esports. That did not stop Foot Esports though from performing internationally. When we started doing the wildcards, they almost got to MSC as well. Had it not been for other factors, because that's a very strong competition in the wildcards, anyways. So what I'm trying to say here is that Foot Esports are not pushovers by any means. We saw yesterday how good they were with the aggressive composition that they're playing with. I, however, feel like they have to work better when it comes to their drafting, because it felt like their drafts yesterday were a little bit not as good as their opponents. And when you're looking at Bigatron by Vitality, there were so many games in the MSC, and yesterday when I felt like, okay, they actually have a better draft. And this is a team that has a good amount of coaching staff with them, including Coach Panda in there as well. But I do know that Vitality, they can well, actually. They can look for the proper heroes in the meta game that will allow them to be successful in each of the games that they play. So yep, Foot Esports has to work with their drafting in order for them to be able to have a chance against Vitality.
We start by looking at the EXP lane. Shogun for Bigatron by Vitality. His Barretts, he was one of the key Barretts players that we got to see yesterday. But Shogun, I really like how he plays the map and how he plays his role, especially with someone like Finn in the roam. We've always talked about how EXP and roam are very interchangeable. They're the ones taking turns in terms of which one of us will initiate, which one of us is entry to get vision. You can juggle that around, and Shogun just has always, to me, delivered a great balance of being able to do both no matter the situation. It's like whatever you need him to do, he'll be able to do it. On the other side, for Xe, when he played yesterday against Bushido Wildcats, he also showed off some key heroes which will be key in the trades in this matchup. Barretts, Paquito. For Bigatron by Vitality against Team Vamos, they had Uranus, Ruby, and the Esmeralda. I had to be reminded that, okay, it wasn't Shogun that played the Barretts, actually. It was Sizka yesterday. So we haven't seen Barretts on Shogun yet. But if I'm Foot, I'm going to start off by making sure Shogun does not end up with that hero.
Oh yeah. There was the very first performance of the modern day Barretts, the 2026 Barretts, the sneaky Barretts, and it was definitely Shogun that showed us how it's done. And I fairly remember there was a time where BTR by Vitality was already losing significantly against their opponents, and what Shogun did was to play the Barretts in a way that you target a specific hero and you make sure that you will be able to eliminate that hero. So there's that kind of Barretts mode. There is the idea is you pick maybe a roamer or an EXP laner, which is a vital piece of your opponent's draft. It doesn't have to mean you always target the jungler or you always target the gold laner. Sometimes it's just even the mid lane. The idea is just to identify which hero can easily be eliminated and will actually take away the nature of the composition of your opponent. So there was a time where he went for the roamers, that he targeted the mid laners, and it was wonderful to watch because they slowly whittle down their opponents to a point where they can now win team fights despite playing from behind. So that's one way to play the Barats, and I think this is Shogun special. There was another Shogun special, which is a sneaky Barats that we first saw, and actually allowed Vitality to destroy their opponents and win the team fights easily because of the pickoff. So Shogun, definitely the Barats virtuoso of MSC.
Barrett's virtuoso. I never thought you could actually put those two words together in the same thought. A virtuoso and then it's Barrett's. Big stompy boy, but of course with how they changed up this their ultimate. Honestly, very welcome change to Detonus welcome. And it still makes sense in the lore. For Foot Esports, they did ban out two heroes against Bushido Wildcats that I wouldn't be surprised if they continue to ban out, especially against Nile today. They took out the Fanny. But even with the Fanny gone, we saw Nile, of course, two Hirara games, plays the Harley, and I'm pretty sure in terms of the jungle pool, we're pretty much stuck with that. Hirara, Harley, Nolan, Fanny, and just trading out those heroes.
Sometimes there could be Suyo in the mix.
That's true.
There are specialists for Guinevere, like what we saw from Kyrie, and I think eventually it will come up, especially when Hirara as well as the Harley is bad, and then Nolan is no longer good, or Soyo is too much. Sometimes the option is to go for the Guinevere, and this happens when good marksman gold laners are available, when reliable marksmen are available, because what that gives you is the option to have the late game intact. And still, heroes like Brody, heroes like Clint, these are heroes that are great in the late game, but also very good in third turtle, in practically the mid game, which allows teams to be more creative when it comes to their overall hero compositions.
I think we can latch onto that thought then. You mentioned, okay, with those gone, you still have heroes like the Guinevere. Would it be good for Foot Esports if they decided to try to call it back to utilities in a way? I'm sure there's still always going to be one assassin let through, but if they can somehow manipulate the draft to make it look good for Bigatron to pick up something like the Guinevere or any other utility, do you think that'd be good for them, even if it's like a Barrett's in the jungle for now? Or do they just play assassin?
So for Foot Esports, I think it's okay to play utility. Now for Vitality, I feel like with how Eman is playing recently, I think it's way better if they focus on assassins. And I'm saying this not because I don't trust the late game options for Eman. I still do. I think he is amazing, but whenever I see Eman be aggressive in the third turtle, second turtle, first lord, and just get two items, just get Sky Piercer and he's okay with the Brody, or when he plays the Paquito, he's just so disruptive. I feel like Vitality feels more like a Vitality team when Eman is playing aggressive heroes, which typically happens if you have assassins. So yeah, for Vitality, Nael and Eman, when they play together, when they play with their strengths, I feel like they're a treat to watch. So yes, assassins for Vitality.
It'll be a tough task here for Foot Esports, how they're going to manage, because even their own jungler is assassin coded. It seems like when Kazue can pop off, do his own thing, there might be teams crazy enough here and there to try and change the mold just a little bit, harken back to an older style just to shock their opponent and get them out of their comfort zone and in their system. And that might work out for Foot if ever.
Yeah, and then what that generally means is they should have figured out their identity by now for esports. Especially with how the nature of tournaments like this go. It's relatively a quick tournament. It's just a week, right? So you are not incentivized to hide what your strategy pools are, especially if your strategy pool is smaller. And the reason why I'm saying this is because Foot Esports will have to claw their way into the tournament up against the top teams in the region, like BTR by Vitality. Eventually, they will face like the likes of Onyx, the likes of Team Spirit, so even the Falcons, right? So it will be difficult for them to bounce back in the tournament if they don't know their identity yet. If you know your identity, it means that you will have a much better mastery with their hero pool, with your strategy. So that means that you have a better likelihood of winning in the tournament.
Know your identity and keep it simple. It's good to be able to show that you're flexible and you can do this and that, but in this current age and metagame, it seems like it's not just about being able to do everything. It's being able to do one thing, one simple thing, very, very well. Again, distilling MLBB back to its purest form. Let's see who between Bigatron by Vitality and Foot Esports can do that better. Remember, these two teams are already qualified for the playoffs. They will be fighting for qualifications, whether the loser will go to the round of 16 or the winner will go to the quarterfinals straight up, skipping a step in the playoffs. Team Spirit, the latest champions of MSC from just a few days ago, beat Entity 7 with a dominating 2-0. However, since they had to forfeit their match against Team Falcons PH because of a schedule conflict, Spirit had to fight that in the lower bracket, meaning that they'll be crawling from the round of 16. Later on in Group A, we'll see Team Falcons PH go up against Tianfeng Hawaii. And in Group C, Selangor Red Giants, Rune Eaters in the upper bracket finals, while Aurora Gaming and the Mongols will be at the lower bracket finals.
Wow. Unfortunately for the Entity 7, it's a choice between the M5 World Champion and the MSC 4th placer or the MSC Champions. Yeah. Very unfortunate for them. And they will not be moving on to the Games of the Future as well. You know what's crazy? You put the MSC Champs in the round of 16 no matter what because of that default. And they also have another MSC semi-finalist, which is Aurora in the mix, right? I hope it's not Aurora versus Team Spirit after the draw. Is it even possible to be that way? Don't think so.
Actually, that's a good question.
Are you looking at the...
Yeah, I'm trying to see I think it's really just a draw.
Oh, it's a draw, so it is possible.
Yeah, it could be a possibility, unless like a cross bracket thing. Let me... We were given some supplementary files. I remember I scoured through them before, but I don't remember seeing anything. But maybe, just maybe, I might be able to draw up that information in terms of like how we're going to decide which teams face each other in the playoffs, where they land. But it would make sense if it's just going to be a draw, because if there's going to be some shenanigans about being able to pick one or the other, that might be a little bit too much. Right now, we're just waiting for the teams to start up. So while we wait for Bigatron by Vitality and Foot Esports to set up and make sure everything is all right, let's go ahead and watch this.
The Games of the Future are a very challenging ordeal. It is a competition aimed at evaluating performance both at the digital and physical stages, which encourages strong ambitions, drive, and spirit. Today, though, we have gathered our athletes to take a quick break and try out Kazakh national food. Let's see what we have here. Bowersak, a delicious fried dough snack that is often enjoyed in the Central Asian region. What do our athletes think about it?
Yummy.
Fluffy inside, fried.
We love to see these reactions from our participants. Let's move on to Gent, It is a sweet dish made from roasted millet, butter, and sugar. This yummy snack usually cooked on holidays and special occasions.
This is very good.
Man, this dish is absolutely enjoyed by everyone who tried it. Now, our participants will try out court. Dry, hard cheese, often formed into balls or chunks. Let's check out these reactions.
Very fried as well.
These reactions were absolutely awesome. Let's move on to kuimus. This traditional Central Asian drink is made from fermented mare's milk, and it holds deep cultural significance to nomadic cultures.
Pour me up 5 glasses. I'm trying to get wasted.
Thank you so much, guys. Good luck on the tournaments.
I'm gonna take this and then I don't even have more water. What do you say? Asbulsen.
Great to see teams from different countries and nationalities get together and try out some new things. Big Drama Vitality and Foot Esports are still getting situated, so while we wait for them to get ready, let's take a breather for ourselves as well. We'll be back. Don't go anywhere. Stand by because this game could start at any moment. See you in a bit. hope every one of y'all got to get a great breather, quick little break, maybe grab some water, whatnot. We're finally back. A pregame discussion on Big Trial by Vitality Foot Esports. We are set. We're going to be heading into the draft in just a little bit. Maybe we can get into a little bit more specifics in terms of what to expect. You know, Wolf, there's something that I noticed looking at the drafts from all of the games. There's one hero who's popped out a little bit more in terms of the picks, and that's Glue in the Roam.
The Glue in the Roam. And is it because Atlas and Beleric have always been like the matchup that we always look at, and then whenever one of them is banned, the other one can run free? Like when Atlas is banned, of course Beleric becomes, you know, his tier becomes very, very high. It becomes S tier. But the way that you mitigate that is to look for another option, which in this case is the Glue. That probably is what is happening now.
Yeah. Actually, looking back at it, good thing you pointed that out. Looking at the bans where we saw the Glue pop up, it's in games where one of the two are gone, whether it's the Atlas or Beleric. So it seems like it might be the third string option. There's one main option that we must not forget. Of course, the Marcel does pop up a lot in the bans and in the major trades. And I feel like generally it's just a good hero to get for yourself. That if any team on the blue side decide to let go of it and would be willingly giving the Marcel to the red side team, I would be scared of that.
Yeah. And in this scenario, both of the Atlas, well, not only the Atlas as well as the Beleric, but also Marcel is open. BTR just straight up ban the Hirara. Kind of understanding that there is no positive trade for them. And look at how people are now reacting against BTR. After watching that first series, Melissa is now a priority ban for BTR. Against BTR, I mean. This is not a thing, definitely, because there's a lot of things that you have to consider. You still have to think about Marcel. You still have to think about the Atlas, as well as the Beleric and the Valentina at a certain regard. So that is a free ban that BTR will always enjoy when whoever they face.
That's going to make it a little bit tougher, the trading too. Well, come to think of it, taking out a hero that isn't exactly one of the S tiers that you want to chase right out of the bat opens up a lot of options very quick. It went straight from banning out the Selena to an instant Fanny ban by Foot Esports, one of the heroes that we mentioned. And again, we should be very scared of the team willingly giving up the Marcel as the first pick, especially when it's the Valentina they choose to prioritize instead.
Yeah. How crazy BTR has been drafting. And definitely Foot Esports will be shocked in this first pick. Atlas, Beleric, Marcel. What do you pick now? And BTR felt like there were way too many options. Let's pick a hero that will answer all of that. And that definitely is the Valentina. I like the idea of the Uranus though. I believe that Foot Esports have chosen the perfect hero to be the perfect blind pick hero, in fact, which is the Uranus, because it really is not scared of anything just yet. The Marcel is a good pick overall, so that means that BTR, even when the Barrett is available, they will second guess picking that up. Without any Hirara, Fanny, Nolan, as well as the Harley might be the priority here for BTR. Instead, they go for the Paquito as well as the Atlas. Atlas way really understandable. I wonder why they went in for the Paquito, because it does not answer both the Uranus as well as the Marcel.
Yeah, it's pretty obvious now that you're most likely gonna consider this for either one of the carry positions in the gold or jungle as the main go-to here. Might be too tough to play in the jungle that you might have already just shown your Eman card. Let's see if they have anything else to pull out of the bag. Foot Esports, I guess it will also make them think twice about banning out the Esmeralda, even though it'd be great against them. You mentioned the Harley, it does get picked up. They have the Uranus and EXP. I guess it's like just for a quick hezzy for Foot. It's like, oh, do we still ban the Esme? Are we confident that this Paquito can still go XP? It doesn't really need to. They still have mid and gold they need to pick up. They will be the first pick on the swing back. might be good for them to lock in their mid laner and then just adjust their gold lane pick depending on how big it's drawn by Vitality rounds out their draft in the blue side.
Yeah. Harley, overall, the good pick. I think the Foot Esports have managed to find their first 3 picks really well. What really just is scary is, will they find a good gold laner to finish this off? So they will ban the Brody. That means that we might just see a typical Moskov going up against the Claude matchup. At the same time, the flex is scary for PTR because this Paquito can be played in the gold as well. Now, that being said, BTR can just take away the roam. Oh, no, not really the roam. Actually, the mid lane
golds. Yeah.
Against the Valentina, you think always Gord or Jushin.
I actually like
options.
Yeah, I like those two. Those would be really good for Foot. Gord Harley has always been a terrific combo together, so that might be the prio. They take out the juice in. Maybe they might just commit both bans into the mid laner, but might be a little bit overkill. They'll need to consider at least 1 gold ban, I think.
Yeah. Well, hopefully it does not reveal anything. Well, one thing that will benefit them if they do focus on the gold lane bans, like Claude, for example, is that you will really panic if you're a Foot Esports. You might not have enough options in the gold lane. Let's just say the Claude is taken out, then where do you go next? You don't know where the Paquito is going. You can't just go for a carry because carry 4th pick, for example. That will not happen. They might even be required to last pick their gold laner because of how limited their options are and how scary the Paquito can be. So Hanabi ban, of course.
All right. Seems like we close it out with an Arlot Hanabi ban. Makes sense. And wow.
Yeah.
I mean, they won with a Hanabi
for BTR.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what it feels like. It's just, the trauma is real, but I mean, they were able to show up with it. Oh, here's a classic combo. I wonder if Foot Esports will think about just doubling down on all the combos for the Marcel. You get like a Kimmy in the mid, then you just get a Granger to round it out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That could be an option, which means BTR has to brace themselves for that one. That means Ruby Isenshin? Is this what they're going for?
It looks like it, yeah. Like that's the only logical option. Unless they're not gonna send this Ruby to the EXP. Oh no, it could. Some players have done that.
Shogun did play it before.
Yeah.
And that means that Paquito can still be like, this is just such a flex pick. But then again, they will reveal their jungler soon. It's going to be Harith. So Paquito in the jungle XP Ruby, Gold Lane Harith, Foot Esports can still go for the Granger. They might be scared of the Granger versus Harith matchup. It's still a skills matchup the way if you like it, but Granger overall is I would say a normal pick for Foot Esports. Maybe the strangest that they can do is a Moskov or a Claude, but the Granger just rolls in nicely their composition.
Good string of damage, poke, burst. Puts a lot of pressure onto Xe and Bloodsphat for sure in terms of making sure the team is well protected. Wait a minute!
Oh, wait a minute.
It's a gold lane Esmeralda!
And you know what I don't like about this?
What?
This is Foot Esports School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. No physical damage. This it has not worked before. I doubt it will work now. It's not like even the case of a gold lane Harith where it's like true damage that it actually supplements. Marcel deals true damage for sure, but Uranus, Kimmy, Esmeralda, Harley, there's some true damage in there for sure, but this is like way too much magic damage that that anyone should be allowed with. I don't know, Foot Esports, you better play perfectly. Otherwise, they can easily be taken out in this game number 1.
On the flip side, there's a chance, slim at that, for Foot Esports to suddenly just snowball with all of this magic. That's one of the strengths. But again, that's a big if. Historically, lineups like these have turned into magic damage lineups versus radiant armor.
Yes.
Versus Athena shield. And those items will just stop everything that Foot would want to do. Well, not completely, but it will delay the effectiveness of their composition.
I don't like this at all. And there are so many good vessels for the Radiant Armors versus the Athena Shield, especially because BTR has went in for the Paquito, also went in for the Ruby as well as this Atlas. And to be fair, you are already feeling the damage output of Foot Esports in the early stages.
Yep. This is what we're talking about when it comes to the magic damage compositions. They send the Uranus out. They understand that they have to operate through this timer. They have to play fast. They have to dominate early and get as much wins as they can. I'm pretty sure they're going to be hungry to get a quick kill on Denial and delay the progress of this Paquito jungle as much as possible. Because if they cannot get those early wins, it's going to be a very harsh check towards their damage profile against the more balanced damage profile of BTR by Vitality. Blossfett baits out the perfect match. Quick little stun there from Psyche, immobilized. Blossfett getting chased down, and that's the Marcel down. Let's see if the damage will be enough to turn things around. XC's gonna be able to take down Shogun. Psyche takes down Nile. It looks like they might be able to do it here on the early. A double kill for this Kimmy.
Okay. When we ask for them to play perfectly well, they are playing so well and aggressively too. Have taken over the turtle and they are now taking some of the jungle camps for BTR. Blotsfet on this Marcel. It's always good that the Marcel is on a team that has early game snowball because of this. Actually can set up more. Nile is very tanky at this point, as well as Finn, but against Psyche as well as Blotsfed, they're running down the Atlas. Atlas able to survive for that. But the fact of the matter remains, they have stopped Nail from farming, and they will keep on doing this. Want to steal away the orange. I think this is the way that they're playing, that this should be played. Not only are you aggressive against heroes, but you're also oppressive in terms of controlling the jungle.
This feels like I'm watching a drive-by courtesy of Wizards. Instead of blap, 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 you're just hearing Aloha Mora and whatever the hell spell you know, and it's working out. I mean, they're playing around their conditions so well. I mean, this is why on the other side, we do have our doubts around this composition, but Foot, on the flip side that we mentioned, they know what they're doing. They know that they have to play like this. They know that there's a timer of, oh man, once those magic defense items start showing up, we're not going to be able to do this. So it's a question of how fast can they get their items for their Harley. Maybe if they'll put a Sky Piercer on either the Harley or the Kimmy at this point, just so that you can get that extra little kill power to get that out. And it's perfect. They know what they need to do.
Yeah. It seems like they have prepared for this specific moment. This is not their first rodeo. They felt like the Esmeralda could counter the Harif, which is true. It's nature of those heroes are like that up to a specific point. I will not disregard what BTR can do with this composition though, but a 2,000 gold lead is commanding for Foot Esports to have.
Golden Hour brought down here by Moreno as the Valentina Marcel cosplay. Just a delay. The attempt by Foot Esports, but here comes Foot with their Esmeralda and their Harley. Shogun takes a lot of damage. Finn going straight for the Harley. Perfect match into the Fatal Links. It's the perfect combo, but the damage! All of this magic! Drive by my magic wands! And it's too much for BTR by Vitality to handle. You're a wizard, Foot!
And very commendable usage of the traction pulse. Amazing usage and piloting coming out from Blotsfed on this Marcel. Didn't have the golden hour in that clash that they won with, but the way that he stuns and actually helps the Kimi and the other members of Foot Esports nail their skill shots by actually stunning their opponents is really good. Oh no.
Whoa!
A great usage of the ultimate, but XE will be able to trade. Fortunately for Foot Esports, that was just a Marcel.
They didn't need to take that trade. RX trying to go after Emon, but it felt like at that point he just got baited into it instead of committing an escape. But he didn't burn the Purify. He just paid for it with his life. XE now trying to focus on the turret and mid, gets cleared up by Finn and Moreno. Did the minion waves. Foot Esports, I think it's starting to bite back onto them. It might be getting to the point where BTR by Vitality have the tools to answer this, but they know they have to continue this pace up until they realize they can't. Then they need to start slowing things down.
Action Pulse committed. Shogun is able to run away. I feel like Foot Esports in general, if they keep on taking away the jungle camps coming up from BTR, it means like BTR cannot get into the late game, and their late game will also be delayed. Okay.
Wow, perfect! Ultimate Fatal links in the double kill there for Moreno was a setup of the century here for Bigatron by Vitality. Foot Esports were not ready for that. Admittedly, neither was I. Did not expect BTR would pull the trigger like that and make it look so clean. They take 3 down and they'll get turtle number 3. Unless Kazue is crazy enough to try. He's way too far. Maybe Foot might just try, but Bigatron will be able to take this very quickly.
With their best. Blotsfed is here though. Going for the free moment, does not have the golden hour. Will just give away the turtle for that. RX wants to chase as well as Kazue, but it seems like BTR have just gotten out just in time. And I think that this is Blotsfed just making sure that he will keep on having the Thunderbelt stacks. It is important for Foot Esports to keep their foot on the gas when it comes to taking the jungle, but they cannot give away big team fight bets onto BTR, just like what happened in the bottom lane. This time they will try to push bottom instead of taking the orange. Now will secure his orange and will eventually get to his purple buff. But the reward for Foot Esports there was to get that push onto the bottom lane.
Moreno has been stellar in this game. 4-1-1 and double kill in the last big fight. And Foot, they might just be reaching the point, that fork in the road, in terms of whether or not they can make this lineup work. They're getting pushed back. Little by little, the capability of their lineup to bully BTR by Vitality into submission, into their side of the jungle, is happening less and less. So maybe 1 or 2 big team fights to solidify whether or not Foot can still do this early on, because the longer this stretches out and the tankier in terms of magic defense the members of BTR by Vitality get, the worse it gets for Foot. Finn decides to go forward. The Fatal Links gets countered a little bit, but Blotsfed is not going to be able to survive that onslaught. It is getting to that point. They're way too tanky. The magic defense. Moreno with the targeting of the Psychic, forcing out the Kimi. Kazue gets spotted out here by Nile. He's going to chase him down. This Paquito going after the Harley. Full on combo. Fork in the road, and it is gone to the way of BTR by Vitality. Right in time for Lord number 1.
The moment that Foot Esports' formation was broken down by BTR because of that snag, the Fatal Links committed on just 1 hero, it was enough. BTR, they understand the scenario. Foot Esports has to be complete as 5 when they wanted to win a team fight, but that does not happen, and they will try to stake this Lord. They will be successful in doing so. Blotsfed and be able to run away. Every time that there is -1 coming out from BTR, Foot Esports will not be able to win the team fights. It will take the whole village of Foot Esports just to win, and BTR has found out that that is their secret, and what they'll do now is just to group up and take one after the other.
And BTR by Vitality's teamfight targeting, specifically Moreno on this Valentina, has been stellar. Single-handedly keeping Psyche away from that fight, getting 2 shadow strikes in towards the Kimi. sending him out, and then suddenly it just looked really bad for Foot to fight into it. So BTR, they themselves, they know their condition. It will reach that point, and we are finally there, where in the lineup of Foot is gonna greatly struggle against the lineup of BTR by Vitality. Part of the confusion, and even from my own perspective, I have to admit, is the fact that you can't really tell if it's Blotsfet or Moreno's golden hour that gets dropped by. Of course, you can see the sign if you're the player, but not so obvious if you are from our perspective here. Look at Eman right under tower, doesn't care. Moreno get the last hit, but it was the Harith dancing beneath tower number 1 in mid through his own Zaman Force that made that look easy. Foot Esports are getting dismantled. The Lord falls top side. BTR by Vit will continue their push, trying to take some tier 2 turrets.
It looked really good at the start, Redmar. It looked like Foot Esports knew what they had to do, but okay, Shogun is low. Shogun might die because of this, but he's still able to land the ultimate to get one. RX will be able to run away. Good shutdown coming out from Foot Esports. They will need more of those if they want to get back into this game, because as it stands, BTR are leading by a lot, and naturally the bottom lane as well as the top lane gets pushed by the big minions spawned by BTR.
Everything falls now on this Kimmy for Foot Esports, for Psyche to stay alive as long as possible, start getting some items in. Kazue, of course, will be there with the deadly magics, and that's where you could start it off. But the survival of this Kimmy is important for them to be able to turn this game around back towards their favor. It's even out somewhat, as that little win in the center now allows Foot Esports to open up the map. But in the next big sequence, Moreno will have the golden hour of the Marcel ready for Bigatron by Vitality.
And what this entails for Foot Esports is that they will need to go for this kind of play. They're looking for the target Renmar, but Blotsfet already showed himself. Kazaway is here. Shogun, not the best target, but if Psyche can participate in teamfight, it's going to be bad. But already, the golden hour is being exchanged. There's going to be a big -1 coming out from BTR. They weren't able to protect their Esmeralda, Renmar.
Without the Esmeralda, they lose a major frontliner. They jump now onto XC, who's trying to hold, but it's not going to be able to. That's 2 members of Foot Esports down. Big Charm by Vitality has found an opening. Psyche is now left behind. Around the Lord, Blotsfet and Kazuma trying to reposition better for the team. Blotsfet going straight after Eman. So Psyche just has a little bit more room, but Nile is looking towards the Kimmy. Zones him out. 3 versus 5. This is going to be too tall a task for BTR by Vitality. Unless somehow they can get close enough. It looks like with how Kazuha is positioning, they will back off. Bigatron by Vit gets Lord number 2.
Massive pick off, and then followed up by another one. BTR is way too good when it comes to their positioning around the map. And they're dismantling Foot Esports. We talked about how Foot Esports needs to be together. We talked about how they should be the one oppressing the jungle of BTR, but all of that gonna be denied by BTR from that bottom lane win. And they did. They were down by 2,000 gold, but 1 fatal links that caught 3 members of Foot Esports that had Purify, by the way. Still wasn't enough. It's because of Finn, it's because of Moreno. And now BTR by Vitality, they're poised to take the top lane turret.
Good shield play, golden hour gets dropped down now. Shogun brought down really low, but the frozen moment gets a help, and Kazuha gets spotted out by Eman and the rest of Bigatron. Right under the tower with the Lord pushing in. No more Harley for Foot. Is the Kimmy gonna be enough? Because the Uranus is not at the fate. The links from Finn is perfect. A slow dismantling into the harsh reality. Bigatron by Vitality have taken game number 1 despite the great start by Foot.
When we talked about the draft, you were really scared for the composition of Foot Esports, focusing on magic damage, and you also mentioned that it would only take the Radiant Armor or Athena Shield or a couple of magic defensive items for BTR to take over this game. They did that, for sure. But the timing was just so right in the bottom lane where they were able to find 3 kills out of nowhere. Nile was having a lot of trouble securing his farm. The Harith was not being activated. There were so many kills onto this Atlas, but eventually BTR have found the perfect team fight to get the game back around in their favor. And afterwards, they have identified all they had to do was to get those pickoffs for them to be able to win the succeeding team fights.
It's the recognition of your conditions. Know what you need to do, and then you'll be able to start taking it. Early on, Foot Esports, you know that they have that early game damage going very well for them. This is very tailored to them and their own understanding of this metagame. Wherein, yes, this lineup does well in the early, and there's a chance you could go snowball out of control here. But if you want to do that snowball, I was wondering, and please correct me if I'm wrong, there was not a single Sky Piercer built by anyone in the team. I believe they were thinking, okay, you don't need to build Sky Piercer because there's the Harley anyway. In a way, it's sort of the same. But if you really want to double down on the idea of winning it early, you gotta put that Sky Piercer, though greedy as it sounds, on that Kimmy. Get those stacks, and it makes it so much harder for Bigatron to eventually turn it around. Like, around this moment, imagine if they had a Sky Piercer, it'd be way too risky for them to try and take. And this was the moment right here where Fit, with a flicker and fatal links, slowly then got to bring Bigatron by Vitality into this game, to this point where Foot Esports just could not get a footing anymore.
And afterwards, it's just a slew of -1, -1, -1. Foot Esports just cannot regain their composure. Golden Hour were on point anymore, coming out from Blood's Fit. Loretto just copies it, throws it back to Foot Esports. It's been ever so reliable on this, playing at least once. Zero's on this BTR are at that level right now of confidence. Should be difficult for Foot East back from. Well, at least this is harsh less all of those kind of composition. It just can't.
Over time, again, look at that. Radiant armor, Radiant armor, Radiant armor. And that was it. That was game. It was so difficult for Foot to get one. They needed to commit a lot of damage onto whoever gets hit by the deadly magics. The time Shogun got picked off in the mid, they needed a little bit help from the turret as well, alongside that. And then they didn't have any more resources onto anyone else. If you want to make this work, you have to have Sky Piercer in someone. There's no way of skirting around that. Get the glowing wand, sure, but after that, get the Sky Piercer. Hell, rush the Sky Piercer if you have to, because it's a clear idea of what you want to do early on.
Yeah. Very unfortunate, and I hope that this is the last time that they will try this. We already know that this is not the best way to approach an MLBB match. There's a reason why there are items like Kiras as the Radiant Armor. This from focusing on the damage source overall. To be fair, let's not deny the fact that Foot Esports were winning up until Radiant Armors were picked up, until Finn, So what I'm trying to say is that this kind of composition, it's not impossible to win with it. You just have to really stick with your win condition. There's just way too much on the list, right, to think about when you have this kind of lineup. It's not impossible, it's just very difficult.
So this is the other side of the coin we're talking about in terms of leaning towards one very clear and specific idea. You still have to have respect for damage profile values. Let's see if Foot Esports can force the issue and go to a game number 3, or will Bigatron by Vitality end it in game number 2 with a sweep? We'll find out after the break.
үлкен істер әр қадамы жаңа жетістікке жетелейтін марафон. Біз осы жолды сіздермен бірге 10 жылдан бері жүріп келеміз. Тимур Құлыбаевтың халық қайырымдылық қоры.
Центр кредит банкымен сіз қарапайым және заманауи шешімдердің ортасындасыз. Нық сеніммен жаңа мүмкіндіктер ашып, тексерілген сапаға сеніңіз. BCCKZ мүмкіндіктерді кеңейтіңіз.
Magic! It's a way you can describe what Bigatron might have to do in game number 1, the damage profile of Foot Esports in game number 2, and what they might need to pull them inside their hats to force a game number 3. Again, still, clearly, Foot knew what they needed to do, pedal to the metal. They were winning early, but it just hit them, and that realization of this isn't gonna work in the mid to late. This is where now we look towards balance, not in terms of identity of what the lineup needs to do, but just damage profile. Have some physical in there, even just one. That's why we were looking for the Granger at the end of the draft for Foot.
Yeah, it seems like for Foot Esports, what did they were able to achieve in that game was to just make it a difficult mid game. Like literally the third turtle as well as the first lord. That's the sweet spot. Even when you're thinking about their lineup of having only magic damage, just an opening for them. And even in the late game, when they found the kill onto Shogun, they can do it quick. It's just that BTR are just way better at the identification of their threats, and most importantly, have just a way easier composition to really pull off. They went in for the Paquito jungle because they flexed it as their blue 3 pick. Went in for the Harith, expecting the Granger. Actually, I think they were literally expecting the Granger. They couldn't pick it up for themselves, but they can definitely counter it with the Harith in case. I think that's what their mind was at as well. They kind of conditioned Foot Esports to be so tunnel visioned into that Harith that they had to pick up that Esmeralda just to counter it.
Yeah, to be fair, you also did say that maybe they would be wary of picking up the Granger into the Harith, and yeah, that makes sense, honestly, like as a theory that they just decided, let's just pack the Esme. And then I don't know if they realized that with that decision that their damage is all skewed towards magic, or they leaned in on it. I'm leaning in more to the idea that they leaned in on it and just accepted that it might be tough. But again, if you want to do that, I will die on the hill. Someone needs to build a Sky Piercer. Foot Esports decided to take away the Hirara, left open here. Instead of picking up the Marcel, instead of picking up the Valentina, so many high-profile heroes, so good for this meta, are available for the taking. I think Foot Esports are banking on the hope that they might be able to get away with the Barretts in blue 2-3, considering that Uranus has been banned out by Bigatron.
Yeah. Already though, Foot Esports have secured an important hero in the meta game. BTR, how will they answer this one? I think that a third pick Brody might not be too far an option, maybe even a priority with it, but of course the Valentinas, the Barrett, as well as the Barretts, ever so reliable in the meta game that we have. Foot Esports, this time they will have to look for another source of damage. I feel like not only just the Hirara, so maybe, just maybe, they're the ones to pick up the Brody themselves, or if they want to be really safe with it, I think a Paquito will not be as bad. Although there's a bias on the opposite end, I think that you're okay against the Valentina.
Ooh, it's gonna be really tough here. Foot Esports, they thought that maybe they could get away with that gambit of getting that Barris for themselves, as it would make sense for Valentina Marcel to get locked in by BTR. But again, it's a Valentina with them. They're happy of letting go with the Marcel. They'll still end up with the Esmeralda. And of course, the aforementioned Roamer. By the way, it seems like so far, similar picks for Foot except for that Hirara. So, and they don't really have an answer for a Barretts just yet, and they need to start building around that Barretts.
Yeah. Marcel is not as effective as most heroes up against Bats, but I think the Valentina priority pick coming up from BTR just allowed this to happen. So it will be the Harley this time for their side. Really just self-explanatory in a way that this is a typical pick now going up against the Hirara. So what you're looking for Foot Esports is to deny strong side laners for BTR. So I think both the Brody as well as the Paquito might be their two heroes that can be piloted by Eman. and two heroes that will be a problem for them in the upcoming game.
Good pick up there on the Harley. The Dora gets taken out by Bigatron, so that would have stopped the Harley in its track, but I might have been okay with letting that through, considering that well, no, to be fair, that the Valentina might also want another option for the mid lane ultimate to take instead of just taking the golden hour over and over again, so that they have a little bit of a better layering and options instead of being so one-dimensional around it. But it worked out well for them in the previous game. Atlas getting taken away by Foot makes sense. No roamer yet for Bigatron. They have the Valentina, so definitely you need to take that away. I still do not see answers for the Barretts, and as I'm trying to run them through my head, they might actually just not be able to get it unless they somehow outplay Shogun as a team to get those Barretts down to 2 deaths very early on.
Yeah. So the Atlas, maybe actually, you know what? Maybe they should be the ones to ban the Paquito as well. I mean, I've thought about Foot Esports, but for BTR, they just have to take... okay, of course, the Hanabi. Always think about it. Trauma response. PTSD is what this Hanabi means. I'm going to stick with that story. I will stick with that analysis, actually, because I mean, all things considered, they have a lot of tools to deal with Hanabi. They even have
they do.
Barretts.
They just decided, no, never again.
Oh my goodness. Okay, so do they pick up the Paquito now, or will they just go for their own choice, which probably is somewhere along the lines of a Badang, or what else is there for their own? Because there's no glue.
Minotaur. If they want the heal.
Oh, that's good, because they don't have to be worried. They have the Barretts as well. They also have the Valentina, so they don't have to worry about that. That's a good call, actually, Redmar. I hope that's their choice.
I hope so too. Again, I like it when I sound smart. Okay, no Minotaur just yet. That's fine. They do get the Brody. You did, if I'm not mistaken, you called this like early.
Yes,
the draft earlier
for sure. I thought Foot Esports should have banned that, but also understandable that they banned out all of the Finn heroes. And now Foot. Oh wait, this opens up another good thing actually for BTR. Maybe they can consider the Matilda now, apart from the Minotaur. Although the Minotaur still takes priority, the Matilda can be good, barring the fact that there is the extra shields that you will give to the Esmeralda. But overall, a good way to activate the Barretts as well as the Brody.
Are you gonna close this out? Maybe some good long range poke, or double down again on the Kimi if you want. Just get a Skybreaker, but you do need that reach. So close to mid range might not be the best bet. Some long range bombs. That's the long range, and those are some bombs. You get the Moskov and get the Low Yi to play the map.
Actually, pretty good pick. Good picks here coming out from Foot Esports. It's just way too greedy, I feel like, with Hirara as well as the Moskov, but they do have the Loyi to help the Moskov farm up quicker, as well as the Hirara. So, oh yeah, they do close it up to Matilda.
Right.
Such a great way to finish it up, BTR.
Yeah, they should be able to run and gun this very quickly, harkening back to a similar lineup utilized as well by Onyx yesterday. Let me just double check. Why do I feel like this was the exact same lineup they played against Pro? No, it's just the Matilda and Barris. It's the same, but yeah, pretty much the same ideas here. What are the conditions we have to watch out for here, especially for Foot, if they want to force a game number 3?
Okay, you'll have to think about securing your jungle first. And to be fair, they do have Loyi as well as the Marcel, so they have a lot of information that they can get. And also, they can take care of the jungle easier with that kind of combo. So that's number one. To take care of your jungle, take care of your turrets. Second is, be careful where you fight, right? It's best if you just farm on your side of the river. A few jungle camps investment when you can. Last until the 15-minute mark, and if you get to that point when BTR are not too far ahead, you do have a way to win this head to head when it comes to the late game.
One thing you have to watch out for with Edmund on this Brody is that big blitz where they start just grouping up together as an entire team to rack hella stacks on this Brody if they do want to still pack it up, with the Sky Piercer, or if this might be a Sky Piercer less Brody that we will see. They are paired up with a Harley after all. Usually, that's what we see from teams. You already have a Harley, don't need a Sky Piercer.
All right. XC will aid Kazaway in invading this Rock Ursa, but Finn is here ready for the defense, as well as Shogun up top. But they will keep their jungle camps intact. They still want to fight this. They want to go dive for Finn. Not sure who was able to take it. It seems like, just basing on the XP, it's going to be Kazaway, but Psyche now very low. Actually survives from that one. A very close call. That would have put BTR a good advantage, but fortunately for Foot Esports, they were able to equalize. And they also took away one of the jungle camps, which means that in this war of attrition, Foot Esports has a little bit of advantage, especially because they also denied 1 million literally from Moreno.
And what Psyche was doing in the mid to disrupt Moreno, while the other members of his squad, specifically Blotsfet and XA and the rest, were just invading the jungle. And now Niall is getting zoned out of this turtle. You're still waiting for the Hiraro foot to drop by. But because XA, the falling star moon away, still got to land a bit of an immobilize and a bit of damage. It might be a little bit good, but a slight reset. And Niall winning the retry means bad news for Foot, as BTR can now invade towards the purple buff. They're trying to protect it. Kazue will get zoned out. He's trying to get close, but with the presence of the Barretts, it's gonna be too tough. They get away with Grand Theft Purple, and Foot won't be able to find a clapback.
Movements coming up from BTR, so pristine. I mean that with this Shogun. Close range Daytona's welcome will miss, and of course the flying dinosaur. Stuff of Legends, Finn able to help the Barretts get through the wall away from his oppressors and be able to get back to farming. BTR committed Grand Theft Purple successfully.
One thing I want to try out is if you can still hold the charge of the Detonus Welcome, press the guiding winds, still have the charge going, and then let go so you can let go of it in the air or something. But topside, speaking of letting go, BTR did not want to let go of their momentum that they had, positioned themselves well, and Shogun got to bait XC into checking the bush, taking out the Esmeralda as a squad alongside Moreno and Niall.
And they were able to push up top because of this. BTR, great positional advantage that they have, economical move that they did allow them to have a 2,000 gold lead over their opponents, Foot Esports. Such a great way to maneuver across the map. And this time they will be losing Moreno in the process. Foot Esports are quickly going to be transferring down the bottom lane. Blotsvet might be way too fast in rotating. He gets taken out by a task force coming out from BTR. I think that was such a weird move from Foot Esports after winning the first round. Look at this. Flicker force from Psyche.
XN Kazue spot out Shogun. Already the Detonus Welcome committed. Eman close by if he wants to join in. RX ready as well. Level difference, Kazue and RX decide to go after the Brody. Torn apart, Memory gets brought out, and the Falling Star Moon is a perfect mark onto the Brody. The Golden Hour gets drawn by Psychic, gets taken out here by Finn. Big draw by Vitality are able to catch one with a Detonus Welcome. Bloodspit is next. Once again, he just got back, and he got taken out. No contest here by Foot Esports for this turtle. They have to back.
Oh, they have to back down for sure. XC, gotta be careful there. Fortunately, Shogun does not have the ultimate, so yeah, XC will get away for free. But then again, that's a turtle. Okay, wait. Eman finds one. No Stegara is there. I think 2 iframes. That's the second one. Tries to get away. Will it be on cooldown? Doesn't need it. They will not push through. They will just have. They just wanted to get a push up top, allow Eman to farm up. And at this point, Blotsvet is actually taking so much damage from Eman. And there we go. 5 minutes, 36 seconds. There's the Sky Piercer now available for Eman.
It's time. It's time for good old Blitzatron. Hunt down the next target. Get that Sky Piercer for this Brody ASAP.
It's Eman time. You gotta be ready, Foot Esports. You gotta be ready. There is going to be a teleport, a diversion play. Foot Esports wants to go for Eman. But Finn is there to save him. It won't be enough. No, it won't. Foot Esports successful with their mission. Now they want to turn their eyes on to Finn. Not get the kill on the Matilda, but they do get the kill. But how about that takedown onto Eman, who just freshly picked up his Sky Piercer? Gotta be denied of that. Nice teleport from Foot Esports.
It's like they knew. They had a feeling. They saw the scouting report from the last time we saw Eman pick up a Brody. Don't let him get the momentum after he gets that Sky Piercer. And maybe this is where they find the light of hope through the surprise hit squads. Oh, but there's a sudden Detonus welcome, but actually already committed the Purify out. So that's a battle spell for ultimate. For esports, if I'm them, I have to try and make a move, knowing that there's no longer a Detonus welcome available. Blossfed with a frozen moment, but the circling eagle is perfect. Moreno gets to take out the Marcel, and Foot Esports gets split up yet again. Bigatron made that look easy for that trade.
Oh, and now they will just be able to get this turtle for themselves. Quick decision making coming out from BTR, and again punishing Blotsvet from being ever so aggressive. At the same time, though, that is how you should play this Marcel. But at this point, he has not enough Thunderbelt stacks. He is easily taken out. Nael forcing out this retribution. Kazue will not be on time. Actually, he did not have his own retribution. Whereas Shogun wants to take out RX. Look at how much damage this Bats was able to do. And RX will not commit the flicker, knows that he can survive, but man, that's a lot of health that's taken away from him. That means that BTR can now position themselves around this orange buff.
You know, fun fact about Barrett's in the EXP lane in-game, you can get a penalty for playing it if you don't play good. Because it's one of those heroes that you can't naturally select into the EXP. You have to go through that little prompt of, oh, hey, this isn't an EXP lane hero. Are you sure you want to pick it? I think after this meta, Munta needs to adjust that a little bit. Barrett's definitely so good in the EXP lane. Maybe a little bit too good, if you know what I'm saying.
Yeah, too good. Oh, and the version down, but this is just the farm. They just want to evade the army of Foot Esports knocking up top. Want just to push down the bottom lane for a trade-off.
Yeah.
And I think the BTR will be the happier because it means that they might be able to pop the Holy Shields up top.
Oh, wow.
Golden Hour committed just for this one. They really want to keep the Holy Shields intact. Oh, they weren't able to successfully do it. They still lose one of their heroes as the Louis is taken out. Bad decision coming out from Foot Esports. No, Eman. It's actually not Eman. That's actually Moreno. Copy the Moscow. For a second, that was Eman. Now, Nael actually pops the ultimate. Kazaway, will he be safe? Yes, he will. But then again, there's so much control that BTR has around their base.
Yeah. We're good right now. Foot Esports very safe on their side. Vegatron by Vitality will now control the jungle and steal away a purple buff from the Hirara of Kazue. Moreno cosplayed RX there for a moment as the Moskov. And look at the spread of BTR. They send the Barretts alone. Look at how nonchalant Shogun is. He doesn't care. The Esmeralda's dancing around him. Blossfed close by. Golden Hour. Perfect Detonus welcome again. Finds the mark onto Psyche. No more Loye. And that's a good chunk of damage gone. But Nile got a little bit too greedy. He got caught out. BTR still have their front line for their Brody. Maybe they can get something out of it. For one trade, 4v4. Both teams back off.
BTR good find out the Psyche. I wonder why Niall was too aggressive in that regard. I think that they wanted to take more kills afterwards, but a kill of the Psyche already means that you can actually win the Lord fight. Now, Psyche is back in the game. Niall will be back as well. XC, they want to be able to punish. Look at his backline. Teleportation coming out. Kazue might be in trouble. The Bronzefed actually will be taken out in the process. Psyche as well. A bad decision coming out from Foot Esports. They thought they could win, but Niall just respawned, and Niall will be there to supplement more damage. Foot Esports. A massive wrong diversion.
Mistimed, misexecuted, and a little bit too greedy. We saw a little bit of that from Niall earlier, but he got back just in time just to witness Foot Esports do the same thing. It felt like a Hail Mary play, but now this looks bad for them. It's getting close to a 10,000 gold lead for Bigatron. They're going to get a lot more resources. The Lord will march out. Bronzefed going forward. Golden Hour is massive, but Shogun and now coming in through the back. This is going to be a huge sandwich play by Bigatron. Bronzefed eats up. Oh my god, Shogun gets a perfect death and is welcome with the flicker. But the members of Esports still alive. Emma gets to take out XC. That's 2 down. Shogun gets Psyche. It's these damned Barrett's players who are just so sneaky and so good with it. It's not just about the size of the Barretts that matters, it's how you use it, and Shogun has used it perfectly. Bigatron, by Vitality, will sweep Foot Esports in this best of 3.
Shogun has showed us once again why you should ban the Barretts against BTR by Vitality. They're just too good. It's like he always knows who to target. I think he really set the standard on how you should play this type of Barrett. It's like a proper hitman Barrett. Knows exactly where to point Daytona. Always perfect. Finds Psyche and then eventually another good find down the bottom lane with that flicker. And with one torn apart memory, because of how much stuns, how much stacks he was able to get, Emma just obliterated the rest of Foot Esports. Foot almost took out Niall, and then eventually Niall was taken out. But my oh my, what a great play coming up from Shogun.
You can see the potential and the ideas around Foot, why they are strong competitors against the likes of Aurora Gaming back in Turkey, but this time around, the champions of Indonesia, relentless in their pursuit. They were able to solidify their win. Clear ideas, again, similar to Onyx, their understanding of the metagame, what they like to play around, the importance of the Barretts, the Brody getting the Skypiercer as a key condition. Bigatron looked so good with it. What an execution. These Indonesian Barretts players are wild, man. It's not just Shogun, even Lutfi was tremendous with it in MSC, and even in this tournament. It's modern day Cho. Again, I said this yesterday. Modern day Cho for people who love dinosaurs.
Yeah. The way that they're able to thread the needle and find the perfect target. Sometimes they do it point blank. Sometimes they eat a flicker. Sometimes they go from bushes. It's just so many ways to approach it. And because of their mastery with the Barretts, they're able to pull it off time and time again in important team fights as well. It's always it's always fight winning is what I wanted to say. The first blood going into Shogun, and look at this, he finds Psyche through it all. If not for the Niall death, this will be BTR just securing the fight for sure. It was a good stun coming up from Foot Esports, but how about that? That's from the parking lot, literally. Able to glide, find Kazue. Scrambling, Foot Esports were running away. And because of the fact that there was a quick -2 from BTR, there wasn't any chance at all for Foot Esports to get back to this fight. They eventually lose the game off of that jump coming out from Shogun.
Barrett's, I think the best way to describe it, he's a literal wrecking ball, you know?
Yes.
And
yes,
it's crazy because even though, let's say, you get a big lead, Deton is welcome, being a -1, and the fact that even at the deficit, you still have to use a lot of things to finally take it down. It's the perfect hero for this meta where the really high burst heroes are back, which is good for Barretts. And then at the same time, it's like, oh, we've used all our burst. How are we going to take it down? Is the marksman still alive? And if the answer is no, you're not taking that Barretts down. It's the perfect storm for his return to the metagame.
Yep. The stars have aligned for the Barretts to be back in this meta. And I'm just so amazed on how good Barretts players make it. How do I say this? Like, they make bad Barretts player look really, really bad. You know what I mean? Like, because of how good Shogun was and Loot P eventually, they set the standard on playing the Barretts to the point where it's hard to keep up if you're really bad at Barretts. If you just barely know how to play the Barretts, if you just know how the skills operate, if you're not on the elite level of how Shogun and Loot P and others play it, you look really bad. Right? Whereas these boys, like, it looks like they look like assassins actually when they see them play.
That's a good way to put it. It's like they know their one big target, whoever that they're gonna get, and then it just gets followed up so well. And of course, supplemented by our MVP of the game in Finn on that Matilda. It was a great wrap up to the draft and a great wrap up for this series where Bigatron by Vitality will move on to the playoffs alongside Foot Esports. But this means, again, Bigatron by Vitality secures the first quarterfinals slot in the playoffs. And I'm not sure if this bracketing is actually correct, but it seems like, based off of this one website that I'm sure we're all familiar with, Foot Esports will be facing off against Team Spirit. So I don't think it's a draw, but it might be set placements. So that's going to be an interesting matchup there.
Yeah. Foot Esports need to just regain their composure. I think it's just the bad decision making that they're able to but of course they will have to wait for their moment out there. They're drafting well. It's just that their impulsive decisions get the best of them in this series.
Coming up next, we're going to go on over to Group D. Onyx and JK, Pro Esports, and Alpha 7 North. One for an upper bracket slot, one for an advanced slot, the other, of course, for tournament life and for just making it to the playoffs. Two more matches to close out the day. We'll be back after a break.
Үлкіміздер әр қадамы жаңа жетістікке жетелейтін марафон. Біз осы жолды сіздермен бірге 10 жылдан бері жүріп келеміз. Тимур Құлыбаевтың халық қайырымдылық қоры.
Центр кредит банкымен сіз қарапайым және заманауи шешімдердің ортасындасыз. Нық сеніммен жаңа мүмкіндіктер ашып, тексерілген сапаға сеніңіз. BCC KZ мүмкіндіктерді кеңейтіңіз.
We're here to win. Let the best win. of the future.
in case you missed it, we got to see matches from Group B. Big Drum by Vitality swept Foot Esports. Of course, Foot still in the running for a playoff slot. It seems like right now, with how it looks like, they might be facing off against Team Spirit. Team Vamos moving forward, sending Bushido Wildcats home. We now move on over to Group D as Onyx, GK Pro, and Alpha 7 North are going to be fighting for placements and tournament life. Renmar here with Wolf. And checking in, Matt, how you been? It's been a while. We've had almost
a while
break this time.
Yeah, I was able to catch a little bit of the tail end of the Falcons versus the FYG match. And I guess for a Filipino, it was too close for comfort, actually. That ending coming out from Falcons is more of a sigh of a relief than a celebration, is what I felt like, right? But they still won, so that's good for Team Falcons. Nevertheless, I think that we should be now focusing on to what's next. It's Pro versus Alpha 7.
Yes, lower bracket final here in Group D. Whoever wins this moves forward to the round of 16. Whoever loses this will go home. So, a Cambodian representative, a representative from the Americas, one of them at least, as Entity 7, the South American representative, was sent home by Team Spirit earlier today. So the hope of the Americas now lies in Alpha 7 North, which I do have to say, they are going to be given a run for their money. Pro Esports are a terrifying team. Even though they went up against Onyx and we didn't get to see the best of them, we've already seen the best of what Pro Esports has to offer during the MSC.
Yeah. They still managed to get into the playoffs when everybody else was not even looking at this team to support the team because of, there are... The reason why that is because they are new to the international scene, especially with Koili as well as Kozen. This is just the second international tournament that these two players will ever have participated in. Kozen has been playing since, I would say, late 2021. That was late 2021, early 2022. Koili is also very new in the scene. I believe that when it comes to pro scene, have been there for only 2 years at most. So there are a lot of newbies out there. But Alpha 7, these guys, they have been in the scene for quite a long time, except for Cold World. Best Player 1, long-time representative of NA. You have Shark and Zia, has been there since NA MOPP was actually started back in M3. And then Nats, of course, MSC champion himself, MPL champion himself, and has been in the scene for a long time as well.
Yeah, it's crazy to think that Alpha 7 heading into this matchup against Pro is actually the more experienced team if you look at it from like role to role in terms of the achievements, how long they've been at this. And on your screens right now, of course, the members of Alpha 7, the draft will be commencing soon enough. Of course, just making sure everyone's getting ready and situated. Pro Esports already locked in, looking like they're already talking about strategy and what to do next here for Alpha 7. Again, I feel like in their previous matches in the upper bracket semifinals in Group D, we got to see a little bit more of Alpha 7 against GK. But there were some glaring things that they needed to improve on, especially with executing. Especially in team fights, they seem to drop a lot of discipline, losing their formation, losing their grip.
Okay, I get what you mean. It seems like they're not as rigid as what you should be aiming for compared to other teams. Like I remember when Vitality, there was a time where they were behind. All they had to do was to stick together, and they managed to get back. Even DFYG, some semblances of that kind of playstyle where they're just really good at staying as a unit. The best example I feel like for this tournament was Onyx Indonesia, and some point Team Spirit, when you saw them earlier, I caught some of their matches were so dominant again, but they're also like very coordinated, and it's also the reason why they are winning continuously whenever they participate in tournaments. So yep, pro esports there are the opposite of that, and surely they were able to win a lot of series from the previous tournaments when they are scattered, where they're trying to make their own plays, when Sorian Felix makes his own and Okoili makes his own plays as well. But I guess now that the meta has stabilized, you really have to work as a unit.
As the unstable meta begins to stabilize, as you put it, I feel like this is going to be one of the more unstable matches of the day. With the type of teams that Pro
Yes.
Esports and Alpha 7 North are, their tendencies on both ends to make some very aggressive plays at questionable times, but sometimes it's just the right call for them, where they're able to make magic out of what looks like a very risky play, making it work. Oh, this could be a really fun one. But you can see it where it might also be equal parts frustrating. Where as a viewer, you're just watching it and wondering, why is this happening? How is this happening? But also, why do I like it? Why am I enjoying this? This sometimes a bit of the things that they're doing goes against what I feel like should be right in terms of what we expect. But it's entertainment, and I feel like that's one thing that we can take away by the end of this series. This will definitely be an entertaining one.
Yeah, and it's because of how good the players are, all things considered.
Yes.
There's a lot of superstar material from both teams, and I'm gonna name one per team. And it's Coily for sure on the side of Pro Esports, has proven himself as one of the uprising talents in the world of MLBB when it comes to jungling, especially with assassins. Scary with the Fanny as well when he gets his hands on that, and of course ever so rebel with the Hirara. And on the other side, it should be Nats. However, I feel like there has not been any Nats kind of gameplay that we've seen for a long time. And I'm saying that because I was so used to seeing Nats just dominate in games and make crazy outplays, win from the laning stage, and then take over afterwards. We have not seen that in a long while. So for the sake of Alpha 7, I think they really have to wake Nats up.
Get Nats activated. Similar to, of course, you mentioned Coily for Pro Esports. Another superstar there is Sorian Felix, and you did touch on it earlier. As long as he can be active, proactive, and has his presence felt in the lane and in the portions of the game where everyone starts grouping up together as team, then that's good. For Nats, I feel like, weirdly enough to say, just gotta find that balance. There are moments where he's flickering forward when he doesn't need to be as a Uranus, trying to cap off kills, or even trying to initiate with the burst of the first and second together, and the rest of the team aren't ready for it. I know Alpha 7, individually, they all have the chance and they all have the potential to be very competitive and to be very strong. But you just really have to point them together in the right direction, mold them in the right direction, so that all these stars, all of this potential can be brought together into a cohesive team unit. Because despite all of the instability of this meta, despite all of the more confusing aspects of it in terms of the draft, the priorities, actual timings, throwing off even the most experienced teams, similar to what happened with Liquid and Falcons, at the end of the day, cohesion, discipline as a team, even crazy moments as a team is what wins you games this time.
Mm-hmm. And where will you get that from each team? I'm sure that there is some crazy shot calling coming out from Nats. I mean, crazy gameplay coming out from Nats. Talking about like those chaotic team fights. But I feel like it has to come from a shot caller's perspective. That's why I feel like maybe those kinds of plays that you're looking for might come from Pro rather than Alpha 7. As unstable as chaotic as Alpha 7 is, I think that Pro Esports, the way that they decide, those. The times where they just snap and just do something that's really weird. We see like Coily, like everybody from Pro Esports just going onto the Lord fight where Coily will be in the middle just pushing the lane with an assassin, and then comes into the fight all topped up, no resources for the opponents. Then he wins it for the team afterwards. So things like that have happened in MSC, and it's also part of the reason why it's always fun to watch pro esports play.
What I hope that pro esports has got to work on and improve, although it might be difficult, is that from what I've heard, their comms can actually be very quite messy. They do speak to one another, and there is a little bit, of course, of that barrier, but ultimately they are able to communicate with one another as a team. But there are moments where it's like they all kind of want to do a lot of different things, where Coily and Kozen just default to speaking in Filipino to one another. Then Soriam, Felix, Sa, and PP are all speaking to each other in Cambodia. And they're all saying a bunch of things, not realizing that you have a duo speaking in Filipino and a trio speaking in Cambodian and Khmer, excuse me. And now they're all just wondering, like, wait, what? What'd you say? Huh? How did that happen? I said this. You said that? I didn't understand it. So hopefully they got that sorted out. But no, they were able to win MPL Cambodia even with that. So you could definitely tell that there's talent, raw talent in the squad of pro.
Yeah. I guess, they were able to end the dynasty in there, in Cambodia, against the competition, and with this kind of gameplay, we saw that even with a lot of problems when it comes to their communication and the fact that everybody's just very young in this squad, they don't have a legitimate veteran in there, so there's a lot of things that they have to really control, and the fact that they're still winning and showing us how it's done in the international stage kind of tells us that there is definitely a lot of talent in this group of people. Makes me wonder, how can they match up against Alpha 7? Because I think Alpha 7 themselves, they're like they are veterans there. Some of them are old by esports standards. I'm not saying that they're old, they're just kids actually, but in MOBB esports standards, they might be considered old.
Yeah.
I feel like they're still, some of them are really just, they think like younger players. That's what I feel like. It's what I also heard from Alpha 7. It's very chill. Maybe it's the culture of their region and the fact that they're not always together, because they're not boot camping together compared to other teams out there.
Yeah, of course. Members of Alpha 7 North have been very vocal about it in the past, especially when we get to know a little bit more about their stories, where compared, of course, to the other regions, like MLBB isn't completely their lives. They still have to balance MLBB alongside, for some of them, going to school, working, especially. We know how the work culture is like in North America and how much effort you have to put into work. Whereas for majority of the people that are facing, MLBB is work. It is their life. It centers around playing this sport, this game over and over again and hitting your peaks, while Alpha 7 need to make time in their busy work lives and day lives already just to make this work. And I think that's why maybe a little bit, I could see why, alongside this being, of course, a very valid path to go through in life, to be a professional esports athlete, or maybe just deep down, it's a little bit of an escape from them. It's a little bit of an escape from the daily lives that they already live.
Yeah. And the reason why I will agree with that is because, unfortunately, this is the landscape that they have to play in. This is what they have to deal with from that region. And we've heard a lot of good stories from different parts of the world, like in the Philippines, in Turkey now. In the case of the Team Spirit members, it's also different. In the case of Myanmar, it's also totally different. And in the case of the North American region, where you can see Alpha 7, it's also very different. And of course, there are so many things that we wish that they will have, like more players in the scene, more chances, but it's just how life is. They just like a boot camping is just not sustainable in that region as of this moment. Maybe in the future if they get. That's why I feel like every victory for Alpha 7 or whoever is representing NA, it's always sweet. I don't know if you feel the same way.
It is, yeah.
Because it feels like they need that. They need that for their region.
Yeah, and which is why like every time we get to see any team from North America eventually get a good run in an international tournament, win against teams that have like established leagues already. If Alpha 7 North beat Pro Esports today, that is a wave the flag, cue the fireworks and eagles up in the sky, maybe send a jet out, levels of celebration. Because Pro Esports, again, they come from a region where they have their MPL, long established at this point. They are the champions of MPL Cambodia, so this will be massive. Thank you all for your patience, but very soon, around 2 to 3 minutes, the draft will begin. We are getting close and close to that point. We've seen Bigatron by Vitality now constantly ban the Hanabi. After what Kwanok and GK did to Alpha 7 North, will Alpha 7 North now go aggressive in terms of taking away the Eudora from Pro Esports?
My answer is yes. And it's not only because of that effect from yesterday and correlating it to what BTR has, BTR's reaction was. I believe that Eudora is always going to be relevant when there is an assassin that's available. So if you will see the draft pattern, and if let's just say that they see Fanny as well as Hirara being banned by their opponents and they couldn't get their hands on it, they're better off banning the Eudora because they will not have a good assassin to kind of force that Eudora out. Or maybe take it away, maybe use it, maybe Cold World can use it, and Alpha 7 can just focus on that one. I feel like Eudora is so relevant in this meta game because of the nature of the jungle heroes. And if you think about it, Koi Lee as well as Best Player 1, they both of them will not appreciate facing against a Eudora.
You know what? Yeah, if they can't ban it out, even consider it as an option for them. Although they did play really well around it, they got to utilize, hell, at the second game against GK, when they even picked up a Rafaela in the mid lane, paired it up with a Harith in the gold, YSS jungle, EXP Esmeralda, which was up against a Uranus. They were doing really well. It just took one team fight where they dipped in the comms, dipped in the execution, that it just didn't work out. It makes a lot of sense for them to want to take the Eudora, considering, of course, the type of players that you mentioned, the two junglers are. Yeah. Besides that, what should be the other priorities we should see? Because Alpha 7 was trading Uranus and Esmeralda. Would you want to see Naft on something a little bit more active and high damage, considering he's up against Sorry I'm Felix in the EXP lane?
My answer to that is always a yes. Esmeralda might be the only hero that I want to see him that is sustained in nature. I don't know if the Barretts is a good hero for both of the XP laners in the two teams that we have. There is one hero though that I want to bring up, which is in a different lane. In this, it is the Ruby. Technically, it can be played in the EXP, but I feel like both of our gold laners actually like to play the Ruby.
Oh, that's a good point.
So, Zia as well as Kozen, they play it. And I feel like that will be part of the second drafting phase considerations for both teams. I feel like that's a good hero. It also fits the assassin meta well. It works with the assassins and it works against assassins. I think it's a good hero to consider.
Yeah, and knowing that you're up against someone, you can imagine of these two teams as maybe somewhat of a mirror, in the sense that you have players who have great individual skills that at some points they really just want to able to show up and show off like what they can do. Pro Esports, Alpha 7 North, they're both like that. Ruby is a great stopper to that. and maybe heroes such as the Ruby that you mentioned, Badang might come into the equation. But in terms of the bans that, as we already are pretty neck deep into the draft, pretty similar bans that we've seen in priority. Barrett's, Paquito, Atlas, Freya, Fanny, Hirara. The Valentina is up as an option for Pro. However, they don't need to take it up for themselves as the Vexana's already been taken. They need some poke damage to reach that Melissa. Maybe the Gord or the Farsa even is in consideration.
Yeah. And then when it comes to their jungle option, like again, Hirara and Fanny ban here from now. Oh, they went for the Harley. I thought they will consider the Nolan over the Harley, but the Harley makes a lot of sense up against the Melissa. The Nolan, it has no synergy with the Marcel, actually, think about it. So now it makes total sense. Now, best player special, it's going to be the Guinevere for Alpha 7. They're going to be focusing heavily on this Melissa. So, yep, unfortunately, the Ruby pick will not be the option now for Pro Esports. I think they're going to be thinking about the hero that Kozen can play that will be able to win against the Melissa. So I'm thinking Clint or Brody. Fortunately for Pro Esports, it's the Claw that was banned out. So they will have either Brody or Clint as their options for their last pick.
Very good pickups, if ever. I know Pro Esports were looking at the EXP lane and thinking, okay, we take out the Esmeralda, but I think you also have to consider banning out the Arlot here. Maybe even the Fulvius? With the Freyagon, Arlot, Fove, really good with the Guinevere. Both can help trigger and feed into Violet Requiem for the Gwen at the same time. Even the lockdown basic attack. Although maybe the Fulvius would rather not go up against the Uranus and lane. With the Arlot, we've seen it. And it gets banned out by Pro. That is a great ban.
Tora. It's the Arlot. What do you pick now for Nats? Is the question. Well, you can consider going in for the Shark hero. For now, they picked up Mathilda. I hope Kozen does not get tempted into picking up the Esmeralda. Of all the hero, I think the Brody is the perfect fit. I remember back then when I was with Kozen, we all like to play the Brody against Matilda because even when you save people, you still get the torn apart memory up. You can chase down heroes. And the burst damage of the Brody is too much for the Matilda to save. But instead, they will go for the Granger, which is a good synergistic hero with the Marcel overall. And there goes the Farsa. And Farsa has great synergy with the Granger, with the Uranus in objective teamfights, and of course with this Harley for supplementary damage. Overall, a good pick. Alice for Alpha 7 though.
I feel like this is a little bit more tunneled into the matchup, right? Against the Uranus, but in the big picture, it doesn't really fit.
Yeah. That's a weird decision, I would say. For Alpha 7, I'm not sure if this is the right decision to go for. But then again, they're stuck with this. It has okay synergy with the Matilda, I would say. It's a good front line for to allow them to make sure that the Guinevere will have a good time. And then, of course, Melissa needs a lot of bodies to protect her. But this time, the heroes of Alpha 7 that they decided to play around with the Melissa are not tanky dudes. They're more like low HP heroes with high sustain or resistance that eventually becomes tanky as the later the game goes. So this might be a problem because now they're going to be faced up against a Farsa Harley with the Granger. So let's see how Alpha 7 will survive the onslaught of Pro Esports.
There really is a good chance that they'll be the ones setting the tempo, and Alpha 7 will just be forced to react. But look at the DXP lane and how this Alice Uranus matchup will handle, of course. But in the mid, this is not the start that Alpha 7 wants. Because if they don't lose anyone, best player, Cold World, and Shark are going to be playing for stability for one another. Just control the river, make sure it's all good so that Zia can get the farm. And if they can, and if only it looks like it's going to be a good chance, you get some kills early for best player 1 to start getting his items such as the concentrated energy. But if it's way too risky, you don't need to take it.
That's I feel like this will be a pro esports sided first turtle, I feel like, and I'm saying that because of the nature of the heroes with just the Matilda as well as this Vexana. But then again, if best player is able to find a pickoff as he's trying right now, and he stole the orange, so that's really good for Alpha 7 now.
Very successful invade, quick rotations. Of course, with how Nath's just bullying and outplaying Soria and Felix in lane. Couldn't get the information off in time and help out, of course, Coily, who was already trying to handle the invade. And Alpha 7 are playing this tempo properly through this Mathilda. Good speed, good decisions, converting into objective wins as Turtle 1 spawns. You did say it was pro esports coded, no level 4s just yet for either roamer. Let's see who's going to be able to get this first. With Coily already going to his purple buff, they concede and Alpha 7 get Turtle number 1.
That's Alpha 7 just nailing it. Pro Esports, they are grouping up top. They wanted to stop the Melissa from farming, maybe take advantage of this Granger in the early stages. However, they will not be able to do so. Alpha 7 did not even have to commit so much to protect the Melissa out there. And this is such a great start for Alpha 7 that they will allow this Guinevere with the Vexana and the Matilda to just run around the map. Because I think that at this point, what you're doing now, if you are cohort, is you just fast clear your lane. Maybe punish PPP, who is walking literally in front of them right now. PPP will survive. Shark might be in trouble. Gets the flicker out. Golden hour forced. Sorry, Felix is low, but that's as much as both teams will get in that scramble in the middle.
Could have been so much worse for Pro Esports. PP was able to get away. Alpha 7 still holding a lot of the priority in the river, in the center of the map. Sorry, Felix has been left into just trying to manage this Alice. But with Coily going down to the bottom lane, maybe they'll be able to find an opening there. PP stops Zia and Shark from comfortably making it into the gold lane, while Kozen is now able to get all the last hits and maximize the farm in the minions. Nath gets dove on by 3. He's holding Throne of Ruin. He buys time, but he gets taken out. It seems like Nath was too eager, trying to get a trade, or even trying to win there against 3.
Fortunately, will die. And this is important because the Lord is upcoming. Coily will be able to secure his own. You can see the reaction coming from Pro Esports when they saw Alpha 7 commit a lot of heroes around the purple. Kozen just fast cleared his own wave. And with the threat of losing some minions, Zia had to just call everybody to just back out of there and get back to the lane.
Now here comes a start of the fight. Frozen moment, lots of little snapshots. Golden hour, really good too. And you saw best player 1 there, hang time up in the air. Couldn't even complete the animation of the jump. Perfect golden hour, made that look easy.
What a great golden hour. What an amazing play coming up from Pro Esports. Really commendable. They want to go for this play though. That is a nice initiation. They will find Coily. Perfect target. The circling eagle, guiding wind into that Violet Requiem. Perfectly executed coming up from Alpha 7. Now Shark wants to force out the kill onto Kozen. PPP will be there to help him out. And best player, the way to celebrate with that kill onto Coily is to now take away some of the jungle camps from the Harley.
Instead of risking the jump into committing it, once again another Violet Requiem spatial migration. They're able to find Sa with Vexana getting the last hit. Zia and best player 1 going after Soria and Felix, but this Uranus is too crafty with it. Is able to get away. Still, that's a 1 for none. And Alpha 7 has control in the purple buff. Meanwhile, at the bottom, Coily outplays Nats. The Alice falls. Purple buff getting contested here by Alpha 7. With Coily on the opposite side of the map, it looks like the North Americans are going to be able to take it, while at the same time sending him back with his long flight. But it's Sorium Felix who finds Skull World left alone, ate up by the Uranus.
Wow, great pick off for Sorium Felix. Felt very confident once he was able to complete the Radiant armor, oppressing the members of Alpha 7 in there, and they still want to go for more. That's actually manages to just get out there. I think we are now in a point where both of these XP laners are now a threat, and with just one item, they're able to participate in the team fights much better. Pro Esports, fast clearing the top, will go to the mid. I think they are eyeing for this turtle. PPP will be the one to check out where best player is and actually take some stacks with the Thunder Belt and slowly working their way towards this turtle.
Turtle number 3, I feel like this where it's all gonna crack open. There's gonna be at least 4 deaths onto one side. You have to be careful with it. Circling Eagle lost in already. Coily wins this retribution battle for the turtle. Another golden hour! And Alpha 7 now have to scramble to get away from this. Is Pro Esports want to commit the chase. Sa no longer has the ultimate. They fly in, but Alpha 7 minimize their losses. Great call. Just back off, playing it safe, as Pro Esports has already won the sequence.
It's starting to be a close match between Pro Esports as well as Alpha 7 right now. But the neutral objectives being in favor of Pro Esports because of how they were able to utilize this golden hour. I think it's masterful the way that they played it. Looks really good. Now slowly up top. Movements coming up from Pro Esports. The bottom lane being pushed by the Harley, and then up top with 2 siege minions. Alpha 7 have decided to commit a lot of resources to defend as well. It seems like there will be a little bit of a skirmish. No one dying. Another attempt at a push for Pro Esports.
How hardly is Alpha 7 going to be able to defend this? Nope. That's 3 of the Squishies members of the lineup just solo zoned out by the Uranus. That was the answer on the defense there. And sorry, Felix is just going to continue this. He knows at this point he can survive all of these pokes and these damage, but that's a silver lining there for Alpha 7. This Melissa is starting to really hurt that, and that's only 2 items. Doesn't have the Trinity just yet. Once it gets locked in, you have to wonder what it can do. But look at Sorium Felix single-handedly stopping this Melissa. Golden hour to zone out the other members of Alpha 7. They're not going to be able to break this tower in mid. PP gets taken down with the circling eagle of Shark.
A wonderful usage of the Eternal Guardian as well, coming out from Colbert. They were able to defend, and now they move forward. They want to get a kill. Sorian Felix is not the best target. The counterplay, the feathered airstrike, the zone of the Alpha 7. Oh, not dying just yet. They want to go in with Nats on this Alice Nat, not catching anyone. For now, the Lord is going to be spawning. And it seems like with all of everything that happened in the middle, Zia was able to slowly push a top lane and will collect a lot of gold for his team. But will they have enough time to get into the Lord? It seems like they will be able to get to the Lord.
They're here, but are they actually going to be able to take it? The Violet Requiem to make sure he's CC immune, but best player loses the retribution battle straight up. Pro Esports now golden hour. 2 members of Alpha 7 get caught out short, gets taken out by Coily. Sorry, Felix providing the vanguard of Pro. The front line too strong. 2 members of Alpha 7 fall.
I like what Coily did. After taking that Lord, he just went out and went back when Shark was overly aggressive, and Shark forgot that Hardy can actually burst him down. Because of that big -1, they will be able to push the middle. Feathered airstrike to put best player 1 low. They fended off the attack for now. And they are pushing Pro Esports, and best player 1 getting eliminated there. And now they want to go for another. Sorry, and Felix is gonna be zoning out the members of Alpha 7. In comes the circling eagle. Will they go for, oh no, Zia, he's positioning. Yes, be careful. Deadly magic will not be enough. That's gonna be the... Oh, okay. How did they get there?
Cardi had to go back. He space escaped through that. His hat was there. He was already running away, but he just decided to go back because there was another member of Alpha 7 blocking his escape. And of course, he ran straight into the Melissa, circling eagle to try and provide the space. But a feathered airstrike from Sa far away means that Alpha 7 will only lose the Holy Shield, but at this point, all shields are about to go down anyway. Could have been a big loss, but Alpha 7 recovered and defended really well.
Whew. All things considered, yeah, they don't lose any of their Holy Shields. They will have another minute for those shields to be up, except the bottom lane. But that also meant that there is now completed Trinity for Zia. Think about the Granger only with the Sky Piercer. Well, now has 2 items with the Halberd, the Malefic Roar, and of course 3 items. I mean, if you count the Sky Piercer as another big item, then yeah, he has 4 technically speaking, which means that now he is going to be a problem. They want to start with Shark now. Shark gets away.
No purple buff for best player 1 and this Guinevere. Coily's Retribution just a little bit earlier. And you have to ask the questions of, sure, they have the sustainability, but it seems like the front line of Pro Esports is just way tankier. All the long range bombs. Oh, Golden Hour freezes the Guinevere. But it's just that it's not the setup that they wanted. Shark walked back right into it, but uses the circling eagle to escape. After eating up all the deadly magics, they can re-engage. This looks good for Alpha 7 if they want to, but Pro Esports backed off real quickly. For the range and bulk of the Farsa and the Granger, they're being steady with it. Sharp formation by Alpha 7. This Melissa hurts. And this is going to be a realization by Pro Esports. They have to maximize all the range and all the folks that they have to make sure the Zia falls down. They can dive on it. This could be a long dance. Waiting for the moment where it all cracks. Pro Esports bringing it down. The force a reaction out. Alpha 7 trying to go up top, but Coily already goes back, Wolf.
And that's gonna be seen by PPP. Arsarian Felix has to be careful because he cannot be near the vicinity of his teammates. Otherwise, the golden hour is going to be there. Muddles is gonna be a problem. They want to go in for Shark. The Feather Air Strike is not on the mark. But now the third from Nats. Now they want to get for more kills here, but the damage is not enough for now. They're chunking down the members of Pro Esports, but Shark is the first one to fall. Zia dives it forward. What a bad decision. He gets obliterated by Pro Esports. And now they want more. Best player 1 to punish the frontliner Coily, taken out. But Sa as well as Kozen, they're dealing the damage. That's in trouble. Double kill coming up from Kozen. And all it took was that dive coming out from Zia. Only one remains. That's Cold World. It might be impossible, Redmar, to defend this.
Shark will be back in 5 and Pro decide to back off. Calling that going for the Lord is the better option. Zia, you see the flicker of hope in his eyes when he dashed forward, thinking that he would be able to chain some great damage together to quickly get 2, maybe even 3. But it's burst that you're up against, and with no one to block the Granger for you, you quickly get turned into a Sky Piercer stack. From none to 4, Kozen should be able to end this game with max stacks after getting fed with all the damage from the rest of his team. They should be able to finish it here. But let's see if Alpha 7 can pull a miracle in the defense.
It's a miracle that they need. They do have the Vexana. And it has the ultimate. And use the Eternal Guardian just for the defense. Soria and Felix is feeling the damage coming up from the Melissa, but not for long. They push the mid. They push the top. Defense, Renmar. Zia taking so much damage from the pokes.
Way too much distance, way too much range. Zia's doing everything he can to deal damage. Golden Hour is perfect yet again about player 1. With this little bit of knockup, couldn't do much with it. As the other members of Alpha 7 are frozen by. Look at Nats and the damage that he's taking from this Granger. Unstoppable is Kozen. The pokes, the stacks, and look at that damage from Sa! Feathered airstrike with a flicker to close the distance. It's only Shark and Cold World as Pro Esports still have another round of minion waves to come through. It's going to be a long time until Shark and Cold World get back. We're just going to see how Pro Esports closes this out, Wolf.
Kozen in the front line, Saswell. Of course, there's Shark. Shark takes so much damage, but we'll try to evade. We'll try to delay this, but it is inevitable. The minions are pushing in. Sa will be taken out, but the base still falls. Alpha 7 will fall to Pro Esports. This, again, another tug of war between 2 good teams. But the one that lets go of the rope with the bad timing, Zia just jumping forward to the entirety of Pro Esports meant that Alpha 7 will lose the tug of war.
And you saw with the positioning too, the other members of Alpha 7 were not ready for that call from Zia. Everyone else was stayed back, Cold World and the gang. And you can see the frustration, of course, over there in the far end. Best player won. Really gonna have to talk about how they're gonna force a game number 3, because Alpha 7 would not want to complete their tournament run here winless, at the brink of elimination, when there were moments where it looked so good for the squad. They just couldn't get those strings of events to work out for them.
It was very close up to a certain point. They could have taken it. Oh man, I can't. I feel bad for Alpha 7 because I think that there was just some miscommunication that happened in between. We can see that they're really team fighting hard. You can already feel the damage output coming out from Zia. Even Sorry and Felix is feeling it. Lord Dance eventually went in favor of Pro Esports. Alpha 7 are able to still equalize, I would say. They still managed to defend after this one. They lost all of their outer turrets, but they can still team fight. We are feeling it already. This was the fight. Shark, first one to fall. They will want to go on to Coily, but Zia was just too far forward, too far away from his teammates. There is some damage from the other members of Alpha 7, but not having the Melissa in the team fights meant that they just couldn't recover afterwards.
You could see why he tried. He did chunk down Kozen a considerable amount, almost taking him down. But again, it just wasn't the right time. If the other members of Alpha 7 were much closer to respond to it, then we would be celebrating the 100%, because they would have been able to trade it out. He still would have ended up falling down, but at least they get Kozen on the Granger, stopping it. But it ended up just becoming the catalyst to those long-range pokes, the bombs from this Granger, the bullets, the long-range feathered airstrike as well by Sa. They closed out the draft really well. They know that they're playing with a Marcel, despite Soriam Felix struggling in lane in terms of getting his presence felt, because Naths was always just so, forward with it, trying to delay Soriam Felix. Really just, in our terms in the Philippines, we brusco him, not the player, but in terms of just he's bodying him in lane, just to show him who's stronger. He would overstep, and other members of Pro Esports would come in at the right time to punish the Alice for being so aggressive.
Tough break for Alpha 7, but it was goals. All they have to do now is to just make sure that they get their agency back into the game when it comes to their shot calling, when it comes to their decision making as a team, because it feels like they are not as coordinated as one would want in this specific scenario. Then again, that's game number 1. In game number 2, we also have to start with the draft. I feel like for Pro Esports, they got everything that they wanted to have. They have this Marcel with the Granger, so that there will always be that golden hour into the Granger bullets, DPS, for them to guarantee a pickoff. But they also have this mode where they have the Farsa and the Uranus to scout out where the enemies are and chunk them down enough for the Granger to finish off the kills. So that's a pretty solid foundation out there we've seen from Pro Esports in terms of their hero composition. I cannot say the same for Alpha 7 though, although their lineup makes a lot of sense. I feel like that Alice is just not a hero that you give to Nats so that they will have some control of the early stages of the game. That's something that they have to fix, I feel like.
We talked about synergy by the end of the draft that you mentioned. There was a lot more synergy for the side of Pro, and it showed in game. Alpha 7 need to find that same level if they want to force game number 3 after this break. champions of MPL Cambodia look to end the run of Alpha 7 North here to qualify for the playoffs in this lower bracket finals for Group D. But it is a best of 3 and there is still that chance that Alpha 7 will bounce back and force a game number 3 and take us all to the edge of our seats. Welcome back to this series, our third one for the day. Again, it's the final qualification through the lower bracket for Group D. Renmar and Wolf still your casters here. And if we could sum up real quick what happened in the previous one, starting first with Alpha 7, without saying Zia dashed into 3, how would you summarize it, Wolf?
Well, a good way to look at it is that the Granger was protected properly by the side of Pro Esports, and Alpha 7 tried their best to pierce through that protection and take out the damage dealer of Pro Esports, but they just can't. And there were 2 important damage dealers out there for Pro Esports. I'm going to be including the Farsa as well. But the way that the Pro Esports have positioned themselves around the neutral objectives, Alpha 7 just can't find the opening. And this is despite them having Nats on this Alice, which is a hero that can actually bypass the front lines and get into the back lines. Even with that, even with the Matilda, they just couldn't find the proper opening to make it a little bit difficult for Kozen to hit them down in the neutral objective team fights.
I guess we also have to look at it through the lens of Pro Esports that look at how Alpha 7 play all you want. Sometimes you look worse when you're playing up against a team that's just really good and that's just doing everything possible. Sometimes when we want to look and what needs to be improved, we tend to overlook the other team. But I don't think we overlook the other team, honestly. We've been doing really great so far today. We've been tremendous with our jobs. But Pro Esports, definitely tremendous with their jobs in game number 1. What were some of their key highlights and key strengths that they showed off?
Well, I guess the fact that they're not too stingy with the feathered airstrike is what I feel like is good, because the idea that I saw how they play the Farsa is to really just for poke. Like the feathered airstrike is not your team fight winning ultimate. It's more of information, more of zoning, more of disrupting your opponents and forcing them to react to what you're doing. It's what I feel like. So maybe that's another key factor in there. And of course, we still have to commend the golden hours during the neutral objectives. It seems like Pro Esports have focused utilizing a big ultimate just to get the retribution up in the first few turtles, and that was enough for Coily to be comfortable as the game goes by. And this is what I asked for yesterday. First picked Melissa, and we're seeing it right now.
Finally, you get your wish. And I think people are going to start realizing just how much of an important trade tool and priority this Melissa is. How will Pro Esports respond? There are a lot of poke heroes still. They can continue still building around the Farsa and the Melissa. But let's see. Sorry, not Melissa, the Granger, excuse me. But even if you decide to go ahead and get that really early on or try to prioritize that, Alpha 7 can quickly answer. So we get to see what has been a pretty stable answer to this. Barrett's is great. The claw dive is going to be important, but you got to make sure that they have some long-range bombs to pair up with it.
Yeah. Oh, so that being said, they might just take the Uranus now. I think they're required to pick it up, Alpha 7. And with that, a Belleric and a Uranus and /Or. So they prioritize the Guinevere and the Selena. I don't like the Selena when there's a Barrett's already in the opposing team. But the Guinevere makes a lot of sense for the knockup against Kozen on the Claude for sure. But the Selena though, I wonder why they picked this up. Maybe Colward is just feeling it.
Well, they're going up against the Barretts. Well, you know what? Why not? Why not, right? Maybe they'll end up packing it up with a Cho and we get the Selena Cho Guinevere combination again, right? And then they can just string it together. We saw the concept of it somewhat work earlier for Bushido Wildcats.
Yeah. Now, Pro Esports, if they pick up the Belleric, then it will be really bad for Alpha 7. Or maybe just ban it. Maybe just get your Coily hero, which is now going to be the Nolan instead of the Harley. Nolan has a way to actually be a problem for the Melissa, and the idea there is to just wait for your proper timings. And then the Arlot ban, I think the second phase is just more of limiting the possible heroes for Nats. However, I believe that the Belleric is gonna be good for Alpha 7, so maybe Pro Esports are thinking to take that Belleric at Red 4.
Could be good, unless they decide to ban it out. With all of this dive, yeah, Belleric would be great. If Alpha 7 overlook that, it could be a massive loss for them in the draft. But if ever Pro Esports willingly give up the Belleric, they can still go ahead and pick up a Valentina in 4.
Yeah.
And with all the dive, but you got nothing to steal. Alpha 7 will then pick up a different hero. Belleric is so good for Pro right now.
Yeah. Or Valentina, as you mentioned. It could also be an option. They can put options here. So they pick up the Farsa first. I think they might have a different idea here. This doesn't look like a Belleric kind of a choice now. Or Alpha 7 just goes for the Gatot Catcher with the Selena, okay? So no Cho plus the Selena combo. This is strange pick, if I may say so myself. It doesn't really pressure the Nolan at all, but then again, Alpha 7 still has that option. Is this a Yu Zhong from Nats or a Lapu Lapu? I feel like a Lapu Lapu will be better, so that they will have more damage.
Would be a great pickup. Oh, but they decided to go for stability and get Theresa, so they're really putting all of it in the Zia basket, on this Melissa basket. It's like they're telling him, hey man, we're gonna give you another shot. Time for you to pop off because this entire composition is built for you.
Makes me think, what is apart from the Belleric, what is a good blade armor carrier here so that they can counter this Melissa eventually? Or maybe a dive, maybe even a Khalid, for Pro Esports, so that they can get into the back lines. But I feel like I gotta say, a glue. But there is already the Melissa. Okay, this is an interesting pick, but it does answer a lot. So number one, it's okay against the Selena because it can go for the split and you can tank some damage, even step on traps, even actually soaking the arrow if you needed be. It has a lot of utility actually here for Pro Esports.
Honestly, better than the alternative I was thinking of, which was the high loss. I like this glue. It's a little bit better, a little bit more proactive. You're not just a hot man horse, stabbing people and bringing down a red carpet. I can't believe those words came out of my mouth.
I was just ready for that.
I mean, that is what you call it. A centaur is a man horse, and our community has commonly accepted the fact that high loss is quite hot. That's not a personal preference. That's not me saying that. I'm just digging my grave here. We'll say something
yes,
smart.
You are actually digging your own grave. And one smart thing that I want to say about this is the fact that there is, now that I find out there's a really good synergy here for the composition of Alpha 7 around this Gatot Kacha and the Theresa. And also, the Theresa can be utilized to kind of soak some damage from the Claude. There's also the additional knock-up, so you can combo it with the Guinevere that they already have. Do not be confused about the icons that you're seeing from the left and the right side of your screen. They're flipped, all right? So it's Alpha 7 on the blue side with the Guinevere, with the Theresa, and on the other side, that's Nolan being piloted by Coily.
Pro being steady with it, but they're upping up the tempo in this EXP lane, trying to increase the chances that Naths won't be active for Turtle number 1. But a lot of bodies as well for Alpha 7 here. They decide to go in. They are really greedy trying to go after this Barracks, but at least they forced out the flicker from both the Barracks, but Cold World had to use the flicker just to get close. Revenge strike by this Thursday is not going to be able to take the Barracks down. He'll be able to get back in time for Turtle 1, but let's see if he'll be able to hit level 4 in time for it.
Oh. Sao wants to force Zia out there, but so much damage actually at this stage of the game. We don't appreciate that as in the laning stage. And Coily is level 4, so is best player 1. You're gonna be wary of where the junglers are gonna be moving. Taunted, PPP has to get out of there. Has the skill to us, a split, just to get out for sure. And just like that, Alpha 7 have focused on their turtle, but they will lose their purple in the process. Good trade for Pro Esports, unless of course somebody dies, which is going to be the glue. Not the best solution. They want to go for the invade. This could be good.
Yeah, PP really did not need to do that. I mean, the information was there unless he was just trying to bait out all of these skills, but they still have a lock. Naps straight into the back. Finds the Farsa. The entry with the AOG. Alpha 7 doing what they can to get even more. But the purple buff at the end of the day will end up in the hands of best player 1, as Coily did get the purple buff off PP1 earlier.
Oh, finally Alpha 7 again woke up, utilizing that so aggressively. Not even having to use the flicker means that it's really good for Alpha 7. And Coily traded for the purple buff, but ended up giving so much resources to Alpha 7 because Alpha 7 decided to blitz the turtle take out PPP, get to the purple afterwards, and then just win the trade overall. Good start for Alpha 7, ahead 1,000 gold at 3 minutes and 20 seconds.
This bodes well, very well for them, excuse me. When you want to get with this kind of lineup, as BP want to get kills, get his items quicker so that it makes the process and eventual power spike of the Melissa so much smoother that it's going to be seamless. It doesn't feel like there was a transition from early to mid game. It just happens in a snap. And they pretty much take that condition as long as Sia does not get an unnecessary death. You can lose any other member of Alpha 7, but you cannot lose his Melissa if you want the power spike to hit at the perfect juicy time for it. Pro, on the other hand, they do have burst. They can use that burst to try and get someone. But the problem is the response of Alpha 7 potentially in those river skirmishes with all that crowd control could even be fatal in that attempt for Bro Esports to get a 1 pickoff.
Yeah. It seems like the MO now for Pro Esports is just to stabilize once again. Just calm down. Eventually, they will get to the point where they can now take out the members of Alpha 7, but at a specific moment, it's not advised for Pro Esports to actually engage. Alpha 7 feels that way. They want to be the ones to decide whether or not they will team fight. And they are putting 4 members up here at top. There is the flicker after the Daytonas. Welcome in a great one. Best player down, bites the deck. Shark onto the backlines. Will have the AOG to get out of there. Sorry, I'm feeling the Bats player is actually so good. Again, go away. It's gonna keep Melissa safe for now. Zia gets out of there. Kozin has to pop a BMI to just get out of there, and it's gonna be enough for Pro Esports to actually take out some members of Alpha 7 up top and give Kozin some farm.
Perfect initiation there from the Barretts. And it's all these Barretts players. Great with it, clean with it. Saad didn't have the feathered airstrike when Kozin decided to go in with the blazing duet, as he did utilize it for that pickoff. I mean, better than nothing, they did get 1, and it was the jungler too. But it's this Melissa, it's this prized gold laner for Alpha 7 that they built their composition around that still stayed alive. They've switched up the lane. Snap decides to go up top to hold that. They don't want a split happening, and they don't want to lose control there as the turtle is spawning in the opposite side. Kozin very comfortable with the farming.
Good tech coming up from Alpha 7 to put Nats in front of Kozin instead of the Melissa. That means that they can easily stabilize that lane. turtle is going to be up in 27 seconds, and I feel like Alpha 7 really wants to dip their toes into this neutral objective. Sa again just committing the Predator Strike just to defend the bottom lane turret, and was successful in doing so. A little bit of a split push there coming up from Coily, and they're going to be collapsing into the third turtle of the game. Let's see if Pro Esports can actually take this. They're the very first ones to get into position, and Kozen is going to be one-on-one leading the charge.
Coily is still at the Lizard. Best player one already shows himself. A lot of information for Pro Esports to work with. Sign Cold World hovering around the bush. Kozen, Coily, sorry, I'm Phoenix PP here. That's the engage perfectly timed for Pro to set up an entry from Coily to retreat away. Here comes the Blazing Duet straight out the Zia, and the Blazing gets pushed out. No other way to put it other than that was clean, pristine, and hella freaking mean by Pro Esports with how they started that off.
And it all started by Sorry I'm Felix with that flicker play to Daytona's welcome. Actually, tail the members of Alpha 7, Coily securing the turtle, and the ultimate coming out from Kozen. I think the idea is to just force out the go away coming out from the ultimate of Zia. Didn't matter if Kozen will be able to kill that Melissa or not, as long as the ultimate of the Melissa is down. It seems like Zia will not be confident into putting himself in front of Pro Esports now. So it's like not having the ultimate is almost guaranteed that Zia will fall and will die.
Yeah.
And that's already a -1 in favor of Pro Esports.
By the way, I think this is accurate. This is a Skypiercer Claude. By Kozen.
Skypiercer Claude.
Yeah, usually we see the Trinity into it, but we rarely see a Skypiercer Claw. We see Skypiercer Creature, of course. That's a necessity. That's a hell of a take, Kozen. He went DHS, Skypiercer second, and I believe he's going for the Golden Staff second. Let's see. Once we see the Skypiercer stack symbol, because the item was there, it was locked into him. Yeah. Oh, that's going to be an engagement. The perfect Violet Requiem. Pro Esports are losing bodies. The turnaround by Alpha 7. But sorry, I'm Felix. Held on for too long. Kozen, is he going to be able to get the stacks if it is a Skypiercer? Let's confirm it. No member of Pro other than Felix goes down. Shark is the trade. It's Rome for EXP.
Wow. Alpha 7 still finding a lot. Well, this is the benefit of having a lot of sources of stunts in the combo for the turtles, as well as the Kacha with the Guinevere as well. There's a lot of knockups that they can do. But now the Lord fight commences. Get in. Predator Strike already popped, already cancelled. Terista misses the mark. Nat's now gonna be in trouble. Nat's taken out. In comes Sorry and Felix, the Purify from Zia, so that the Dictator's welcome will not be there. The Crazy Doing coming up from Kozen is not gonna be enough. Felix goes down. PvP will be next. He gets the Lord and actually dodges best player. And this is gonna be a dance between the junglers. Shark wants to dip into the fight. The taunt is perfect. Coily still gets away, but eventually falls from the damage output of Cold World on this Selena. Lord, it's gonna be in favor of Pro Esports, but it's a 1-for-3 trade-off.
Coily still winning the retribution battles, and based on the indicators, it actually is a Skypiercer Claude for Kozen. He only got one stack out of there, but let's see if it will get to that point, because now actually it makes sense in a way where, because of the lineup of Alpha 7 is very tanky, they might have that constant feeling of, oh, we just need a little bit more. This is a huge risk. We're getting pulled out by Kozen, but it might just be crazy enough to work. They march in with the Lord up top. Alpha 7 has so much tankiness and sustainability. The Zia has all the room in the world. He's 2-0-2 right now.
You're not gonna like this if you are Pro Esports. If you're Alpha 7, I mean. But then again, I still don't like it. I still don't like the Sky.
It's greedy. It's greedy.
Goes in.
Yeah, the golden staff. Is he still gonna go Trinity with that? Is that a different approach?
I think he went Trinity already. Like so he went two components of the Trinity, then Skypiercer, then went back to complete the Trinity.
With the corrosion scythe as the last
Oh
one.
my goodness.
What a take.
I mean, he is going back. He has not completed it yet, though. So
not
that's
yet.
like the attack speed, the bow. I don't like. All right, so he completes it. That's the Trinity with the Sky Piercer. Goes in the front lines. Gets out of there.
And it worked out. And look, oh, the bird damage. Eventually, it's the passive. The bird went all the way to Cold World. Even though he flickered out, it was already locked in. It was a second activation of it. Here comes the conceal. I'm pretty sure even Cold World and the rest of Alpha 7 were shocked about that. They're charging up the Detonus Welcome, but don't commit it. And I think you're starting to see maybe Alpha 7 realize that there is a Sky Piercer on this Claude, that they're taking every engagement with so much care. Oh my goodness, it is Trinity with a Sky Piercer. I can't believe it.
Oh my god. Kids, don't try this at home. But an important item pick up for Coily. Actually wait for the Blade of Despair very early to this fight. What is happening now in the world of pro esports? But of course, what this achieves is a lot of damage as they went in for the Gatot Kacha. Do they have enough burst? But there is the onto the backlines, catches 3. Shark still falls though and goes in now, chunking down Nats. Sky Piercer, it's gonna be a stack for Kozen. And now they go for more. Soria Felix will be taken out as they now ride into that Melissa. Zia falls down. 3 down on the side of Alpha 7. And now the Lord or the push in the middle. The world is the ocean. For pro esports, they can decide where they want to go, Redmar.
Are they going to go through top? Are they going to go through mid? I'm pretty sure they want this tower here. They've sent the Nolan and the Farsight to go back and handle with the Lord. They're going to call back the Claude and the Glue. They're going to stop the attack. The Pro Esports are going to be looking to end it with this Lord push as they've taken down 2 towers in the base of Alpha 7. That was a good counter set by Alpha. A terrific penalty zone by Nats. But the targeting and the man marking of Pro Esports was just a little bit better.
PPP flexing as the Glue. Patrick Starskin, Lord marching in the middle. Coily is gonna come up from top. Going for a pick-off perhaps, or a wraparound, a pincer maneuver. Pro Esports will have all of the lanes pushing together against Alpha 7 in the conceal play.
This could be endable for them. A huge counter set from the Terizla yet again would be able to turn things around for Alpha 7. No more base turrets. The massive damage from the feathered airstrike. Too much to handle, but they do have the sustainability, the knockback from the so-called missiles, whatever the hell you want to call it. But then Zio gets taken out and bursted. The taunt from Shark. He's trying to buy time, but he gets turned into a stack play. Zang duet. Double kill for Kozen and Coily. And I'm pretty sure they got to wrap it up with a kill as well. Pro Esports sweep Alpha 7 North.
And that's the end for Alpha 7 North. It started really well for them once again, but Pro Esports, all they had to do was to group up, wait for the right timing. I think the overall MVP that I would say is Sa. I think the way that he's using the Farsa is so commendable. And in the end, they were able to ride out into the sun because of the DPS that we saw from the Farsa. This team, unfortunately, Alpha 7, it's the end for them. Pro Esports will be moving on to the playoffs as they did in the last tournament that they went to. Of course, eliminating Alpha 7 in the process.
Welcome to the playoffs, Pro Esports. Of course, commending side is in the name. Just added an extra A in the end for Farsa, you know? It's there. Right there.
It's there.
And it was a great pickup. It's exactly what they needed. He was there for his team when they needed him. The burst, the timing of the feathered airstrike, honestly on point. That pickoff onto Cold World coming out of nowhere in mid, I feel like was one of the dagger moments where you saw just how shocked Alpha 7 were from that. The passive, very That's Verri. That's the bird Farsa's with. If I remember the lore correctly, that's actually her husband, if I'm not mistaken. I could be wrong. Please don't quote me on that. But yeah.
In bird form is what
In
you're
bird
saying.
form. It's like... That's why Farsa has no eyes. Because she sees through the bird, which is actually the spirit of her husband. Like they were cursed.
I see. That is a dark story.
It is.
But look at how Sa was actually dodging Nats's ultimate. So important for pro esports, and then goes in doing the damage. Sorry, Felix will eventually fall in this, but Coily gets the neutral objective, gets the Lord, which is the most important part of that trade. And look at this ultimate coming out from Nats. However, Zia wasn't able to just supplement the damage because I think the idea is you pick up the glue so that the Melissa will always be threatened. And even after the Win of Nature, even after the go away, they just won't have enough to protect Zia in this team fight. And on that push, we can see Sa again popping the ultimate, forcing out the members of Alpha 7, forcing them to scramble. And it was more than enough of a disruption that the entirety of Pro Esports will now win the team fight afterwards.
Yeah, once that Melissa went down, it's pretty much doom and gloom already for Alpha 7 North. They needed that Melissa to stay alive as long as possible. Again, this lineup was built for it, and without it, it would be too difficult. Meanwhile, for Pro Esports, they had a lot of options. 3 of them specifically. You had this Nolan, the Cloud with the Skypiercer, and this Farsa, which was, again, a terrific game by Sa. But sorry, I'm Felix and PP. 100% they were so linked up with their initiations, with this Barret's the glue. Of course, doing that great thing that you can do with the glue where you flicker forward, get that slam, trigger that little goo on the floor. It was just so good by the frontliners of Pro.
And in that last clash, he was PPPP was the problem for Melissa, but in the tail end of that fight, before they were able to push, I saw Sa actually land a nasty 2-man stun with the Curse of the Crow and the MVP 4-0-8 Kozen from Pro Esports as the Claude, first pick Claude in fact, and with the Skypiercer. You are not getting fooled by the graphics that you're looking at right now. This is absolutely a Skypiercer in the Claude, and don't try this at home is what I would say.
He decided to go for the 5% discount on the shop. He went DHS, build components for Golden Staff, but completed the Skypiercer. And then after he got his first stack of the Skypiercer and they got a little bit more gold, was the perfect power spike for the Golden Staff. And then once he got even more, he got the Corrosion Scythe pretty freaking quickly also. So maybe Kozen, let him cook. He might have just discovered something. But I feel like it's a case-to-case scenario. This cannot be the automatic play for sure for Claude.
Oh yeah. Because you saw how it has to, it kind of stops the Claude from naturally getting into the critical mass of the Trinity. But I feel like they had enough of a leeway for that. It's case-to-case basis. You're right on that. In this game, it was successful because they were looking for that kind of elimination, and it feels like they cannot have that on the Nolan because the Nolan has other things to think about. He has to have an actual item that can slow down his opponents, like when Teresa comes in, there must be some way to pierce through that, and he picked up the Blade of Despair for that specific scenario.
Yeah. Now, that's going to be it for this matchup. We're down to our last match of the day here in Group D. In around 30 to 35 minutes, we're going to witness the upper bracket final between Onyx and GK. They are both already playoffs qualified. But which of these two teams are going to go right ahead into the quarterfinals and the other one going to the round of 16, meaning that they have to take an extra step? We'll see when we get back.
күмістер әр қадамы жаңа жетістікке жетелейтін марафон. Біз осы жолды сіздермен бірге 10 жылдан бері жүріп келеміз. Тимур Құлыбаевтың халық қайырымдылық қоры.
Центр кредит банкымен сіз қарапайым және заманауи шешімдердің ортасындасыз. Нық сеніммен жаңа мүмкіндіктер ашып, тексерілген сапаға сеніңіз. BCCKZ мүмкіндіктерді кеңейтіңіз.
And we are back. Aurora currently at match point as of yet, and Mongols suffering a terrible loss after game number 1 and still opting to go for the red side even after that loss. We'll see whether they're going to adjust and actually get rid of the Freya this time around rather than leaving it open.
Well, Aurora still on the first pick here, batting out the Marcel, and Mongols still batting out that Fanny. Batting out the Zushin, so it doesn't seem like Aurora there really needs to be a change in the draft. For the Mongols, I guess they can skip batting out the Belleric and then changing it for the Freya, but the thing is, if the Freya's not there, they're just gonna go to the Keto.
Well, they could fall back into that, but right now we're not seeing. Well, let's see. I want to see what that final ban is going to be for Aurora, because the last time they got rid of the Marcel, the Zushin, and more importantly, they got rid of the Valentina. Now Mongols are going to reply the exact same way. First two bans exactly the same, and finally the Valentina shows up. It looks like Midnight was not able to chump check with the Mongols this time, and let's see. Come on, get rid of the Freya, dear lord.
Yeah, I feel like the Freya really has to go. Like, the Keto is annoying, but the Freya can get to your back line, and that's something like the Mongols doesn't want to risk it. I don't know. I feel Freya is more terrifying, but the thought of fighting a Keto, even I'm like, oh man, can I not?
I don't know. I feel like Paquito is a lot more manageable compared to dealing with the Freya. Freya just feels like kind of unstoppable at times, but well, it looks like the Mongols are going to give up the Freya once again. I want to see whether or not they either build a secondary win condition or whether or not they're going to have something. Again, I would expect at the bare minimum, the Atlas going into their hands. The Esmeralda can show up whenever it feels like, but there has to be adjustments from the Mongols. They cannot just be playing the exact same thing.
Yeah. If only you can use the revamp Kaja, am I right? Then at least you can actually hold down this Freya. Because right now Freya is a strong, independent woman that will be held by no man. Speaking of, Aurora picks up the Barats again. Do they want to go for the Nolan again? I really don't see why not, TNZ.
Yep, just do it all over again, right? Just play the same draft, I suppose. Maybe the second half of the banning phase could be utilized better from the Mongol side. And there we have it. The Nolan shows up, and this should be Esmeralda, unless Mongols wants to change that up, which I doubt it.
Yep, Esmeralda picked up again. So for now, same old. Aurora. Wait, no. Mongols, do they want to ban out the Minotaur? Because that was pretty annoying coming in from Pagu.
I'm not gonna lie, that was pretty annoying, but at the same time, they also had to think about like getting rid of, potentially a secondary engager like Alice, for an example. Oh wait, no, they don't have to at all. They got rid of the last time Cho, and plus something else. I can't remember it off the top of my head, but it looks like it's
glue.
Yeah, there it is, the glue.
Oh wait, no, Aurora banned the glue, right? Wait, oh, now I'm mixed up. Sorry, dude, it's a long day. You know,
it has been a long day.
When the wait is longer than the game, it really screws with your memory.
Yeah, it does. But that's interesting. If Mongols are the one who wants to actually deny this ban from Aurora, that means Aurora has to dig a little bit deeper into their pockets, which I don't think they mind that much unless they were looking for something else, which I doubt. And I don't think that the glue would have been picked up by Aurora Gaming anyways in a lot of these scenarios. They get rid of the Sora this time so they don't have the, SCC immunity from that cloud shift. But if Sora is out of the question, doesn't that mean that they just lean into Alice or Terizla?
Yeah, personally for me, based on how Cram used the Terizla, and I was looking at the other stream, by the way, can't remember who was using it, but his Terizla was actually able to win out against the Barats, and it's more about using the first ability to just chunk him out, which I'm like, hey, actually, you know what? Makes sense.
Not a bad idea. Using it as like a general poking tool because he doesn't have like the greatest sustain. That's a pretty good idea, actually. Let's see whether Aurora Gaming is gonna take advantage of this. They're gonna get rid of the Arlet. Okay, that was expected. And now Mongols with the red 4 pick. How are they going to change it up from the previous game? They could go for the Terizla this time round, but I think they might as well hold on to it for the time being and show something else like their mid lane.
Yeah, just now to pick up the Eudora, which is a good pick, but that does mean that the, the Lilia was basically untouched, right? Lilia is afraid to go up against something like a Farsa. I think it's still okay to go for the Eudora because really, other than that, what are you going to use? A Valir to try and like slow Aurora down?
That doesn't sound too great, and actually there are like a few benefits, but you're still gonna get eaten by the Lunar at the end of the day unless you take like you take an actual Purify on top of Valir's inbuilt one, and it's the exact same composition for the side of Aurora. Let's see, Mongols, is this last pick really going to make the difference here? And we're gonna find out real soon.
Yeah, because I really don't know. The only change, because now they don't have a Sora, is the Terizla. I guess I can see a Uranus as well, but Aurora, I feel like you need some kind of crowd control to deal with them. And for now, it's really just Mumu. Yeah, it's really just Ox as well as Miki. So that's why I prefer it to Rizla over the Uranus here.
Yeah, I mean, they could go for Phoveus too, but I think that alters the comp a little too much. And they go in for the Alice as their secondary engager in a way to kind of say, you know what, if you're gonna sandbag the wave against me, Lunar, I might as well do the exact same thing to you and still have better engaged duels overall. Yes, it is a little telegraphed, but it works as a natural wombo combination with not only as a means to counter engage against Pagu, but at the very least, Ox has somebody who can follow up with him.
Well, for now, Aurora, they got exact, 100% of the draft that they got in game number 1. And the Mongols, 80%. This time, instead of a Sora, they got the Alice, but roughly the same kind of idea. The only change I think that they could make is don't give a Savage. But hard to really plan for that, really.
Yeah, it's a little difficult. And to be fair, I wasn't expecting it. I thought maybe like Lilia or even Sigaboom we're going to at least snatch away one of those kills. But at the end of it all, Aurora is a professional team for a reason. Let's jump right into it. It's once again Aurora at match point on blue side facing off against the Mongols on the red side. The emblem sets seem to be pretty straightforward. Nothing out of the ordinary. Just double checking to make sure. And yeah, Wilderness Blessing here on the side of Makey. It looks like he's going to be rotating around the map a lot more rather than looking for big flicker plays.
Yep. So for now, Rosa already doing a good job at trying to deny some minions. I think Makey got a little bit of that one. So I think he wasn't denied too much, just denied by some gold. Zixora goes in, Purify already used by Rosa, but this time Pagu, he jumps back in, kills Zixora. They're like, fool me once, shame on me. Fool me twice, shame on you.
No, it was just bad timing. Yeah, it's the other way around, but just bad timing here for Zixora. And now another kill should be given over as manages to get out just in time. And Zixora actually denying the space, but Tianzi now gets the walk in for free.
Yup, Zixora could not get that. And now 3 members in. Zixora was able to actually get someone there, but gave it over to Makey. But that don't matter. Makey is not the main damage dealer for the team. TNZ is already level 4. Zixora is level 2. This is such a big difference. Aurora did good with a bad early game. Now they got a good early game. This is more scary for the Mongols.
Yeah, it really is. It really is. Let's see how this first turtle is going to play out as level 4s are about to be achieved by not only Mumu, but also K. And the question is whether or not K is actually going to leave the lane just to try and help, because Zixora, he's slowed down on his overall farm. He's not even level 4 at this stage of the game. Nolan currently 2 levels ahead of him, just a bigger retribution overall. And I think that Aurora gave me more than happy to just hold off on actually taking this. But now that K is actually doing so well against Sigma, they find one in Ox.
Well, Momo jumps in, finds TNZ. TNZ is able to get out of that one. Right now, Gideon, I think the only strategic play that they can do is 4 people wait in the bush. 1 person stays on the turret and then recalls and spam the recalls. And hope that Aurora dives the turret.
Yeah, just hope they got some like weak egos, right? That's the strategic advantage is to exploit the weak mental. But so far, Aurora, I think they're more than happy to kind of just chill for a second here. And now, finally, everybody has hit their level 4s. Everybody is setting up for this play. And Lunar, they don't know that he doesn't actually have... Oh, wait. Maybe he's got it up now. It's online. Deton is welcome activated.
Yep, still waiting on it. Able to get Ox. Ox finally gets spitted out. Has to flicker out, not to die. Not level 4 just yet. Zixora goes in, tries to get a kill onto Pagu. No more combo skills left. Kato tries to push Rosa away. TNZ just waiting in the flanks. TNZ does get stunned up by Mickey. TNZ might have overextended, still kills Zixora. Oh my goodness, this is not fair at this point.
I mean, I don't know what he was thinking there, if I'm being perfectly honest. Zixora is not as strong as he thinks he is at this stage of the game, and even though he's trying his absolute best to at least lay down some form of damage, it has not been easy at all. And even for Sigaboom here, against K, K's got to be careful. Oh, okay, that doesn't look like it's going to win now.
Yeah, thank you very much. Now we're seeing K going up against Siggy Boom again. Recall K, recall. He will go in. Oh no, he didn't. But you see, he did like the idea was there. If he recalled, Siggy Boom might have gone back in.
He might have gone back in. He was already kind of dancing at the very edge of his maximum range, and now he wants to just do a little bit more, right? And at the very least, Lunar holding on to priority for this purple buff. He is more than happy to just sit on top of it to maintain his own stacks. But now, look at all the information he's getting. 3 members show up.
Yep, Lunar, half HP down. Even using the missiles to pull it back a bit. And Lunar just walked away like a boss. Or just like a big really dinosaur.
Oh, you just a dinosaur, as they call it these days. Lunar, I mean, you learn a lot from these small little Barats plays, right? You know, holding on to the priority, holding up to your stack, how to stay big for long periods of time, because most people struggle to maintain their stack.
Gets eaten, even Flicker goes on to 4, gets taken down by TNT. That's gonna be the first stack of the Sky Piercer. Mumu engages in, might have been a bad call. Zixora has to get away. Pagu secures kill onto Zixora, double kill for TNZ. Another stack for the Sky Piercer, 20 for TNZ.
Yeah, but Aurora Gaming, they've snowballed this early game very, very well. However, this has come at a little bit of a cost. They're willing to trade that top side for mid-tier 1, which is actually a much better trade.
At this point, honestly, I don't see a world where Mongols can really win a fight here. I think they're just too far behind. TNZ was thinking about it, but it's like, yeah, it's not worth it. It's only 20 stacks. If I have 80, 100%.
Yeah, and nobody on their side actually has Purify, right? So Lunar has plenty of targets. I think this is why they're so decisive. If we catch anybody and we already have the lead in the Sky Piercer, they're basically as good as gone. And even for K, it's starting to come to a point where, you know, Sigaboom has got that golden staff. He can out-sustain him as long as he has his ult ready to go in these prolonged fights. Generally, we're expecting that K can, you know, out-poke him for a large majority of the laning phase.
Unable to get anyone. Lunar just a little bit off to the side. Zixora now does have the Sky Piercer. If he can get a kill, it could be a way to get back to the game. But with Mumu dead, Zixora has to run away. Looks like unable to. Double kill for TNZ. Sigiboon just dives in. Triple kill. Is this going to be a maniac? No. Sigiboon takes it away. But all the same, Aurora, they're in such a dominant position. Over 5,000 gold ahead at 6 minutes of the game. Now they're even diving the turret, want to give more kills to TNZ, and they're going to get it legendary here. At this point, I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't know how Mongols can win this one.
No, I think it's kind of GG already. It's first item, Genius Wand. I don't see a Dom Ice getting built by literally anybody, so nobody can really deal with Sigiboom. Nobody can really deal with Lunar, who's playing Festival of Blood, so he's extra, like, on top of the fact that he has, you know, Festival of Blood sustainability, he's building full tank on top of it as well. So really, by the time the Mongols actually get the relevant items, it's over.
Yeah, and a Minotaur heal as well. Kind of feels bad. I'm pretty sure he already has Festival of Aces. I did not look at his items, but I'm pretty sure even if he doesn't have it yet, he will have it soon. So it would just be bad to worse. Like, we should be hopeful for the team, but I mean, like, we're being realistic here. For anyone that's ever played rank MLBB, you know, it's kind of over. And now, Yum gives a kill over to TNZ again. Another stack. And now K tries to get away. Boop, boop. Oh, Rosa takes it away. Not going to give it over to TNZ. It's like, you're not that great.
He's not that guy, not anymore. And now that's going to be a Lightning Truncheon complete. If I saw the items correctly, I think Pagu first item Oracle. I could be wrong. There we go. The Flask of the Oasis just got purchased, and I think that should be the final nail in the coffin here. Even Rosa started to disrespect the space.
Give them as well, because at this point they're like, yeah, you guys can't punish this. You guys can crowd control this, but y'all don't have any damage. And now they're chasing after Zixora. Zixora is gonna get away. Yeah, good try, guys. Good try.
Nice. Able to clear up the time. Saw what was expecting and calculated, and took into account both the Cyclone as well as the Conceal. Nicely done by Zixora, and that's generally what he wants to do. Try to get, attention of Aurora Gaming to come to the opposite side of the map so it opens up the rest for the Mongols to actually go back and start farming up. Because everybody's just a little too squishy right now, and really, Tianzi can do whatever he wants as long as Lunar hits the Detona's welcome. And I think that now that Sigboom has his 3 items, it's done for, right? K forced the flicker out fast, and everybody is trying, at least for Zixora, just nearby to try and disengage, but they can't do much about this, and K will die kind of no matter what.
Well, now we just basically hit the 10,000 gold difference mark here at 9 minutes. Their gold advantage is like 1,000 per minute. That's disgusting to play against. If somehow this goes to 20 minutes and the Mongols get a comeback, Aurora they will be a little mean, man.
I mean,
but I think that's not gonna
well. I don't think it's gonna happen. And the BOD to guarantee that no load targets on top of the Skypiercer will get away. Really efficient by Lunar, man. That's the EXP laner you want, man. He hands you. He literally spoon feeds you the kills. He literally draws the lines. He also drops the red carpet for purple buffs. Like, what doesn't he do at this point?
This is so not a part of the game for now. Rosa takes a lot of damage from Zixora. Kills come from Bagu. Black Juice comes in, gets a kill. Alice gets taken down. TNZ try to chase after Zixora. Zixora probably gonna get taken down. Double kill for TNZ, and then moving forward, Aurora Gaming goes up against the Mongols. Aurora is looking at an N angle. K can't take the damage. Triple kill for TNZ. Want to give a Maniac. Momo gives over a Maniac. And ladies and gentlemen, the game is over. 10 minutes at what? 14,000 gold lead. 21 kills to 1. This is a game that should not be broadcasted.
Man, that was a public execution. That was tough to watch, I'm not gonna lie. I was thinking of any answers for the Mongols to kind of, bail themselves out of the situation, but with the item build that they had, with a lot of the lost movements and weird contestations, they definitely couldn't find their rhythm in this game. And I think at the very least, Aurora was very good at disrupting Mongols' early game just to make sure that they can play the tune of their own.
Yeah, then this is doesn't matter, but Kaja is my new favorite hero. Just by the animations, oh my goodness, he is gorgeous. Oh my.
Yep. Don't worry, you can keep glazing it. Nobody will be able to see it in this tournament because it's just a new revamp that got dropped in the latest patch, which is why we started a little bit later today. But even so, it is it will be interesting to see how that's going to shape up with the metagame, right? With the new way that the ult actually works. It is a scarily big zone.
Yeah. Honestly, looking at this game, there's really not much to say without either saying too good of a thing for Aurora or too bad for Mongols, but I don't know. I hope Mongols is able to recover from this, because going up against Aurora in this format right now is really not fair. This is the best meta for Aurora, and I don't know. We'll see. We'll see whether Aurora refines it even more, because I agree with you, Gideon. It feels like Aurora started and Spirit just refined it. Now it's just everyone else surviving it,
I don't know. This just felt like prison rules, right? Aurora Gaming control the yard at this point, and Mongols just don't get any free time to actually flex and work out at this stage. It is tough. I think it was a really big mistake that Makey decided to go for this Genius Wand instead of going for the Glowing Wand as his first item. I get that he wants to, start off the early game similarly to game number 1, getting Rosa to use that Purify and also Pagu at the same time with the Flicker, but small adjustments allowed that laning phase to actually just result in Rosa only losing out on the Purify, and Rosa doesn't need it for the upcoming fights when you have Black Shoes. Even so, this is an even more devastating game with a refined Aurora Gaming, and I think that the Mongols, if they're going to play this double fire tighter comp, they're going to need some damage in the side lane. Like, Esme is good into the Freya, but only for so long, and that's why a lot of teams actually lean into the Paquito for that big fat burst.
Yep. With that, we do have one more series for today to close things out, which, by the way, we have not seen SRG go up against Rune Eaters, right?
That's supposed to be that?
No,
you are right.
Wait a minute. I thought it was supposed to be the third series. What happened?
It's fine. You know, schedules change.
Whatever.
Change, and you know, our players are just happy to be able to get these games down. Well, if we are lucky enough to get SRG facing up against the Rune Eaters, it will be a battle of mechanics, and I am all for it. We saw a lot of great stuff coming out from the Rune Eaters side, and you know, I wouldn't say a revamp, but at least a SRG coming back to their identity, back to their form, which would have been nice like a week and a half ago. But hey, you know, it happens to the best of us.
Yep. And to the worst of us as well. For now, we will be going for a break, but when we return, it should be SRG going up against Rune Eaters. And if you guys want to check out the other stream, it should be on it going up against Geeky. We'll see you guys right after the break.
We're here to win.
Filling my mind with these images, yeah. And it's the way that you look at me. Filling my mind with these images, yeah. You've got me saying words in my head. Filling my mind with these images, yeah. And it's the way that you look at me. Filling my mind with these images, yeah. You've got me saying words in my head. Filling my mind with these images.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Final Games 2026. Games of the Future has been interesting, and we'd like to thank you for your patience for our very final series of today. We are going to be witnessing SRG facing up against the Rune Eaters, who have surprised us during day number one with their not only interesting picks, but their overall mechanics. And with SRG coming back into form, it'll be really interesting to see how this is going to be a true test of superiority when it comes down to the micro. Today, Selangor Red is going to be showing up Innocent, Cram, Guys, Stormy, and Yums.
And I would say this is going to be a match where both teams, I think this is going to be a game where we're going to see a lot of bans for Selena, because both Stormy as well as the mid laner coming in from Rune Eaters has really shown that their Selena is on pretty top form. SRG, if I were to describe how they're going to be drafting for this one, it's probably going to be Cram on that tank, and Yum's going to be an engager alongside with Stormy. Going up against them is going to be Rune Eaters, Zuki, King Verb, Ulvin, Riz 4T, as well as Tashtek. For now, I don't gotta say, I don't really see a weak link coming in from Rune Eaters, but again, they went up against the Mongols yesterday. Mongols didn't have a good time going up against Aurora just now. This is going to be a real test. If they can really make SRG sweat, then they're a legit threat here. And we are jumping into the pick and bans. Selangor Giants will be the first pick here, betting out the Zushin as well as the Atlas. Rune Eaters betting out the Hirara as well as the Marcel.
Keeping it interesting here, keeping it as tight as possible. Fanny and Freya are still up for grabs, and I would have imagined that at least one of them is going to get banned out here unless there has been some deeper research on each of the teams. It would make a lot of sense if Rune Eaters, since they're banning out the Hirara, would also ban out the Fanny as well. But then that leaves a lot of dangerous options open.
For sure. In terms of the other bans, I wonder if Rune Eaters want to entertain the idea of not betting out the Fanny, because SRG has shown that even when the Fanny is open, they won't pick it up. They will try to counter it. So maybe Rune Eaters would just play around with it and be like, oh, are we going to take the Fanny? Are we not? Are we not? And then, you know, just mess around with SRG at that point.
That's a good point. That's a good point, because no matter what, they're going to get something, and it looks like Freya is the one that needed to go. At this stage, Fanny up for grabs. It's a dangerous first pick. We've seen a lot of teams actually pivot over into the Barat's opener here as well. They could go for the Belleric, but I've seen that to be pretty weak on blue side overall, considering that the Valentina is still able to steal the Wrath of the Dryad. So we'll see what the opener is for SRG to kind of, you know, kick us off here on the draft to see what kind of direction they want to go.
Yeah, I feel like Barat's is probably the strongest opener right now. Other than that, I guess Valentina is pretty flex, but I was talking about the Selena, and it looks like SRG read it out. Rune Eaters, they want the Selena, so they take it away, and then they reply with the Melissa instantly. I think this opens up for a conversation between Yums and Cram and be like, hey, Cram, you want to use the Lapu? I can use a tank, I don't care.
They're trying to influence potential EXP picks. But then what is going to be the natural follow-up here for the side of the Rune Eaters, right? Because now that they already see the Selena, they know where it's going into the mid lane. There's a pretty high likelihood that they also, all right, get the Barats on top of it all.
Yeah. Well, I think the Barats is a good pick just to make sure that this... I would say both of them are kind of like anti-Selena heroes, where Barats, when he has a set number of stacks, he has more resistance, making it so that he doesn't get stunned often. And the Melissa can help her team out just by using the go away. So SRG, to deal with this, do they want to pick up a Uranus just so that they don't turn away from their plan of having Yubes as an engager and Cram being the front line? I feel like picking up Uranus would be pretty fine here. Yep, Uranus as well as the Claude. So they already have a rough answer for Rune Eaters, but they're not making it so that they have a lane winner necessarily. They just want a hero that's hard to catch.
Yeah, and I also like the pairing here, right? Not only is it lane winning, but they also made sure that they have a potential answer to this Melissa in that Claude before the wand is actually purchased in the game. Final pick here for the very first phase for the Rune Eaters. Beleric is still a big question mark. They might not necessarily pick it for themselves. They could look for other different options to maybe, you know, force Innocent to take a Purify early on. He might actually still need to do so, but at the same time, you might as well have a double threat here, knowing that the BMI is always such a good spell.
Yep. So it looks like they will pick up the Beleric here. So I think they're drafting in a way that counters how SRG wants to play. SRG, they're a pretty divey team. So Rune Eaters, they already have a lot of anti-dive heroes here. Honestly, everyone except for the Barats. But Barats, technically, I think with the Missile Expert, he can pull things back. Betting out a Cho here. So now Slangoray Giants. I wonder what other heroes they want to ban out. I feel like Junglers is going to be hard to ban, considering that King Verb use odd picks like the Martis. So
the Martis, the Saber.
Yes.
Both of which I think, you know, both of which actually counter like an array of different types of assassin picks, which is pretty unique in the meta so far. We haven't seen too much of that at all, other than from the Rune Eaters. They also get rid of the Cho and Slanger Red Giants. It looks like they have done some homework. They ban out the Saber.
Yep. I like that we live in a world where Saber gets banned, Hanabi has been banned, Rafaela has been banned. Heck, we even have a Mia ban back in MWI.
Yeah, we did have a Mia ban. I just like the fact that Suki this entire time not interested in the draft. It's like, Coach, you give me what you need. I'm a mess around with this fan the entire time. He's been doing it since the beginning of the draft up till now. Let's see whether or not it's going to warm his hands down. Most professional players would like to warm their hands up in these types of situations, but he's just trying to make his fingers a superhero.
Well, I hope it's not like it doesn't look like he's injured, because I'm like, wait, are you like injured somehow? But it's like, okay, probably not. Like you say, he's just messing around. So the Fanny has been banned out here. So SRG, in terms of assassins, there's still quite a few. I think the best one right now for SRG might be that Harley. I think Rune Eaters will try to snatch that away and force SRG to use something like a Nolan instead. Unless they have something cool, like maybe a Ling alongside with the Selena just to hyper farm for him. No. I think that back. They have a Claude. They can't have too many scalers. So probably a Nolan or Harley.
There's just too much, there's not enough gold on the map to be distributed to everybody. Yes, you can be sort of efficient to it, but at the end of the day, the jungler is looking to full clear their side of the map and maybe once in a while go for these bigger invades. Eudora finally gets banned out here. Good coverage coming in from SRG. Rune Eaters, is this going to be the jungle pick? Are they going to reveal it here, or are they going to save it to the very end? Because at the end of the day, mid lane picks as of right now, Lilia seems all right, but doesn't really solve the problem of both Selena alongside with the Claw, making them very susceptible to damage. Any artillery mages also doesn't seem to be a good option as well. Ooh, Valen doesn't sound like a bad idea, but there's no ults to take.
No, if you take the Selena ult, you get all of her abilities.
Oh, that is true. That is fair. Getting some abyssal arrows and traps down might not be such a bad idea, and since they already have the Barats to guarantee an engagement as soon as the Detna's Welcome connects, be the option that they're looking for. They got 7 more seconds to think about this, and it's the Valentina, like you said, right on the head.
So now SRG, I feel like the Harley would be a pretty good pick here. And then when it comes to the roam, I feel like their default is to go for a Badang, but I don't think this is a Badang kind of draft. There's so many ways to counter him. I wonder if they want to go for a support here. Support like a Matilda or something.
Ooh, support Matilda doesn't sound like a bad idea, but I would imagine that their roamer needs to somehow sort of set up to make sure that the Stormy is able to consistently land the arrows. Oh, Minotaur doesn't sound like a bad idea, but then again, it does make the composition just a little more one-dimensional unless their jungler is like a Ling that has the ultra mobility and can come in from any angles. But they go for Kufra and Nolan instead.
I know that he had a pretty nasty Kufra game alongside with the Selena, so this could just be the new dual combo for SRG. I was just hesitant because there's quite a lot of, the Belleric as well as the Melissa, and to a certain extent the Barats, kind of make the Kufra's job hard, but maybe they're like, as long as we can hit arrows, it's no big deal.
I suppose it's a pretty high skill camp composition, and yeah, this technically should be. Oh, okay.
Wow.
If they go for the Hayabusa instead, actually, you know what? I'm actually kind of down for this, right? Because again, Selena is such a nuisance to deal with. If King Verb is able to kind of find some odd angles while Rune Eaters pull attention to themselves, he might be able to find himself a solo kill early on, or at least blow like a flicker out of Stormy at level 2.
I gotta say, they are the most, how do I say this? I already forgot. No, I already forgot the term for it, but like, they don't want to use the cool stuff. Like, if it's meta, they want to go for a different direction. There used to be a word for it. What is it called again?
It's called being a rebel.
No. It's something like Scooby-Doo era, like the 90s, early 2000s.
Scooby-Doo era?
I call it the Scooby-Doo era, okay? Because that word reminds me of Scooby-Doo. I just don't remember.
I can keep going down the list if necessary.
For now, we are jumping into the land of Dawn here, where they are too cool for the meta. Rune Eaters come out with this Hayabusa with the Marksman emblem. Interesting here, Marksman emblem alongside with the Veteran Hunter as well as the Thrill. Okay, they're like very anti-meta.
Wait, hold on. That's starter from Rune Eaters here. Hayabusa is actually starting on the golems with minimal invasions here. I think they were preparing for a potential invasion, and they want to make sure that even if they do get invaded, they're not really going to find much here off of the... Oh, did he steal it? Luckily he didn't.
I actually have no idea because he got level 2 after that, but I don't know if it's the timing or what. Fantastic though. He's gonna get attacked quite a bit. Looks like he's gonna survive there. Yumes goes back in. Holding gets stunned up. The Yumes probably has to get away. King Verb is there just to help him out. Yumes taking quite a lot of damage, but able to heal up from the enhanced basic attack.
Okay, not bad. And I mean, unfortunately, Uni wasn't in position to try and capitalize on these moments, but that's fine. He's got bigger things to worry about right now because they're going to end up on this exact same lane by the EXP because they're both going for full clears on their side. In terms of the emblem setup, Cram opting once again going for that Master Assassin into this Barat's matchup who has Festival of Blood. We're seeing the Pull Yourself Together from Tashik. So again, he wants to flicker in forward as quickly as possible once he gets the Wrath of the Dryads. And finally, Melissa opting to go for Purify, but at least has Mystery Shop.
Well, for now, looks like the Ogi Shadow Kill almost killed him, but looks like Oven is going to secure the kill from King Verb. But still, it's already a pretty good start taking out the Uranus early here. Zuki does take a lot of damage, has to use the Flicker to get away. It's going to be worth it as long as he survives. Tash, hello, sir, turtle? Sir. All right, there we go. We look at a turtle now. King Verb secures the turtle and even gets Stormy in the back end. Rune Eaters, they might be the real deal here. They're actually making SRG die quite a few times.
Yeah, they're making them work for kind of everything. And even Rios is actually winning out this lane against Innocent. This is the lowest I've seen Innocent in quite some time, especially with a pretty brutal laning phase overall. But usually he's able to kind of sustain through the pain. Looks like the trades have not gone in his favor. And so far, once again, Ulven, he's figured it out, right? He's right on top of Uni as of yet. He might get punished for this, but he's still holding on to the Kufra ult. He sees everybody.
King Verb finds Uni when he tries to get away. Uni gets taken down. Oh my goodness. Oh, even dodging out Hughes. He saw that coming. Now Stormy has to get away, but Flicker forward slows him down. King Verb gets the kill. Gideon Rune Eaters is the real deal.
Yo, this is so real. Great information relay coming in from Ulvin. He held his position. I thought maybe he's going to try and steal it away, but he also knows that after 2 dashes, there's a pretty good chance that he dies, and spots out all 3 members of the Slango Red Giants moving up to that top side, allowing the solo kill here from King Verb onto Uni's side. He doesn't have any iframes, so the OP Shadow kill is good, and he eats him as well, and they get Uni again.
Yep, and now Cram tries to get away. Ogi Shadow Kill used on Uranus. Uranus gets taken down. Ulvin dies in the back end, but I think they're okay with that trade considering that King Verb 3-0-3. Stormy goes in, only to die, gives another kill over to King Verb. And get in. I remember what the word is. It's
for school?
Hipster.
Oh,
that's the word I was looking for. See, like Scooby-Doo. It's like Scooby-Doo, hipster.
No, that the Scooby-Doo era is hippie, sir. I think this is the Ben 10 era. That's when you got the hipsters. Overall, Rune Eaters are still 7-1 in this game, and this lead is kind of ridiculous. Like, King Verb can basically one-shot anybody with just a little bit of health.
Well, right now Turtle has been started, and it's weird to see, but Krem is having such a bad time in lane. King Verb still secures it, and then Yum Yum eats Yumes. Yumes gets taken down. SRG. I never in my life I thought I would see Cram go 0-2, Uni 0-2, and Stormy 1-3-0. And King Verb tries to get onto Stormy, able to get away with the quad shadows. Back in the top lane, Ulvin is pushing Innocent out. Everyone from SRG lost the lane, Gideon.
Oh man, this might be a fast one for SRG. But let's see. Rune Eaters, at the same time, they've already gotten quite a significant lead 5 minutes into this game. They've developed it to at least a 3K lead. If they can crack open the mid-tier 1, this is going to make Uni's life difficult, even more difficult than what we are seeing currently. And Dreadnought armor already purchased some steel leggings in for Yumes just to make sure that he has just enough armor to protect himself from this Hayabusa, but it's not looking good.
Yep, they're trying to get Zuki here. Zuki does take quite a lot of damage. It takes forever and a half to kill him, and now Ulvin. Oh, but look at that. It's actually Flickers forward, able to use the all double kill for King Verb. At this point, I think he's talking to himself like, guys, why didn't I just pick up Skypiercer?
It is a good point. And he is opting to go and try and build up into that War Axe, but they managed to get at least one turret, and they're going to probably trade another. No, doesn't have the Shadow Kill just yet, but they cracked open mid-tier 1, which at least allows Uni to start moving into the jungle if necessary, and Cram once again dies. Like, they are face-checking too many bushes.
Not entirely sure who got that one there, but Rune Eaters, they're continuing to assault. And the Barat's unable to get Yumes. But oh my god, look at that missile expert pulling them back. Ulvin secures another kill, and Rune Eaters even getting mid-turret.
They're getting everything. Wow. They are honestly debating SRG. They're taking advantage of the fact that SRG actually are down to brawl, and Rune Eaters are more than happy to oblige with the lead that they have right now. And now this should be a free turtle at this stage of the game, and Slango Red Giants are just forced to start grouping up to make sure they can create some space for Uni to get back into this game. But he's only a level down, so it's not the worst thing in the world, but at the same time, everything basically kills him.
This is a situation where, oh, hold on. Dashtik already used the ult. Get Cram, and Cram is going to get taken down. Oh my goodness, 1, 4, and 2. Uranus not having a good time here going up against Mirage. Oh, eat Stormy. Stormy is going to get hit by the wall, gets taken down. Rune Eaters, they're not missing a beat. They see an opportunity, they go for it. And this is super fast, Gideon. 7 minutes in, and everyone's in a bad position. Ulvin secures the kill, but most of the damage comes from King Verb. They just got bottom mid 2, and now they're... What is going on? This is so fast.
Yep. Rune Eaters, they know how to sell a fight. They know how to, market over to Slango Red Giants and say, hey, maybe we're more susceptible. Maybe this time you're going to get the solo kill. And then all of a sudden, Flicker 4 coming in from Ulvin to at least find something in the Oki Shadow Kill. Does he get Yumes this time? No, not this time. Has enough armor to survive the full combo.
Right now, what's the goal difference now? 7,000 something, 7,400. SRG, they have to slow down the game, but that's easier said than done, considering that their front lines really can't tank much anymore. Part of it, I think, is just because Cram is not stacking up the his stacks to get 20 stacks, but still, he gets stopped, and then the damage just a little bit too much. I don't know, Gideon, like, what does SRG really have to do here?
Well, I think that it's a little late. They probably should have given up a lot more objectives, whether it be structures or other things across the map, rather than, you know, sacrificing bodies, because Rune Eaters are more than happy to take the bodies this time, because they've managed to, like, just stagger so many abilities, and now another re-engagement.
Find Stormy, able to eat up Yumes. Yumes gets slipped back. Cram might die just there. Yumes tries his best using the Tyrant's Rage. Nothing can be done. I have no words, Gideon.
Meters just played a better laning phase. They played, you know, a much better early game. They found the early first blood as expected, and they had a prepared opener for a potential invade from SRG. From all accounts, there's nothing I can complain about. Rune Eaters are playing this really, really well, and I think that until SRG is able to find like a turnaround fight, like King Verb gets hit by like an Abyssal Arrow or something, I don't think this is winnable. Cram just does not have the base stats to protect himself. You can get more HP, sure, but really, I think you need armor at this stage.
Yep. 9 minutes in. Rune Eaters, they're trying their very best to get this holy defense. Oh, they got one, but no way Stormy is gonna get into that one. Even if they catch Hayabusa, I guess that's gonna be quite a lot of shutdown goal, but King Verb is so on point. Doesn't look like he's gonna get Yumes got taken. Yumes gonna get killed there. Really not much that can be done. King Verb got a shadow inside of SRG. Oh my goodness, kills Innocent. Gideon, they might end this below 11 minutes. They're forcing it. Cram is taken down. And now Rune Eaters, can they do it in 10? Oh my goodness, 10 minutes and 7 seconds.
10 minutes. Oh my goodness, just an absolute destruction. An absolute destruction of the Slangor Red Giants. Oh, he wrote it big this time. I still can't read it, bro. Okay, I'm just coming to hope that it means something good. And he's just gassing himself up because, again, against a player like Cram who's already beaten a Barats once with the same lineup, I think that this time around Zuki has already gone to shown. Doesn't really matter, especially when you got King Verb already starting off the game huge, not only with first blood, but ready to Oki Shadow Kill on top of him as soon as they hit level 4.
If I was SRG, I don't know where to start. Actually, no, I do. How did Cram lose the lane that hard? Because I would say it's more of a skill matchup, but it's not a lane that I think Uranus really lose. And then in mid as well, I mean, like, King Verb just outplayed everyone.
He did, and also I think it just comes down to like Warcry, does it not? I mean, King Verb was able to get like a lot of these fights get in there early on just because of this emblem setup, and it allows him to actually take these fights pretty convincingly, right? The extra bonus damage definitely helps in prolonged fights. It's just that he needs that finisher in the early stages of the game if nobody is able to chunk him out big, and I think that's where Oven kind of fulfills that role, right? So many times you've seen him flicker forward, Shadow Strike instantly just to try and get that extra bit of damage, and sometimes even delays it on purpose to hit multiple people with a Terrify if he does find it. This last moment, really unlucky that the Oki Shadow Kill bounced all the way to Innocent, not even giving him a chance to finish off his third item before he dies.
I am pretty speechless, except that Rune Eaters, we need to see more of you. Like, I don't know how the MLBB landscape is at Astana, but I am very impressed. I saw this region in ISF. I saw them in Asia Games, and every single time they do not disappoint. But now doing this to SRG, now I'm like, well, hold on now. You guys need to get to M8.
Remember the names. Remember the names that you see here. You're probably going to see them up in the future somewhere, somehow, because the future's looking so bright for them. 19-3, 19-3 with one of the most brawliest lineups that MLBB Esports has produced from Malaysia in a long, long time. And Rune Eaters just said, we've been brawling forever. I don't know what you're talking about. First team? Nah. You got to be looking towards Kazakhstan if you're talking about just raw mechanics.
This is like mechanics is one thing, but also the draft is brilliant. So yeah, I think SRG was stunned because we even saw Veki in during the drafting phase. He was looking at his team, he was like, guys, I think we just shot ourselves in the foot. We don't have anything here.
Seems like they might need to lock in Yums' pick maybe a little bit earlier, into the draft and see what he can kind of provide. Overall, I just think that Rune Eaters, they attacked the draft perfectly. Second half of the draft as well, really good recognition of like what needed to go in those moments. And man, hopefully we got something else for game number 2. We're going to jump into this right after the break. So please stick around to check out the Rune Eaters and more Mobile Legends action right after these messages.
Үлкіміздер әр қадамы жаңа жетістікке жетелейтін марафон. Біз осы жолды сіздермен бірге 10 жылдан бері жүріп келеміз. Тимур Құлыбаевтың халық қайырымдылық қоры.
Центр кредит банкымен сіз қарапайым және заманауи шешімдердің ортасындасыз. Нық сеніммен жаңа мүмкіндіктер ашып, тексерілген сапаға сеніңіз. BCCKZ мүмкіндіктерді кеңейтіңіз.
Red flags in my teammates' behavior? More likely than you think. What do the participants of the Games of the Future 2026 think about some behavior that they might have encountered during team play? We have asked the team Rune Eaters, so let's hear out the team's opinion. Please, could you introduce yourselves to the audience?
My name is Margolan and I'm from team Rune Eaters.
Thank you. First question. Is it a red flag if your teammate suddenly goes quiet after making a mistake and doesn't talk about it?
I think it's a red flag, but it depends on why he does it, because some people have that as a coping mechanism, so if that's the case, it's alright.
Wow, that was definitely very nuanced. Okay, now do you think it is a red flag if your teammate constantly arrives late to the planned practice sessions?
It's a red flag because, it's a disrespect towards teammates if he does that.
Agreed. Third question. Is it a red flag if your teammate goes along with most of the things your team says?
It's a green flag, I think, in most cases, because if you can agree and sometimes you can add something, but generally if you have the same idea, like your team, it's okay.
Very interesting. Next, your teammate blames the equipment for his poor performance. Is it a red flag?
That's a green flag, because that's valid.
It definitely is valid, man. Okay, now, your teammate gets too heated during the game most of the time. Is this a red flag?
It's okay, but if he gets like frustrated, that's not okay.
Take note of that, guys. So, is it a red flag if your teammate doesn't seem to listen to the coach?
It's a red flag because coach should be like authority and everyone should listen to him.
Final question. Is it a red flag if your teammate is strong-headed and will not back down from his opinion?
It depends, because if that guy has like a really strong mechanics or macro, it's okay, but sometimes even not really strong people, like skilled people, have that trait.
Thank you so much to the Team Rune Eaters and their athlete, Margolan. The team really showed us what is appropriate behavior and what is not. We wish you good luck at the tournament.
Rune Eaters currently at match point, live from Kazakhstan itself. It's the final Games of the Future 2026, presented by Freedom, of course. And SRG need a clapback somehow, because that game 1 draft hurt them a lot, and I don't think they were expecting this particular angle, leaving only Kufra available for Yums to play. The Rune Eaters have already set the stage, and they've set the tempo. Now it's up to SRG to bounce back.
Well, SRG right now are on red side here, second pick. Rune Eaters betting out the Freya. So now SRG, I feel like, even looking at the players, I think they're still relatively calm. They're just, at this point, I feel like the first draft that they use is like one of their, I would say, pocket most aggressive draft. But going up against a team like Rune Eaters that kind of wants that, maybe they just have to either shift their strategy or double down by picking up something like Bakito in the gold lane so that, everyone is aggressive.
That doesn't sound like a bad idea, but I also think that, Yums has been specifically targeted in a lot of these bans coming down, knowing that if he doesn't get his first phase, that second phase is definitely dedicated towards him. Now it's going to be Freya alongside with the Hirara for the Rune Eaters.
I wonder what does this mean that they won for the first pick here. SRG already battled the Selena as well as the Atlas. Because I don't think there's any specific hero Rune Eaters really want for first pick. Although Tashtik has been using the Belleric all the time, but that's kind of expecting considering, like, you know, one of the top heroes right now. And he's especially aggressive on that pick. So I guess the Belleric first pick wouldn't be that bad for them.
I mean, it's not the worst, but I think, you know, considering that Zuki has been playing like a pretty good Barats overall, like starting it off with Barats again doesn't seem like a bad idea either. Let's see what this third ban is going to be first for at least the Rune Eaters, because again, you would have expected a lot of these particular bans to actually come from the red side rather than the blue side, and Paquito finally gets axed out here in the first phase.
Kind of shows Rune Eaters does not want to go up against a double fighter nonsense here. Because Ruby does, I feel like the Ruby change makes it a strong hero, but not really like a double fighter kind of hero. I mean, like maybe, but you need just a lot more frontline. So now the final ban here coming in from SRG. I wonder if they do want to respect the Belleric and then early picking SRG's hero. Because what other first pick? I guess the Barats. I guess it's the Barats or the Belleric would be a fine ban here.
Both don't seem like a bad idea, but instead they have to make sure they get rid of the Marcel first. Yeah, we always forget the Marcel. It's just one of those that we just expect to get banned, but at the same time, it's just like, man, there's so many like good picks for the Rune Eaters overall. So now they've got options, right? We're expecting to see, you know what? Never mind. Forget the options. They go straight for the Melissa.
I actually really like that because, again, it's like anti-SRG. You guys want to dive in? Well, we can deny that. So I already like that start. But I feel like that means that we need a Lapu from Cram because, again, that's easily his signature hero. And yeah, I gotta say, Uranus is one of his worst heroes, actually, because it is, I still remember back in MSC 25, he died before the minions even clashed together. That's how rough he has it whenever he's on a Uranus.
Yeah, I mean, that's not his normal behavior, but at the same time, it's just, if you catch him out early, it just starts to, you know,
he's
go
like
downhill.
Both of you guys don't like Uranus.
Yeah, we both don't like it for good reason. It makes zero plays. You just exist. You just exist and press two buttons. It's not that exciting. But now they at least get the Belleric alongside with the Barat, so that might, you know, shift slightly into SRG's favor. It's tough to tell because Rune Eaters, you don't really know how deep their pockets actually are.
Well, now they're showing up with the high loss, so I'm hoping SRG answers with the Zushin or Farsa. That's the hero that I want to see from Stormy to deal with Rune Eaters. Now, the next hero picked up, I think they need something to deal with the heavy frontline here. Wow, they still pick up the Martis even without the Selena, so they don't depend on the Selena to accelerate his farm.
Yeah, huh. Okay. Is it
okay? Is it okay to deal with these kind of heavy front lines with all this crowd control?
I mean, if they layer it correctly, it's hard to dodge, but as long
Zushin,
as
come on, Zushin. This has to be a Zushin, no?
Yeah, I think Zushin would make a lot of sense, but at the same time, it's like, man, if that Martyr starts that snowball, it kind of doesn't matter at the same time. But at least it's not like a high mobile mage, so they can still lean back into the Farsa if necessary. I think there's also an argument for Valentina too, but they instead go for a Fanny.
Now this is going to be very interesting here. They got the Fanny. Now they just have to think, where is this high loss going? Is it going in the EXP? Is it going in Rome? Because I can see going in the EXP to deal with Barats. And if that's the case, like your, your draft always has to change because of that, right? Because now you have to think, do they have to ban out counters for the Fanny? Because we've seen a Saber before. At this point, I don't put it past Rune Eaters to put the Martis in EXP and get Saber in jungle. Let me just say that.
That doesn't sound like a bad idea either. You need somebody who disrupts and doesn't actually have to hold your retribution and has a flicker. Not the worst idea, but they get rid of the CC instead. SRG, as much as I said in game number 1 that they've done a little bit of research onto the Rune Eaters, maybe just not enough. Lilia, the follow-up ban for Rune Eaters.
I mean, like, how can you, right? There's really not a lot of information from Ruinators here. They ban out the CC. I just remembered one other hero that Ruinators could use. If they put the high loss in EXP, they can pick up a Badang. The Badang can catch this Fanny.
Good ways to disrupt their opponents, make it real difficult to land those steel cables when you're getting displaced around, and not to mention that he's able to actually create terrain of his own, similarly to Grok, assuming that he can make it connect in the first place. Now, final ban here for SRG, it's going to be the Valentina. Rune Eaters, are they going to double down on getting rid of mid lane picks?
I would say the other mid pick, yeah, the Zushin. The Zushin should counter the draft quite heavily, so liking the ban there. I guess the Eudora is still there, but I don't think it's good against a pick like Martis where he has anti-CC. Maybe they just have to wait for the mid, right? And then pick up either the gold lane, which is, I think Clint or Brody is okay because they need to win against Melissa.
I mean, sure, but at the same time, the big issue is whether or not, they get hit by the Glorious Pathway, and then they can't really run away anymore. Cecilion and Carmilla as well from the side of the Rune Eaters. Okay, you want a team fight? We're down to team fight.
Bro, they're drafts, man. I'm liking this team more and more. We've seen this in MSC or MWI, and it looked pretty good as well. We only seen it once, but still, it did perform pretty well. Now that I think about it, I think it is in MWI. And Gideon, I believe we even talked about this yesterday, right? This position 1 can change, and I'm waiting for someone to bring out the Sicilian Shada's manifestation.
Yeah, show us the manifestation. This is really, really interesting because now they've got ways to kind of like engage, disengage if necessary with the Cursed Blood. They've got scaling on their side with Melissa and Cecilion. We get a Granger pick here for the side of SRG. Hopefully that's going to, help out that laning phase just a little bit more. But even so, a pretty dangerous comp, right? I mean, Stormy's going to get outranged. It's going to get outranged by the bat impacts like 90% of the time. They somehow also have a 2-point and click stuns against Uni on the Fanny. So we're expecting Cram to try and not only to win out his lane and manipulate those waves, but still be enough of a front line so that Yumes can just peel for Stormy on top of flickering forward. So a lot of different interactions that we have to keep in mind here.
But it's clear that they understand they need to win that gold lane because the Claude is good as a scaling hero, but they understand going up against Rune Eaters, it's kind of like going up against Spirit. It's like going up against Aurora. You don't really have that time. You gotta scale up. Honestly, with these kind of teams, you need to scale up with a Sky Piercer. So that's where we see the Granger come in. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Rune Eaters going up against Selangor Red Giants, where Selangor Red Giants, now they're in the back foot here. Innocent even getting that killing spree just to make sure that he can actually survive his engages. So haven't seen Innocent use the Granger for a while, but this is going to be pretty interesting.
Sorry, he is running Impure Rage, not Killing Spree. That's the Assassin emblem. We're just too used to seeing it down to the side in reverse orders. It's fine. Our regular season will look exactly like that anyways. But now, as we see the game already being started here, same opener.
Well, Yumes taking quite a bit of damage, but same can be saved by Zuki. Zuki now even using the Revitalize just to make sure that he stays alive. 4 members from each team here. King Verb taking a lot of damage. Uni goes in. Uni wants to get a kill. He's only level 2. Yumes secures the kill on King Verb. And now follow with Zuki. Selangor Red Giants able to get 2 main members of Rune Eaters. Now attached to Yumes even flickering forward, getting that stun. Double kill for Yumes. SRG, they are a bit upset in this game.
Oh, they are very upset. Extremely, in a matter of fact, and that's why they went for this Kimmy, so they can actually contest for the early stages of the game to know that, hey, Martis can actually close the distance without his abilities. So as long as we peel, as long as Stormy has his passive available, they will maintain priority throughout this game. So now pre-level 4 has been working out really nicely for the Selangor Red Giants, but at some point Stormy needs to go for a recall.
By the way, look at this. I just noticed Ulvin. Usually we see the Sicilian still go for the mage emblem, but he's going for the common emblem alongside with Tenacity. So they're really okay with going the distance here. Quite interesting strat. Haven't seen a common emblem on Sicilian for quite a while.
think it's just to maintain pressure, right? So that way he can clear the wave and then still kind of walk out of the lane and still have enough bat impacts to be useful in the fight. Okay, Glorious Pathway used super early here.
Yep, Zuki still get level 4. Oh, nice stun onto Ovid. Oh, and then there's a pause. Well, you know what? Good on our counterpart. Their stream just ended. Congratulations to Onyx getting win over Geekade. Clean 2-0. So Renmar as well as Wolf, have a good rest. Me and Gideon, we're here fighting on.
We gotta fight on, and it looks like, you know, the technical pause was called for a good reason. We're gonna be able to fix that issue before we move anywhere further, especially since we're so close to the actual turtle fight itself. And there's gonna be moments in this game where it's gonna get a little awkward, but for now, at least, man, Sicilian Carmilla. It's one of those combinations that you don't see very often, and better yet for the Carmilla, most of the time, especially when you're facing up against that Fanny, just the point and click stun is always going to be useful, but the fact that you can't really control her, as in, and what I mean by that is that she can just blow right past the Carmilla and get right on top of the Sicilian. They just need one more level of peel, and I think that's where the Martis comes in to guarantee that the Sicilian will be safe.
The thing is, if they're able to deal with the Fatty, looking at all the range that SRG has, they're all gonna be in bat impact range unless they're crazy enough just to flicker forward, get face to face with that Sicilian and try to blow him up. This is gonna be pretty interesting because I can definitely see this game going to 16-17 minutes. At that point, there's gonna be enough damage from the Sicilian that they can actually take down SRG. So SRG are on a clock here, and I think they really realize that. That's why they opt to fight that early. We'll see whether they can continue the pressure around that turtle, because one lost fight and all of a sudden everything looks super bad.
Yeah, but let's not forget that that's not the only win condition that they have, right? They still have Innocent, and he's eventually going to build that Sky Piercer. Once he does, I think they're going to put a lot more, you know, effort to make their way over to his side of the map to try and maybe get maybe get him some form of a lead, or better yet, by the time he gets to the Sky Piercer, maybe Turtle 2, they could be looking for fights that hand a couple of kills over to him, and kind of give up on this laning phase, so that way they can kind of maintain pressure throughout the map. Because so far, it just feels like they're just consistently responding to the early game pressure that is expected out of Rune Eaters, and until they start to back off and respect the space that SRG give them, then that's when we're seeing SRG make the opposites move. Oh my goodness.
Yep, Traction Pulse used onto Olvin, forcing out the Purify. Yum taking quite a lot of damage here. He might get taken out by King Verb here. King Verb already securing that one, and now Uni goes in. Zuki looking quite low. Doesn't look like they're gonna get a kill just yet. Stormy secures the kill for that. Uni is super low now, no energy as well. It's gonna be out of the fight for a while. So now it's on Slangray Giant's Krem as well as Stormy to kind of like delay the turtle just a little bit.
Okay, looks like both sides are going to back away from this turtle almost straight away. Unfortunately for Uni, can't really do much about this, but he is going to take the Lethal Wanderer. I'm curious if he's going to start walking into the purple buff and say, you know what, we don't actually need this first turtle. Let's keep on fighting. Look at Stormy, he's blowing away Tasik, has to force his way backwards, and now Detna's Welcome does connect, flickering backwards underneath the turret. Tasik ends up dying to the Fanny, and they finally get King Verb here, so 2 kills already, and Slammer Red Giants are still moving forward.
Yep, Breeze 14 doing quite a lot of damage alongside the Muddles. But now Hume's able to stop them out just a little bit. Olvin got taunted. Olvin's going to take some damage coming in from Innocent as well as Cram. But for now, Slangray Giants, they're happy with what they got. I'm pretty sure they wanted a little bit more kills, but the turtle is going to be the real important thing here. Slangray Giants, they're looking pretty good, but they need to get structures in, I would say, between 6 to 7 minutes. But Innocent now with the Sky Piercer, I would like to see Slangray Giants playing around him a little bit more, because I feel like Cram has solidly won his lane.
He has. He already gets the stun out. He's trying to bait out as many reactions from Rune Eaters, and he's going back to his purple. So that does mean that now the pathing is going to be headed towards that top side of the map. I'm surprised Cram decided to come join everybody else in the mid lane, but they want to clear this out as soon as possible and then quickly break up. They're double waving for the sake of Innocent.
Maybe it's also just to get a little bit more money on Cram as well, because oddly enough, in SRG, the one that gets the most goal, all on Yume's able to secure a catch here. Ovin is the first to go down. Sashtik trying to get away. He has to be careful. He does not have a lot of energy yet. He has to get away. But as I was saying, crazy enough, in SRG, usually the one that gets the most amount of gold is actually Cram. So maybe it's just out of habit. It's like, oh, I need double wave, I need mid. Thank you very much.
You know, just natural EXP habits here. But he's already got this 2-level lead on Zuki. Because again, Zuki can't really run away once Stormy gets that passive up, and that's slow, making it really, really difficult once he's already thrown out his stun. And most of the time, the stun is on Uni. It's landing, but the problem is there's nobody to really follow up on it.
Well, right now they find Zuki. Zuki's going to be difficult to take down though, but it looks like they still want to chip him down. King Verb doesn't look like he has quite a lot of ways to go in. And now Yume's even coming from the side, tries to get catch here. It looks like Rune Eaters, they're going on to Cram. Uni goes behind. King Verb secures the kill there. And Uni gets petrified. Oh my god, haven't seen that for a while. Innocent secures the kill onto King Verb. Still a positive trade for Selangor Red Giants. I didn't even realize there was a Petrify in this game.
Yeah, I thought it was for sure going to be the Flicker, but the Petrify does have its uses, able to cancel out abilities mid-animation, and there's no telegraph way to know, right? You just have to be right place, right time, press one button, and then you just can't really react to it. But overall, this has been a pretty good game for Selangor Red Giants. Not that the early game has been sort of fixed at this stage, but it's not the end of the world for the Rune Eaters. The current lead is 3,000 for, oh, actually now turning into a 4,000 gold lead for SRG.
Yep, Riz4T so far has been farming quite safe here. Yumes is able to catch King Verb. Innocent secures the kill. Now Zuki uses the glorious pathway to stop Yumes in his track. Yumes is still healing up, and Stormy and Innocent are just shooting from afar. Good stun coming in from Stormy, and now Kremlin coming from the side, but all got gobbled up by Ovin using the second ability, catching him out. And when he goes in, he tries to get Zuki. Zuki able to stun him out. For now, looks like all abilities have been used from Rune Eaters just to protect themselves.
Beautiful stuff coming out from SRG side. A little unlucky that Yumes was still connected by the Cursed Blood, and Stormy just happened to get chipped by that impact, causing Yumes to die. But even so, it's still a pretty big win for SRG. Their snowball continues, their 4K lead now being pressed into the enemy jungle. Purple buff gonna get stolen here.
Yep. You can see Krem just channeling the Daytona's Welcome just to get away. But I guess that's one of the good things about Barats. The Daytona's Welcome has a pretty short cooldown. It almost doesn't feel like ult at this point.
It really doesn't.
Yeah. It's like good and bad. It's good if you're like Barats. It's bad if you don't like Barats. that's kind of like the same for everything, doesn't it?
It really is. That's really the truth of it all. But the majority of the lead actually is falling into the hands of Innocent. They're going back to their simple playstyle. And not to mention that even Cram developing a pretty good lead of his own, right? 1.3k and 1.2. This next fight is already here.
Yep. Yumes already used the Wrath of the Dryad for that catch. But he is able to get a Purify out of Ovin. And I think that's going to be good enough. And he does have to be careful, though. He is in enemy territory, and they have quite abilities to stop him. For now, I like the double pressure that SRG is putting out. Uni is showing his face down bot, and then everyone else is up top.
They're looking for a T2 here. They're trying to break it as soon as possible, but the wave should be dealt with pretty easily as they're trying to just put a little bit of chip damage, right? And even from Rune Eaters, they're making sure they're not wasting too much time by shoving out that mid lane as well. But with everything that has happened already, at least for Uni showing himself that many times, it allows SRG just the raw information. Hey, we don't have to worry about King Verb. Everybody else, as long as we don't get hit by a wombo combo of the Cursed Blood, we can actually contest with this purple buff once again during a choke point.
Sanguine Claw, pull Krem in. Even the Cursed Blood hit onto Krem as well as Yumes. But look at that fat all coming in from Yumes. Killing spree for Innocent. Double kill. That's more stacks on the Skypiercer. Triple kill. Uni gets one onto Riz4T. Ovin is all alone. I don't see him escaping this one. Give the kill over to Innocent. That's a monster kill. Innocent has 60 stacks of Skypiercer.
Oof, the signature pick coming in from Innocent. He still remembers old metas and old counters to the Melissa. So far, so good. SRG 14-4, the current kill score, as they now develop this lead into a 5K, about to hit 6. I think they're also going to steal the orange buff with the help of Stormy. He's in a really good position. He's 1-0-11, and his damage is so relevant in these fights, especially when it starts piercing multiple targets.
Now Stormy as well as Innocent are sieging the mid. Zuki probably overstepped, almost gets taken down by Innocent there. For now, Rune Eaters, they know the game plan, and it's trying to delay as much as they can. That draft actually does not have a bad wave clear here. Both Uvin as well as Riz4T can theoretically clear the wave, but SRG having this barrage make it so that it's hard to clear the wave, because he always has that threat to be like, I'm gonna eat you up, I'm gonna eat you up. You better watch out for me. Nom, nom, nom.
He's already thrown like a lot of abilities here, and if the minions could just get a little bit closer before the Lord gets in, but no, the siege, it's not good enough, especially when you got Melissa on the other hand, and that's also the Detonator's Welcome coming out from Cram as well. I don't know if they can do this anymore, but if they can get just one more Holy Shielding, that's still totally fine. There's still a T2 down by mid side, and Ulvin finally getting the Divine Glaive.
Yeah, I feel like, oh, hold on, Trash and Pulse, just to push Zuki away. Honestly, that's still a very good push. Able to get basically everything. Getting two. Oh, hold on. Look at this Uni. Uni wants Ulvin. Uni has to get away. He does not have any more energy left. Unable to get a kill. But as long as he doesn't die, that's still a victory. Slangway Giants, they are ahead, and they're supposed to be ahead, but they don't have to force things out. They still have some wiggle room. But look at this. Tashtik trying to get Stormy. And now even the Wrath of Dryad catching Tashtik. Tashtik looks like he's going to get taken down by Innocent. Innocent is godlike, and Gobble Up is Zuki. Trying to take us a lot of damage, but two members got stunned up. A double and a triple. Innocent, he wants to go for more, but he has to be careful. Ulvin is already starting to hurt.
Oh my goodness. I mean, Innocent has got some crazy damage already. He's already finished the BOD. He's level 14, 11 minutes into this game. And Uni already looking to get a Queen's Wings for himself. I mean, the team has snowballed out of control a ridiculous amount. And now diving once again, they get Riz4T.
Yep, that's good, because now the main wave clear is done out of the fight. Now it's Ulvin. If they get Ulvin, they can honestly end the game at this point. The minions aren't looking that healthy, but I think it's going to be good enough. Stormy using the Purify out of the Sanguine Claws. If they're waiting for Lord, it's 35 seconds away, and they should be able to clear that out. And then Innocent with a fully stacked Sky Piercer, I think with the Lord, they can end it.
Should be able to. 20 seconds left on the clock, and I don't think Rune Eaters have much of an option but to sort of give this up. I mean, they could try and walk up, but at the same time, like you mentioned, the Detonator's Welcome is just too much of a threat to really deal with. And if Ulvin, the main anchor of Rune Eaters, gets caught by Uni, it's a guaranteed death at that stage. He doesn't have much counterplay as well. I mean, sure, he could try and just pop his ult and then pray to God that he survives, but the raw damage and also the fact that he's running the Purify, he's just got no escape mechanic.
Well, 12 minutes in, Riz4T is 3 items, and Innocent is full items. He hit full items at 12:30. So now I really feel like it's like, guys, I have nothing else to farm for, so let's just, I don't know, end the game and win the third one, and then we're gonna be good. But so far, I think Rune Eaters as well, they got a lot of information against SRG. They're like, okay, this is a pretty cool draft. Looks like not enough to deal when Innocent is on this Granger and Uni's on this Fanny.
Yeah, it has been tough. Carmilla, the flank looks good. Are they going to go in now, or just when the Lord's about to push in? Because again, they're not stuck as 5, unfortunately, and I think they might have spotted him out.
Yeah. The Lord marching in. The minions are actually looking pretty good. It's going to be delayed a bit, but still, there's a lot of healthy minions here. Lord coming in. Looks like SRG. They just want to get Inhibitor up top. They don't want to force it with the Lord. Stormy is just trying to zone them away, and then even getting the bottom Inhibitor. Zuki has been eaten. Flickers forward. Stuns onto 2. Uni goes in. Does not get a kill. Rapid drive used by Yumes. Tries to stun them up, but Yumes gets taken down by King Bird. King Bird now looking for a situation where he can grab them, but right now Innocent as well as Prime. They have to be careful. Uni goes in, cannot get a kill. Tashtik survives. Slangway Giants unable to end it with that push.
They want at least another inhibitor here. I mean, King Verb, he's really, really low. They keep topping themselves. Oh, the damage! And they find another Sky Piercer stack here. Ulvin explodes.
At this point, there's nothing else for Innocent to do, but now he replaces one of his items. I'm not so sure because the API is pretty wonky here. Retribution on the minion. I really don't know Innocent's item. It keeps on changing. But now they're trying to siege. Stormy and Innocent. They are being linked up by the muddles. Minions are coming in top, bottom, and mid. Innocent gets a kill on Suzuki. Uni gets a kill onto Riz 4T. This should be the end. Slagore Giants equal it up against Rune Eaters.
14:48 was the time of the complete destruction of Rune Eaters here, but it's just a build of confidence for SRG at the bare minimum. It's starting to get late. The boys are getting tired, and at the same time, we're 1-1. We're going the distance here, and I think that Rune Eaters, their pocket picks this time round, wasn't able to find that early game lead that they were looking for. This Kimmy definitely bogged down those first four levels, and by then it was already too late.
Aggression is the name of the game for SRG, but it's all types of different, I would say different aggression. They got an aggression with the Selena. Now they're showing up with the Kimmy. And this just further solidifies by saying that your draft can really change quite a bit depending on the mid that you take. Because I really feel like the silence is more or less figured out. We know all the strong picks. So because of that, the counters are going to come up as well. But the mid can really change things a lot.
They can change so much here. And I mean, as much as I like the Sicilian Carmilla combination where they were able to get like a lot of damage in the early stages here, but it's just not enough when you're fighting in these choke points. And unfortunately for Riz, wasn't able to get the Trinity in time for this particular fight. If the Trinity was built, those frontliners instantly die here. And better yet, maybe you can get a little bit more chip damage to the back line. But I think that Uni played a very strong game, was able to not only influence every single motion on the map macro-wise, but also force out the go away from me from Riz very early on into these fights, allowing people like Yums and even Stormy to try and set something up with a Traction Pulse or maybe even a Flicker to Wrath of the Dryads, which so far has been great for Yums.
I feel like because of the game 1 victory being as dominant as it is, I think they just got the confidence that they can protect Olvin, and you can understand. They're like, okay, sure, going up against Kimmy, that's no big deal. But I feel like after this, they need to respect SRG. They saw the Fanny, and they still pick up the Sicilian to go up against it. So I think this time they're like, okay, we can't have fun no more. They're really strong. We gotta treat respect with respect.
And I mean, respect given, respect is demanded. 24-5, the final kill score at the end of it. Cram with the full tank build, nothing too out of the ordinary. Even Innocent as well, nothing too out of the ordinary. Made sure to get the Sea Halberd for the extra anti-heal just in case, especially since Suki was already running around with a Revitalize. But man, tough game for King Verb, right? He initially does eliminate one of the SRG members, but he can't chain it together because everybody is just pretty healthy overall when you're, spamming a lot of your resources on towards that front line. And I think that Curse of Blood just needed to clip somebody in the back, but Purifies were all just ready to go. SRG came in very well prepared for an all-out brawl against them in the early stages of the game. So maybe game number 3, we see both sides respect each other and maybe play for late game. Who knows what could happen here at Digital Games? But this means there's only one game left. We're gonna go on a short break, and when we come back, our final game of the day.
Үлкіміздер әр қадамы жаңа жетістікке жетелейтін марафон. Біз осы жолды сіздермен бірге 10 жылдан бері жүріп келеміз. Тимур Құлыбаевтың халық қайырымдылық қоры.
Центр кредит банкымен сіз қарапайым және заманауи шешімдердің ортасындасыз. Нық сеніммен жаңа мүмкіндіктер ашып, тексерілген сапаға сеніңіз. BCC KZ мүмкіндіктерді кеңейтіңіз.
This is the final game here for Group C. SRG bounced back after a crushing loss against the Rune Eaters, bringing it back 1-1. This is not the end for the Rune Eaters. Of course, they've shown what they can do here in game number 1, but in game number 2, they just didn't give enough respect over to SRG's early game, who are down to clown with them and brawl it out to the very end. Are there any final adaptations that we're expecting to see here, LaFell, or is it just back to basics? We're just gonna fight it out.
I mean, like, I feel like in terms of back to basics, I think if they're gonna have crazy picks in the jungle, I think the jungle should be picked a little bit later. Because if they didn't pick up that Martis, I don't think SRG would pick up the Fanny, right? Because there's no way for a Saber to come out anymore. So I feel like that's gonna be the real adjustment in the draft, where they're gonna hide their jungler unless it's just gonna be a normal what you call it, like meta jungler, like a Harara or something.
Do you think, I mean, now that they're on red side, they're probably not going to go for that Melissa first pick, but who knows? They might pick it up in a bundle this time round. And, you know, SRG still have to pay for the sins of game number 1. They are the ones who also have to kind of change the order just a little bit here against the Rune Eaters so they don't get that template that they've set for themselves. Atlas going to be the first ban here for SRG's side. Hirara, as expected, by the Rune Eaters.
I want to see Rune Eaters ban out of Barats, because I feel like the first pick for SRG is going to be the Barats. Because Kram now, he's like, okay, I know how to use the Barats and I know how to deal against Zuki here. Innocent, he can deal with the Melissa. Because Granger is not the only tool that he has a few others as well. So I think he feels safe going up against that. And if the draft calls for it, I think even Stormy is willing to use something like a Farsight to deal with the Melissa. So Melissa is very strong. Rune Eaters could take that up, but maybe you know, SRG is fine with that because they can counter it.
It really depends on the pairings, right? On what they take within this first phase. I mean, first picks, obviously you only get one, but the 2s and 2s afterwards is what's really going to matter here for SRG if they want to stand any chance against the Rune Eaters. Currently, priority is over to SRG on their final ban. The Selena is gone, but are they going to pair it up with anything else? I mean, the Marcel is still up for grabs for anybody. You know, we've seen a couple of different variations here, but Marcel going to be the dedicated ban.
I really feel like this is going to be a Barats pickup here for SRG. So comes to the question, what does Rune Eaters want? I think they will let that go. Yep, they're going to ban the Fanny. I think Rune Eaters will eventually set up for a CC pick to deal with Cram. Unless SRG, they just turn it around and pick up the Belric first. And hopefully Cram gets a good pick later on. Because I really feel like Rune Eaters, they will pick Melissa with either a Barats or a Belric, depending on what's open.
Not a bad shout here, but we still need to see what that first pick is going to be before we confirm our suspicions for the Selangor Red Giants opener. We still have 22 seconds left on the clock here, and I think that, like, unless they've got something out of pocket to play, the Barats just makes the most amount of sense. We might even see Zuki actually go into the Uranus if necessary, but what are the pairings after that? I feel like right now, considering that both sides have shown, hey, we're pretty decent on the Assassins overall, the Melissa first pick for the side of SRG.
Now that's interesting. I think they're hoping for Rune Eaters to not have an answer for it, or Innocent is just saying like, I just know how to deal with it. And Rune Eaters, they pick up the other 2 heroes that are still open. They pick up the Barats as well as this Belric. So for Selangor Red Giants, I kind of feel like they need to pick up a roamer now. If not, it is going to get banned out. And then comes to the question, do they want to prioritize the mid or the EXP?
That's tough. I think safest would be, I mean, let me think about what's currently been played by Stormy. I mean, he can play Valentina. The Selena's already banned out. The Kimmy is still available. The Farsa is also still available. So technically, it's not enough bans for the side of Rune Eaters to completely shut down all 3 of these picks. Maybe, you know, banning out 2 and then focusing on just making that last option useless. And it looks like they're going to go for the Harley early on, as well as the Terizla. So no mid and no support picks.
Well, we'll see what other things Yves can use in his current meta, but I do like that Terizla pickup because we even talk about this where the other stream, they use the Terizla to deal with the Barats, just spamming the revenge strikes. Like, it's just based on HP, and then Barats just doesn't heal back up.
way to kind of poke out Barats in the lane itself. They want to be a little bit more lane dominant and innocent. Last time he was on this, the last time that he was against the Rune Eaters in game number 1, he was facing up against the Melissa into the Claude, and there we go. The Hayabusa gets locked in for the side of the Rune Eaters. They are trying to simulate something similar to game number 1, but then that would mean that these next set of bans would be the Cho, and then I can't remember what that last ban was in game number 1.
So now SRG, they have 2 picks in Rome that I feel like they can utilize. One would be the Glue, and this is an oldie special coming in from Yubes. Not super old, it's just last season. He will use the Guinevere as a roam to deal with the Hayabusa, because then again, his just damage gonna split, and he's pretty good on a Gwyn.
He has been pretty nasty on that Gwyn last season, but let's see it. SRG, they should be expecting a couple of things from the side of the Rune Eaters. Number 1 is whether or not, Valentine is even worth it at this stage of the game. They probably don't even want to touch it at this stage, but if there's anything else, would it be the gold lane? And even so, do the Rune Eaters play double fighter? Farsa gets banned out.
Yeah, that's nice, because again, Farsa can deal with the Melissa. So SRG, they are saying, Innocent, you are our man. Uni, you're the second man. So we're just going to make sure that Innocent is going to be safe here. The other pick that they can probably take out would be a Zushin, unless Rune Eaters, they want to pick up the Zushin for themselves.
Zushin doesn't sound like a bad idea either, but Rune Eaters, let's see, because they did ban it out the last time. We'll see if they're going to do it again here as their final pick, and there we have it. Zushin can get axed out and slung on Red Giants now. At this stage, is there anything that really counters their comp that we should be worried about? Because Jungle has already been picked, Support has already been picked, and Cho has already been banned, so really there's not a lot of other, single target lockdown at this stage of the game.
Why do I feel like Rune Eaters are such hipsters? They're even thinking, can we actually go for Kadita this game?
Honestly, not the worst idea. It's one of the few things. Well, I mean, you can technically kind of like cancel out the backswing with the go away, but then again, it's because it requires you to jump in and then down into the ground. In that moment, you can actually push her out of place, but that's assuming that Innocent can react in time and doesn't get hit by the Petrify. So there's also that. Brody finally got banned out here. Rune Eaters, what is this red for?
I think the safest would be a Clint, unless they have a prio mid. Yep, they take up the Valentina. So now SRG, in terms of the picks here, I think priority number 1 is what doesn't die to the Hayabusa immediately. Or they're showing the Glue. Again, it's either Glue or the Gwyn to deal with the Hayabusa. And then when it comes to the mid, honestly, this is bad against Haya, but Lui wouldn't be all that bad considering they have a lot of melee heroes.
No, I'm thinking maybe arguably, because no matter what, Stormy is going to have to deal with King Verb, right? So maybe you can even wombo combo with a Zetian as well, because you've got penalty zone on top of it all and the extra shred coming in to help the deadly magic. That could be another option they can lean into, but let's just see, right? Glue, as you called it, and it looks like they go into the Rafa. Ends up, this is Flying Clouds.
Forgot that this is one of the picks that SRG has used before. I do have to say, I don't think they fully mastered Rafa just yet, but I think this is a good comp for Rafa because their support, the Glue, is a very aggressive support, even building up more damage than defense. So I'm liking the draft coming in from SRG.
Yeah, but it also has a very small health pool, base health. And I'm thinking whether or not they can find a punishment with King Verb to shadow on top of Stormy. And then if Ulven is in the right position to get his damage, that should be a kill, assuming they can catch him in that particular angle. That's something to worry about for the early stages of the game. We've got the final draft here already done and dusted. What are you liking more, LaFell?
I'm not liking the Claude, considering we saw even Innocent having a tough time against the Melissa with the Claude. I'm not fully convinced on that one. And for SRG, I do agree with you, Gideon. They don't have a lot of high HP here, so they really are hoping for Daddy Terizla to take all of the punishment from Rune Eaters.
Yeah, or at least, the heal to kind of get him over the threshold before getting executed by the Oki Shadow Kill. One way or another, at least Rune Eaters have a dedicated late game in that claw to try and deal with Innocent on this Melissa. Hopefully finds a lead somehow, is able to get the Trinity build before the Winds of Nature, as is the major interaction with that Blazing Duet. But, I mean, it's really tough to say who's going to win this at the end of the day, because, again, King Verb has found early game kills, and as we go into the Land of Dawn, we're going to find out how this is going to be broken in the early game. Win early game, you generally are going to snowball out of control for both of these compositions.
Yeah, looking at emblems here, not seeing anything funky for now. Other to Zuki is going to use the Festival of Blood, so he's thinking he's going to poke out Kremlin, which probably will be the case here. Wolven did a lot of damage on to Yumes. And Stormy, only now he has the heal.
Hits level 2, so Yums, all that trading really didn't matter too much, as both sides have already used the Regenerate King Verb. Still with the same opener here. Instantly one camp, then goes straight to the Lethal Wanderer. I don't know if they want to contest this. They're probably not going to and waste their time, because they want to just make sure that Uni... potential
yeah, looks like Stormy was able to steal it from his first ability. So, yeah, King Verb didn't want to use the Retribution that got punished. And now, speaking of punish, Dashtik has to use the Flicker. It looks like SRG, not enough damage to get a kill.
Not yet, just not in... Oh, what? That kills him? No way!
Hey,
what?
Here's the thing. If you got hit by the first ability of the Rafaela, there's a mark and the damage just keeps on getting higher and higher and higher. It's kind of like Balman. Now Zuki stuck, tries to get away. Who's gonna get the purple buff? I don't know at this point, but SRG, they gotta retreat. Looks like King Verb was able to secure that one. Now Innocent goes up against Riz4T. Riz4T took a lot of damage, and Innocent just gonna have just one more poke damage.
He's trying to keep the lane neutral. He knows that he's got a life lead, and he wants to punish him even more, make him really nervous to walk back up. A little unlucky for Uni, because as soon as he used the Retribution, the purple buff just decided, I'm gonna turn away. And now Uni finds one in Zuki as King Verb's trying to get on out of there. Cram is not gonna get traded out, and this is... Whoa!
Hold on, Wolven gets taken down by Cram. Rune Eaters. Looks like the early game again is for SRG, but maybe that's just the name of the game once you have a Rafaela. King Verb has been found out by SRG. Not level 4 just yet from you, so he's not going to jump onto anyone. SRG should get this hurdle for free.
No quad shadow, there's just no means of Rune Eaters actually being able to go for a steal and close that distance to get into retry range. And so far things have been going great, at least for SRG side. Okay, interesting. All right. What was the
completely used up, and now Yumes pulls back in. Stormy even stunning him up, and Chashtik somehow still survives with King Verb just backing him up, but Cram forcing out the flicker.
I don't know if that was like, even if the Wrath of the Dryads and then the follow-up taunt actually connects, if Yumes is able to get a 1-2 combo, slam into grab onto even someone like Kashyyyk, I'm pretty sure he survives with his ult if King Verbs decides to like, oh, I'm gonna Oki Shadow Kill and try to be cool with this, right? So bit of an interesting decision here coming in from Rune Eaters, but even so, it's still 3-0, and honestly not that gigantic of a lead, and not the end of the world for the Rune Eaters. Penalty zone has been stolen away by Ulv, but on that top side, really, it looks like Innocent has been doing a decently good job, but I don't think it's created a level lead, but he's completely zoned him out.
Oh, look at this. Unfortunately, the minions does go inside the turret, so it's going to be an unsuccessful freeze by Innocent. Riz4T should be able to grab those minions. Nemo so far has been quite a nuisance, and looking at this, I really don't think Rune Eaters has the damage profile to actually deal with the glue here, so Yumes might end up just being, if not unkillable, just generally very annoying.
It's going to be extremely annoying, and I think their primary targets is Uni, Stormy would be really nice to get, but now that he also has the Holy Baptism, it might not be the primary target, especially since the Quad Shadows only go in straight lines, unless you get a little creative with it. And even then, you gotta have some fast mechanics. Conceal comes through, Detonator's Welcome is being used, and they disengage.
Oh, King Verb forced to use his ult, but it's all on the longs, and now King Verb gets taken down. Cram, even with a penalty zone, just to stop his escape. Olvin tries to get away, has to use the flicker. Now it's only Zuki as well as Tashtic. Samurai Giants, they're completely okay dealing with the front line, but still, getting King Verb there, very good for SRG.
Really, really good stuff. And I mean, 4-0 currently, and the turtle falls into the hands for Selangor Red Giants. We're seeing movements across the map, and Rune Eaters just, I don't know how they can help this Claude. I think right now, I feel like they need to start sacrificing resources, but King Verb on this Hayabusa just can't afford that either. So there's two people who desperately need farm to try and keep up with SRG. If not, it's going to be just another, simple turret steals like this down on bot side.
Well, Zuki's gonna get focused down by 4 members at this point. Gonna get taken down. And yeah, something I noticed, he didn't actually take a lot of damage from Uni. Most of the damage actually came from Cram. Oh, Innocent go away. Not sure what's up with that, but Cram able to get one. Innocent gets a kill onto Tashtic, and King Bird tries to get away, able to dodge the Holy Baptism. And now, looks like he's able to get away. No, Yums figures for it. Tries to get King Verb. King Verb gets taken down by Uni, double kill. And now Ruinators is only Zuki and Riz 4T on the map.
Oh man, I understand the Innocent's reaction to it. It's like at any point, you're not 100% sure whether they're going to go for the all-in dive. So might as well just use the go away for me. It's not like he's going to need it later on anyways. And considering that the team is already doing this well, wait, are they gonna be able? No, he should be fine, right? I mean, they're juggling the aggro here, but it's getting, oh god. Oh.
Well, looks like able to eat Stormy. Stormy's gonna die for that one, but they get a kill in return, and I think that's a-okay considering who died. Rafa, who cares?
No, if only she could revive herself. Oh no.
Hey, only Paramis does that.
Only Paramis does that. There's got to be counterparts here. Oh, looks like Uni is opting to go for a very bruiser style build, concentrated energy into the brute force breastplate. Despite being 6-0-3, I would have imagined that he would have gone for like a ultra damage build, but no, he's keeping it safe. He understands his role in this particular game, and if he can poke out and bait out reactions, that's just going to be good enough because God, they can't stop you.
I think Uni had a stern talking by Becky. Becky is like, Innocent's the man. You're just there to be a distraction. I'm like, okay. I'll build defense. I'll build bruiser. I'm fighter Harley.
You are the choir boy. These are the men. You got to protect the men here. Choir boys, everybody needs to work together with this.
You're the new kid.
Oh,
Hayabusa looks like he still got caught. Godlike for Uni. Yeah, after this, Uni's going to take a screenshot of the results and shows the Becky's like, see, I'm a man.
Please, trust me, Becky, please. Please, I swear I'll carry the next game. Now, attacking the T2, at least they're going to trade for T1 up on that top. Oh, no, Graham actually gets there in time. They don't even get the trade, I think. Is there the T3 going to be able to break it? Nope, too much health.
Yep. And Yums, again, like, kind of predicted, they just don't have the damage profile to deal with Yums. They don't even have that. Like, Yums does not get on top of the hero with a lot of dashes. Tactic almost dies there, coming from behind. Uni secures another kill. 8-0-3. King Verb gets onto Yums, but Yums took no damage. And King Verb jumped back in. Yums got on top of that Hayabusa. Uni tries to get a kill there. King Verb is just walking to his death. Innocent secured the kill. And now, Rune Eaters. They really have no one that can tank the damage from SRG. Actually, no, they can't tank it. They can't run away. This is like the previous game where they're so much slow, you can't escape.
Yeah, and the worst part about it, it's a siege composition. So now that Innocent is online, he is just punishing them. Yeah, sit underneath your turret. Wait for the wave to come on in. Try me, sir. Try me. Try to make a play on your side because at the end of it all, he still has the go away. As long as he doesn't get hit by at least one of those quad shadows, he's going to be fine. Or gets like really unlucky with the Oki shadow kill, you know? We saw what happened the last time. It just bounced onto him in game number 1. But oh, crap. Is he finally in trouble now?
No, he fights back. He fights Tashtic all alone. Tashtic gets taken down. Killing spree for Cram. 3-0-5. And now, jump up. Oh, pulled back in, disrespectfully gets a kill on Suzuki. And now even Kingberg gets taken down by the Harley. Slangoray Giants, they're maintaining a 16-1 here. Only Stormy died. What a bum.
I mean, if only they had the perfect game, but I think that Slangoray Red Giants just want to get the revenge after getting caught off guard, you know, the leg sweep. Oh, penalty zone.
Oh, even the Holy Baptism hits onto Oven. He's dying from the Revenge Strike. I gotta say, SRG, they have two heroes that can have this effect. The Revenge Strike as well as the Deadly Magic. This is also a cool comp where, you know, cool guys just run away from explosions.
They don't, they run away. Oh, shit. They don't look at explosions.
All right, that's one. I feel like cool guys should run away from explosions. Innocent gets hit by the Hayabusa, gets stunned up, dies. Cram goes in with the penalty zone, and now the relentless damage coming in from Innocent. Innocent does not stop. Uni gets another kill. Now Cram joins Stormy as the one that dies, but he instantly gets respawned back. Slangoray Giants, 4 members strong. Looks like they're gonna end the game now at 10 minutes and 30 seconds. I think they tried to end the game faster, just unable to, but hey, still 10 minutes.
Still 10 minutes. They will not take this level of disrespect. 22-2 as the final kill score. And man, Rune Eaters unfortunately wasn't able to try and pull themselves back from the game. Their signature early game style this time getting hard hit by this Rafaela, being whipped out at the very end by SRG. So again, brawl upon brawl upon brawl. SRG still feeling themselves and utilizing their identity very, very well. But goodness, I like the ideas that Rune Eaters are putting here. I just think that unfortunately for them, there's just too many picks that need to be comfort for them to perform at a high level.
Yeah, because I really feel like game number 3, SRG really just outdrafted them. The glue made it so that he's unkillable. The Rafa just doubled down on that. And now we can definitely see there's another counter towards the Barats, and that's going to be this Terizla, right? Because Terizla can handle the damage coming in from the Barats, and that Revenge Strike just does much more against heroes that don't heal back up.
Making it extra difficult to actually survive. I mean, it's a good way to punish, considering that Zuki decided to go for tank emblems rather than fighter emblems as well, so he doesn't even have like the raw sustain until he gets some form of a kill or an assist. But in the laning phase, none of that matters. It's about just the base amount of stats you get from your emblems anyways that will make the difference. That's why we're seeing that some teams and a lot of players are opting not even to bother buying the boots and go straight into raw stats, whether it be a leather jerkin, whether it be a dagger, doesn't matter. You get the boot second after that. But man, what a great game here coming in from SRG as well as Rune Eaters. They put on one hell of a show.
But yeah, I really feel like moving forward, if we see an EXP laner that doesn't have either a movement speed up or a dash, I think even movement speed up you can deal with, but if they don't have a dash, that might be a good matchup for the Terizla now, because I think that's one of the reasons why Barat suffers so much against the Terizla, because he can dodge it, right? I mean, like, Uranus has a dash, so he can kind of dodge it. The Esme has a sudden speed up, so she can kind of dodge it. But if you're a good enough Terizla, I think that doesn't matter too much.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe we need to deep dive a little bit more into the laning phase of Terizla and as well as the Barats. I totally get where the Terizla is coming from here, but I don't think it's impossible for the Barats to completely lose out in that lane. But then again, it's something that we got to test out. The meta is ever evolving, ever changing, and ever innovating. And I really like the fact that Rune Eaters were still able to show, you know what? Yes, it's 0-6-0 on this Hayabusa, but it showed up great in game number 1. They had a lot of great coordination, and I think that's the real synergy coming out from Rune Eater's side. I gotta memorize these names already from Rune Eaters because I'm expecting a bright future for them in the MLBB space, assuming that, you know, they continue to develop.
Yep. And I feel like they really will, because I think they're still involved with ongoing tournaments like Asian Games. So I want to see how they perform there, because again, they have the raw strength for it. I think they just need more experience to get the habits of every other team, and then they're locked in, because I really feel like they got the strategy down. They got the mechanics down. They just need to understand everyone's habits and then try to counter that.
With that being said, though, this does finish our very last game of
SRG Pro.
the day. Yup. SRG move on to the next round, but so do a couple of others. Foot will be facing off against Team Spirit. Yangfeng Yaoguai will be facing off against Vamos. Geek will be facing off against Aurora. And SRG will be facing up against Pro here. And, I mean, it has been a crazy number of games. And yet somehow we got the 3-0s. Sorry, we got the 2-1s.
Gideon, that's going to be a revenge game for SRG. Pro defeated SRG in their first match. Oh my god, that's going to be interesting.
It's going to be very, very interesting, in a matter of fact. But hey, you know, I mean, we need to see who's going to be able to qualify for the very end here for Final Games. And it's really tough. We've got some great competitors all across the board, and everybody, and especially for some of the staple teams that we see in the internationals consistently now getting a better grasp of not only the meta but also counterplay against it. It just feels like we haven't discovered absolutely everything just yet, and I'm glad that the Rune Eaters are here to show us, like, hey, we can't be forgotten as a region, but also the meta